Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Uchiha Mirai's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widen. He had thought that Uchiha Mirai might attack Shimura Danzo, Midokado Hamura, and Udatain Kohuru, but he never imagined that Uchiha Mirai would dare to exterminate the Shimura clan, the Mido clan, and the Udatain clan. Doesn't this guy have any concerns at all? Isn't he afraid that other ninja clans will feel the pain of being alone and unite against Uchiha? Without even a moment of sadness for the deaths of his companions, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, "Why did you kill so many people? We are all family from the same village." Uchiha Mirai sneered, "Family? Are you saying that Shimura Danzo, who has been plotting to exterminate the Uchiha clan, is a family member, or that Udatain Kohuru, who has been constantly using his power to embezzle the Uchiha clan's property, is a family member, or that Midokado Hamura, who has been causing trouble for the Uchiha clan every other day, is a family member? And you, third generation, you are a family member who has always been wary of the Uchiha clan, excluded the clan that founded the village from the core power circle, and sent Umbu to monitor the Uchiha clan 24 hours a day. Don't you feel embarrassed when you say something like that?" Uchiha Mirai snorted in disdain. If Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others really considered the Uchiha as family, then there would be many ways to resolve the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan will not be wiped out, and he does not have to worry about how to break the inevitable death situation. Having been in the ninja world for more than 10 years, he has personally experienced how cruelly the Hokage line headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen treats the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, "I'm doing this all for the village. You're also a ninja of Uchiha, so you should know Uchiha well, right? The stronger the Uchiha, the more likely they are to go to extremes. The Uchiha who loses love will go crazy and take revenge on the world." Uchiha Mirai interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's question. "So you give me an example." Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment. Just like Uchiha Madara back then, Uchiha Mirai shook his head. Uchiha Madara just saw the flaws of the village and wanted to establish a completely new order. It has nothing to do with what you just said. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen silent, Uchiha Mirai said calmly, "The ninjas of the Uchiha clan will never bend the law for personal gain when doing things for the village, and they will always be at the forefront in fighting the enemy. Since the establishment of Konoha, countless outstanding clan members have sacrificed for the village, and all the clan members have chosen to give up following Uchiha Madara for the sake of the village that they have already regarded as their home. I have done so much, but I am still suspected and excluded. Once I show dissatisfaction, I am immediately regarded as an unstable factor." Uchiha Mirai couldn't help but laugh a few times. "Will you be satisfied only if I behave like a piglet willing to be treated as I please? For the village? Ridiculous." Uchiha Mirai stopped smiling, and his tone turned cold. "The village will hold the Chunin exam in 3 days. As the Hokage of Konoha, you must attend. Otherwise, the Sarutobi clan will become the history of the ninja world forever, just like the Shimura clan." Uchiha Mirai didn't plan to argue with Sarutobi Hiruzen. When the Chunin exam came, Orochimaru would make public what Sarutobi Hiruzen had done as planned, and the world would make its own judgment. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little relieved as he looked at the seals and chains that had been removed from his body. Since it was a Chunin exam jointly organized by many ninja villages, Uchiha Mirai would not attack himself in public. It is better to actively cooperate with the other party. Maybe there will be a chance to make it work. At least the Sarutobi clan should not be exterminated like the Shimura clan. Cloud Shinobi Village. The fourth Raikage looked at the plaque hanging high on the gate of Konoha in front of him and couldn't help but clench his only remaining fist. He had fantasized countless times about leading the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village to break in here, and even paid the price of an arm for it. If it weren't for Uchiha Mirai, AI's aura continued to rise, and Yamashiro Aoba and Bingzu Leitong, who were in charge of registering people coming and going at the gate, stood up with frowns on their brows. Rakage, stay calm. Sam, who had short blonde hair, spoke in a deep voice. AI came back to his senses, glanced at Yamashiro Aoba and Bingzu Leitong in front of him, snorted coldly, and left. This time he must find out more information about Konoha. Only in this way can he achieve better results the next time he attacks Konoha. After everyone from Cloud Shinobi Village left, a burly ninja slowly walked over with a short, big-nosed old man on his shoulders. They also stopped at the gate of Konoha. The big-nosed old man looked up and couldn't help but sighed. It's been so many years, I didn't expect that my old bones would be able to come here again. The burly ninja said in a muffled voice, Father, have you ever been to Konoha before? The big-nosed old man nodded and said, I've been here before, and that experience wasn't very good. I hope this time will be better than the last time. Huangtu, let's go in. Yes. About an hour after Wagakire's group left, a group of ninjas wearing Kirigakure ninja forehead protectors appeared at the gate of Konoha. It is still headed by Master Yuan. Great, we're finally in Konoha. Terumi Mei Senpai, you seem very happy? Hearing this, Terumi Mei nodded. Of course it's full moon. There are many handsome guys in Konoha. I can feast my eyes again. Mangetsu Kazuki curled his lips and said, I heard from Master Yuan that you seem to like Uchiha Mirai very much, senior. Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment, then secretly waved her pink fist towards Master Yuan's back. Who would like that lunatic? Ghost Lantern Man, you scratched his head. Madman? What do you mean? Terumi Mei waved her hand impatiently, not wanting to dwell on this issue any further. You must do well in your Chunin exam this time, and you must not embarrass us Kirigakure in front of so many people. A boy next to Terumi Mei who was wearing glasses and looked very introverted said nervously, Terumi Mei Senpai, I don't have much confidence. Before Terumi Mei could say anything, Mangetsu Kazuna put his arm around the boy's shoulders and said, Chujiro, there's nothing to worry about. I can lend you my double swords, Tai. Chujiro opened his mouth in surprise. Huh? Then what are you going to do? Hozuki Mangetsu said indifferently. You don't have to worry about me. I can use all 7 ninja swords anyway. Besides, our teammate this time is an incredible person. After saying that, he winked at the silent and indifferent boy beside him. Aren't you right, Zabuza? In response to Mangetsu Kazuki's question, Zabuza snorted and did not respond. Goei Dengman was so annoyed that he couldn't help but mutter, What a cold-blooded guy. Terumi Mei, who had been paying attention to the few people, saw Zabuza's performance and couldn't help showing a worried look on her face. The most important thing is that no one knows when Mizukage started to stay at home. Apart from the Umbu who were responsible for delivering orders, almost no one could see the Mizukage. If this continues, what will become of Kirigakure? Thinking of what Uchiha Mirai said the last time she met him, Terumi Mei always had a bad feeling in her heart. Will Kirigakure really sink into darkness? After the ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure arrived in Konoha, many ninjas from small ninja villages also arrived one after another in the following period of time. In addition, after hearing about the scale of the Chunin examination, the daimyos of various countries all came to Konoha on their chariots, wanting to witness this grand event with their own eyes. Although in their eyes ninjas are just lowly tools of the lowest level, their fights are much more interesting than samurai duels. A large number of businessmen also came here after hearing the news. In the past, Konoha had very strict restrictions on the entry and exit of merchants. This time it was finally completely open, and they had to take the opportunity to make a fortune before they would be satisfied. With only one day left before the Chunin exams began, the ninjas from Sunagakure also arrived at Konoha village. Looking at the prosperous Konoha, the faces of the Sunagakure ninjas were full of envy. Compared to Konoha, Sunagakure is like an open-air garbage dump. There is absolutely no comparison. If I could live here, thinking of this, a sand shinobi couldn't help but look at Yitsong, who was in charge of leading the team. Master Yitsong, why hasn't Master Feng Ying arrived yet? Yes, Lord Kazekage has been acting alone since the last battle with Orochimaru. I wonder what Lord Kazekage would think when he sees this scene in Konoha. Really? Why are the guys in Konoha able to live in such a good place? Hearing this, Yeet Song shouted, "Don't talk about phonying without permission. Be quiet." Although Uchiha Mirai did not tell her the detailed plan, Yeet Song knew that there was a high probability that Raza was dead now, and the so-called Kazekage was just someone else pretending to be him. However, looking at the crowded streets of Konoha, Yeet Song still felt a little excited. According to Uchiha Mirai's plan, perhaps one day the villagers of Sunagakure will be able to live such a prosperous life. For this goal, what does it matter if she eats it every day? The Chunin examination went on as scheduled. Uchiha Mirai made no changes to the way the exams were conducted. The first test is still the ninja theory test. The examiner in charge of the test was Marino Ibiki, who had just joined the interrogation department. Compared to his fierce appearance in later generations with a face full of flesh and 2 knife scars running through his face, Marino Ibiki at this time was just a handsome young man with single eyelids. Just like in the original work, Ibiki Marino started his performance after handing out the exam papers. What about cheating will result in a lifetime ban from taking exams? What about if one person fails the exam, the entire team will be eliminated? What about voluntarily giving up will only result in the disqualification from taking the exam and will not affect teammates? After talking about a lot of rules, I found out in the end that few people cared about them except the ninjas of Konoha. After all, the ninjas from other ninja villages all knew that whether or not they could be promoted to Chunin was not determined by Konoha's words. This situation made Marino Ibiki a little depressed. He thought about these rules for a long time before coming up with them. He originally thought that he would be able to perform well in this exam, but he didn't expect to get just this result. In the end, the only ones who really feared his rules were the ninjas of Konoha. In the monitoring room, AI couldn't help but laugh. "Hokage, you Konoha just like to mess around with these things. It's just a theoretical exam, but you have to add so many rules. I think you just have nothing better to do." Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. He had no time to care about Chunin's exam now. If Uchiha Mirai hadn't forced him to come forward, he wouldn't have wasted his time on this. After taking over the position of Hokage again, Sarutobi Hiruzen discovered how strong the Uchiha Mirai's control over Konoha was. He is no longer thinking about seizing power. His top priority is how to prevent the Sarutobi clan from being exterminated. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't respond, AI said angrily, "Old stubborn." The last time Yi Weisheng came to Konoha for negotiations, he gained great benefits from the Hokage. And bring back a message. The ninjas of Konoha village have been fighting openly and secretly, and their hearts are not in harmony. Some time ago, the Shimura clan, the Ten clan, and the Mito clan were directly exterminated. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had disappeared for a while, returned to take over Konoha in place of Uchiha Mirai. All signs indicate that something is wrong within Konoha, and it is very likely that it has been severely damaged, which is why it wants to use this Chunin exam to promote the power of its new generation and intimidate other villages. Unfortunately, he had already seen through everything. The provocation just now was just for further confirmation. Now it seems that he was right. Looking at the smug AI, Onoki couldn't help but snort in his heart. Idiot. Just like his father, the third Raikage, he is an idiot with only brawn and no brains. As long as Uchiha Mirai is alive, Konoha will have absolute power to crush other ninja villages. There is no doubt about this. He knew all too well the true power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Including this time when he chose to come to Konoha in person, he just wanted to take a look at the pair of eyes that were deeply hidden in his memory, which made him feel a little scared every time he thought of them. The master, who was about the same age as Onoki, had his eyes closed and was resting. If it weren't for Uchiha Mirai's threatening letter, their village wouldn't even be interested in participating. Only Raza, wearing the Kazekage hat, stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen silently. "Teacher, this time I will personally send you off for the last time. In order to make this scene end perfectly, I spent a long time and painstakingly researched the forbidden technique to the ultimate level. The first Chunin exam ended quickly without causing much commotion, except for some ninjas who gave up voluntarily because they could not bear the tremendous pressure. Nearly 2/3 of the ninjas passed the exam. As for the second exam, it will still be held in the Death Forest. Because so many people passed the first exam, Uchiha Mirai changed the clearance time to 3 days. Any team that fails to collect the Earth coiling axis within 3 days or fails to reach the central tower in time will be eliminated. What surprised many people was that after the fierce battles in the second Chunin exam, Konoha had the fewest ninjas who passed the exam, except for those small ninja villages that seemed to be there to make up the numbers. There are only a few people like Yuzuki Yugao and Mitarashi Enko. This result left the other villagers a little confused. In their view, Konoha's initiative to jointly host the Chunin examination was nothing more than an attempt to show off its power in front of everyone. Therefore, the ninjas that everyone brought to participate this time tacitly chose the strongest elites in the village, especially Cloud Shinobi Village. There were several burly, bearded men who came to take the exam at Cloud Shinobi this time, staring at them and saying they were genin. But now after seeing the results, AI, Onoki, and others couldn't help but start to feel a little conflicted. Did they go too far? Could it be that Konoha really just wanted to hold a joint Chunin selection exam? Raikage and the others couldn't figure it out, and time passed by. With the end of the second exam, the third exam of this Chunin exam officially began. Early morning, the sun's afterglow once again covered the earth, driving away the darkness. The sky was blue and cloudless, and the scenery of the earth was in full view. It is deep winter now, and it is very rare to have weather like this without morning fog. The people walking quickly on the street had white mist coming out of their mouths, their necks tucked into their scarves, and most of them had looks of anticipation and excitement on their faces. After waiting for so long, the last exam of the Chunin exam is finally about to begin. Yes, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep since yesterday. I finally made it to dawn. This is the first time such a large-scale joint exam has been held since the establishment of the ninja village. I am really looking forward to it. I wonder which village's ninja will come out on top. The crowd chatted as they headed due east of Konoha Village, where the central arena was. However, although it is called the Central Arena, the arena is located near Tansho Street, directly east of Konoha Village. Tansho Street has the most prosperous entertainment industry in Konoha. Gambling casinos, PR**ST**** Utes serving alcohol, mixed bathing hot springs, and other shops are concentrated in this area, so it is very well known. It can also be regarded as one of the landmark buildings of Konoha Village. At this moment, with the influx of a large number of people, the originally spacious streets suddenly became crowded. The queue was divided into 5 lines. Each line was nearly 200 meters long, and they entered from 4 entrances. Inside the arena, almost half of the space, which is large enough to accommodate 10,000 people, has been occupied. There is a high platform with a wide view on the north and south sides of the arena. On the high platform on the north side, several celebrities dressed in luxurious clothes were holding folding fans in their hands and talking loudly with smiles on their faces. They're the 5 most powerful people in the ninja world today. The daimyo of the Wind Country spoke first. I didn't expect that a ninja village could be built so luxuriously. It really opened my eyes. The daimyo of the Land Kingdom said coldly, "They're just a bunch of lowly tools, yet they're squandering money like this. If this continues, will there still be any respect for the inferior?" The daimyo of the Land of Lightning echoed, "Daimyo of the Land of Fire, I think you are too lenient with your subordinates. If this continues, will these ninjas still respect you? Ninjas shouldn't have status." The daimyo of the Land of Water did not speak, but snorted coldly to show his attitude. The Fire Country daimyo nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. I have to find an opportunity to take control of these ninjas. You actually wasted my support money on this kind of thing. You really need to be punished." After that, he smiled and said, "Don't be in a hurry to leave tonight. How about I treat you to dinner? Hearing this, several daimyos curled their lips in disdain. What kind of delicious food can there be in a place like a ninja village? The Fire Nation daimyo smiled and said, "It's been a while since we last met. How about you all give me a favor?" Seeing that he said this, the other daimyos stopped refusing and nodded in agreement. In the stands, several people were chatting happily. In the distance, Uchiha Mirai silently withdrew his gaze. While the ninjas were fighting to the death, these guys were chatting and laughing. He obviously has no strength, but he arrogantly regards ninjas as lowly tools. Uchiha Mirai snorted coldly. After the Chunin exam was over, he would go to find the Fire Country daimyo himself. See how the other party wants to control him. As time went by, everyone entered the venue only when the sun rose high in the sky. Then, the 5 Kage appeared together on the high platform on the south side. When they appeared, they immediately attracted cheers from the crowd in the venue. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in a bad mood, had a smile on his face. He holds power firmly in his hands. Doesn't he like the feeling of being loved by everyone? However, such a scene naturally aroused the dissatisfaction of the daimyos. When will tools be treated like this? Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his cough and began to give an opening speech for the third individual battle with ease. Listening to the thunderous applause, Sarutobi Hiruzen even felt an impulse in his heart. If we were to label Uchiha Mirai a traitor right now, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was daydreaming, he suddenly felt a terrifying gaze. Looking at Uchiha Mirai, who was standing in the distance with his arms folded across his chest, Sarutobi Hiruzen silently dismissed the thought that had just arisen. If he were to fall out with the other party now, the Sarutobi clan would probably have no chance of survival. With great anticipation, the third Chunin exam officially began. Since the ninjas sent by each ninja village this time were all carefully selected, the battle scenes were quite exciting. This can be seen from the constant cheers from the crowd. It's so exciting. The ninjas from each village seem so strong. Yes, the quality of the genins this time is much better than in previous elections. This is the foundation of the 5 major ninja villages. This exam is completely a performance of their new generation. Water style, fire style, earth style, lightning style. I think I'm going to have the same powers as them. Just when the battle was at its most intense, Kazekage Raza suddenly grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulders and brought him to the roof of the platform. Then, the 4 guards who had been following Fengying used the body flicker technique and came to the 4 corners of the roof. Ninjutsu. 4 purple flame formations. Ninjutsu. 4 purple flame formations. A purple transparent barrier instantly spread out, trapping Kazekage Raza and Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen inside. This sudden scene surprised everyone present. The Chunin exam was going well, so why were the Kazekage and the Hokage trapped in the barrier? Even 4th Raikage AI, 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki, Yuanshi, and others were caught off guard and had no idea what was going on. Konoha's Umbu immediately gathered below the arena. Soon, Namikaze Minato, Hyuga Hayashi, Nara Shikaku, Inuzuka Tsumuji, and other ninjas also came over. However, everyone just stared at the stands silently, with no intention of taking action at all. Just then, Uchiha Mirai came over with the ninjas from the police force. What's going on? Someone is attacking the 3rd generation. Why don't you go and rescue them? Hearing Uchiha Mirai's scolding, Hyuga Hayashi said loudly, "Mirai-sama, the 4 purple flame formation is a defensive barrier. Any object that touches the barrier will be instantly burned to ashes. Unless the person who cast the barrier takes the initiative to remove it, it is absolutely impossible to break the barrier from the outside." After Hyuga Hayashi finished speaking, Nara Shikaku, Kurama Murasaki, and others also echoed. Uchiha Mirai could only give up helplessly. Everyone present heard Hyuga Hayashi's explanation, and they all looked at the platform with surprise and curiosity. Was it the Kazekage who attacked the Hokage? Inoki, AI, and the others were all a little confused. What on earth are these guys from Konoha trying to do? However, although they were confused, it did not affect their enjoyment of the show. Onoki, AI, Yuanshir, and the others all stood there quietly with great interest. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Mirai raised the corner of his mouth slightly and quickly made a few seals with one hand. Then, a man in black clothes and a black hood behind him slowly regained consciousness. This is... Konoha, am I not already dead? The man muttered to himself, and then he heard someone in front of him sneer, Fugaku, open your ignorant eyes and look, the show is about to begin. Uchiha Fugaku shuddered. That guy Uchiha Mirai summoned him back from the Pure Land. Uchiha Fugaku wanted to do something, but found that he could not control his body. You just have to watch. Fugaku, it's time for you to face reality. Hearing what Uchiha Mirai said, Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth and said, I have already committed suicide. Why don't you plan to let me go? Because you almost killed all of us. Uchiha Mirai said calmly, I will never tolerate cowardice. I want you to see with your own eyes how stupid your idea is. Besides, you should be thankful that I don't have any special fetishes. Otherwise, you would be 10,000 times more miserable than you are now. Inside the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Luosha in front of him and said coldly, Fourth Kazekage, what do you want to do? Hearing this, Luosha grinned, stuck out his long tongue, and swirled it around his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank at the familiar movement. At the same time, Luosha stretched out his hand and tore off his face skin and laughed in a hoarse voice. You didn't recognize me in this situation. Teacher, it seems that you are really old. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart slowly sank. Orochimaru. What? The Kazekage is actually Orochimaru in disguise. Orochimaru was the third Hokage's apprentice and the successor to Konoha's Hokage, but later became an S-rank rebel ninja wanted by Konoha. Is he here for revenge? Master Yi's song. Could it be that it was Master Kazekage who was killed that day? Damn you, Orochimaru. Don't hurt third-generation master. Hokage-sama, please don't let anything happen to you. Hearing the indignation of the people of Konoha village, Orochimaru sneered. Teacher, you have a very glorious image in the hearts of the villagers. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked solemnly, Is all this Uchiha Mirai's plan? Orochimaru nodded yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ugly. Originally, when Uchiha Mirai said he wanted to ruin his reputation, he was a little disdainful. After all, he is not Shimura Danzo, Udatain Koharu, or Mitokado Hamura. The image he had established in the hearts of the villagers after decades of hard work in Konoha could not be overturned by just a few words. If Uchiha Mirai tried to slander him forcefully, there was a high possibility that he would suffer a backlash. Even though no one dared to say anything due to his power, everyone thought that all this was just a rumor spread by Uchiha Mirai who wanted to seize power. So after Sarutobi Hiruzen came out, he was only thinking about how to prevent the Sarutobi clan from being exterminated. As for the matter that brought him downfall, he really didn't take it to heart. But now, Uchiha Mirai is working with Orochimaru. Some things would be completely different if they came from Orochimaru's mouth. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, Orochimaru's voice, mixed with chakra, echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone may be curious about why I would risk my life to come to Konoha to attack my former teacher. Orochimaru's first words aroused everyone's curiosity, and everyone wanted to hear the reason why Orochimaru did this. The originally noisy conference hall suddenly became unusually quiet. Seeing this, Orochimaru didn't waste any more words and continued. Today I will tell you about the 10 sins of the third Hokage. 10 deadly sins? What do you mean? Did a man like Hokage-sama ever commit a crime? No way. Absolutely impossible. Orochimaru must be talking nonsense. How interesting. Since Orochimaru chose to make it public under these circumstances, the so-called 10 sins must not be simple matters. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly began to form hand seals, and several huge shurikens flew towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru knew too many secrets, and he couldn't be allowed to continue talking nonsense. Teacher, you look anxious again. Orochimaru dodged Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack and said calmly, "At least let me finish what I'm saying." Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted, "Orochimaru, I won't let you get away this time. In a one-on-one situation, a disciple will never be able to defeat the teacher." Hearing this, Orochimaru smiled and said, "That makes sense, but I never planned to go one-on-one with the teacher. After all, the teacher is recognized as the strongest Hokage of all time. It just so happens that we are still short of 2 audience members for the event later." Orochimaru slammed his hands on the ground. Reanimation Jutsu. Reanimation Jutsu. Following Orochimaru's voice, 2 coffins rose from the ground. The words Chu and Air are engraved on them respectively. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils suddenly shrank. As the Hokage who has controlled Konoha for decades, he knows very well what this forbidden technique in front of him represents. Orochimaru, this be asterisk 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 D, actually dared to blaspheme the ancestors. What is Orochimaru doing? How did you get 2 coffins out? Yeah, didn't you say you were going to reveal the Hokage's 10 sins? Hurry up, reanimation jutsu. I've never heard of this technique before. The people watching were a little confused by Orochimaru's actions. Only the 4th Raikage AI of Cloud Shinobi Village had a rare heavy look on his face. In the records of Cloud Shinobi Village, there seems to be information about reanimation jutsu. Legend has it that this forbidden technique was developed by 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, and it can summon the dead from the Pure Land to the living world. Considering the words, and engraved on the coffin, AI clenched his fists unconsciously and muttered, "It shouldn't be possible." Before he finished speaking, the coffin lids of 2 coffins fell to the ground with 2 bang sounds. This was followed by a series of clattering sounds. 2 ninjas wearing red and blue armor respectively walked out of the coffin. Seeing this scene, everyone except Uchiha Mirai and Orochimaru opened their mouths in shock. Who are these 2 guys? Why do they look so familiar? There's no doubt about it. It's 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama and 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. Huh, that's fake, right? Aren't they already dead? That's why he walked out of the coffin. Look at the Hokage rock in the distance. It's exactly the same. Everyone compared them in astonishment and found that the 2 people who walked out of the coffins were exactly the same as the 1st generation and 2nd generation rock carvings on Hokage Rock. It's over. The 3rd generation is in danger now. One person has to face 3 Kage-level masters. Believe it first. After all, the 3rd generation is the strongest Hokage. He won't necessarily lose, even if he fights alone against many. Will we be able to see the battle between successive Hokage? Why do I feel my blood boiling? Listening to the discussions of the people around him, the Yuan Shi, who had never been interested in anything, couldn't help but panic and said, "How is it possible? Orochimaru must be pretending. How can such a perverted forbidden technique exist in the ninja world? It must be a trick. If there really is such a powerful forbidden technique, how can they compete with Konoha in the future? The opponent keeps summoning undead on the battlefield, so what can they do?" Anoki, who had been silent the whole time, sighed deeply. The appearance can change, but the aura of chakra will not change. These 2 people are the former Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. As a living fossil in the ninja world, Anoki had seen Senju Hashirama with his own eyes when he was a child. A Senju Hashirama, an Uchiha Madara. There was no way he would mistake the chakra aura of these 2 people. Strange, what is this place? Why did I wake up? Senju Hashirama gradually regained consciousness. After taking a look at his surroundings, he scratched the back of his head in confusion. Senju Tobirama crossed his arms and snorted. This is the reanimation jutsu, a ninjutsu that can summon the dead from the Pure Land back to the living world. Senju Hashirama then noticed Senju Tobirama, and his expression suddenly became a little jumpy. "Another weird thing like this. It must be you who made it, right?" Senju Tobarama nodded. That's right. So what do you want to do by summoning me out? Brother, I didn't summon you. Senju Tobarama explained. I was also brought out by impure world reincarnation. Hearing this, Senju Hashirama was a little dazed for a moment. Tobarama, so you have also? Don't argue. I summoned you from the Pure Land. Hearing the voice behind him, Senju Tobarama frowned. Who are you? Why can you use the ninjutsu I invented? Orochimaru smiled. My name is Orochimaru, and I was once the third Hokage's apprentice. It used to be. Senju Tobarama was keenly aware of the hidden message in Orochimaru's words. After taking another look at his surroundings and realizing that he was in Konoha, his frown deepened. The situation seems a little bad, especially those ninjas below who were wearing the forehead protectors of other ninja villages. Could it be that Konoha has now been occupied by other ninja villages? Compared to Senju Tobarama, Senju Hashirama, who has not experienced the Ninja World War and is relatively carefree, has not yet noticed that anything is wrong. He casually asked Orochimaru, Orochimaru, right? What is your purpose in summoning us? Orochimaru grinned. Kill the Hokage. Senju Hashirama was stunned, and then he couldn't help but complain to Senju Tobarama. Tobarama, I told you not to study these weird things a long time ago, but you didn't listen. Wouldn't it be nice if you kept studying water style? Now look, we, who were once the Hokage, are going to kill the Hokage because of your ninjutsu. Shut up. Senju Tobarama shouted impatiently. Being scolded in public by his own brother, Senju Hashirama immediately became depressed and said nothing. Everyone was a little surprised to see his appearance. Is it possible that the first generation, who is known as the god of ninja, has this kind of personality? There is absolutely no dignity at all. Senju Tobarama looked at Senju Hashirama helplessly. Brother, the most important thing now is to understand the situation and how to break it. After a word of comfort, Senju Hashirama finally recovered. The two looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing across from them. You're a monkey? Sarutobi Hiruzen clicks the heading. First generation, adults. Second generation, adults. Senju Hashirama laughed a few times. Little monkey, I didn't expect you to become the Hokage. You look much older than us now. I'm really not used to it. Senju Tobarama also sighed. It looks like many years have passed. Monkey, tell us what happened. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Orochimaru secretly conducted human experiments and became a traitor to Konoha village after being discovered. This time he must have done this to retaliate against me. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Orochimaru said, Teacher, I am indeed not a good person, but if you attribute what I did to revenge, then you underestimate my ability. Orochimaru snorted and said, You just mentioned human experimentation. Let's start with the 10 sins. 10 sins. Senju Tobarama frowned and glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, many thoughts flashing through his mind in an instant. Senju Hashirama sat cross-legged on the ground, carelessly. Tobarama, it's useless to think too much, just listen together. When everyone was quiet, Orochimaru spoke again. Although the voice was still hoarse, it was clear enough for everyone present to hear. I used to be a member of the Root and was ordered to serve under Shimura Danzo. Because of my status as the Hokage's disciple, I was not given the seal of the tongue-killing mark. Senju Hashirama asked in confusion, Orochimaru, what jutsu are you talking about? And what are the so-called roots? It's not a ninjutsu, it's a sealing technique. Orochimaru explained, in order to prevent members from leaking secrets, all ninjas in the Root are planted with the seal of tongue eradication. As for the roots, Orochimaru snorted and said, it was an organization created by Shimura Danzo with the tacit approval of the teacher. The original intention of the organization was to hide in the dark as the root of a big tree and deal with some shady things in secret. For example, assassinating fellow ninjas and secretly executing threatening people. The members of Root are all carefully selected elites. Once they enter Root, they will be completely brainwashed and become machines that only know how to obey orders. Once you fail the assessment, you will be ruthlessly discarded as a failure. Hearing this, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but stand up and clench his fists. This is too abominable. The village is a place to protect everyone. How can such a thing happen? He just took a step forward, and the terrifying chakra and powerful aura frightened everyone present. Brother, calm down and don't release your chakra casually. After hearing what Senju Tobarama said, Senju Hashirama snorted and restrained his momentum. Orochimaru, you continue. Orochimaru calmed himself down, feeling somewhat stunned. Senju Hashirama's power is too exaggerated. Although the reanimation jutsu has improved a lot in his hands, it can only exert about 60% of the power of the original body at most. If this alone is scary enough, how terrifying would Senju Hashirama be in his prime? Orochimaru. Hearing the voice, Orochimaru came back to his senses and continued. Under the orders of Shimura Danzo, I began to engage in human experiments. From the initial cell cultivation to the later human transplantation, the experimental materials also gradually changed from death row prisoners and spies to orphans, ordinary people, and ninjas. The purpose of the research has also expanded from the initial wood style to bloodline limits and various secret techniques. Teacher, don't tell me that you, who have been deeply involved in Konoha for decades and hold almost all the power in your hands, don't know about human experiments. Without your acquiescence, Shimura Danzo would not have been able to obtain so many advanced experimental equipment and various precious experimental materials. This is the first sin. After hearing what Orochimaru said, all the ordinary ninjas present were shocked, especially the Konoha shinobi. They could never have imagined that the Hokage they had always respected would do such a thing. Damn it, how could Hokage-sama do such a thing? When the Shimura Danzo incident was published in the newspapers, I was wondering how a mere Hokage advisor could make the major ninja clans bow their heads and secretly own so many large-scale human experiment bases. But if there is a Hokage behind it, then everything can be explained. Damn it, isn't the Hokage's job to protect everyone? The lower the ninjas rank, the harder it is for them to accept the cruel and dark reality. After all, it goes without saying that most of the materials needed for human experiments should come from this group of people. For the first time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's glorious image in Konoha began to show a crack. As for Raikage, Tsuchikage, and the others, they didn't react much. Being in their position, they already know a lot of things. Inside the barrier, Senju Tobarama's frown deepened. He is not opposed to human experimentation, and in order to gain the power of wood style, he has been conducting human experiments after his eldest brother's death. But how can we choose villagers as experimental materials? Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? No matter what he does, the Hokage should always put protecting the village and its people first. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, I did all this for the village. If we don't gain more powerful strength, how can Konoha resist those enemies who are eyeing us covetously? Hearing this, Orochimaru said calmly, that brings me to your second sin. Do you still remember Hatake Sakomo from back then? After Orochimaru finished speaking, as if to take care of Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and some young ninjas, he introduced them. In the past, Hatake Sakomo used his superb swordsmanship to scare the ninjas of other ninja villages into death. It even earned the name of Konoha's White Fang, forcing other ninja villages to issue an order that if you encounter Konoha's White Fang, you must abandon your mission unconditionally. It's a pity that he didn't have a good ending in the end. He died under the scheme of Hokage and Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily, You are talking nonsense. Orochimaru spoke slowly and continued. Back then, Hatake Sakomo was awarded the right to wear the Hokage half-sleeves because of his merits. But as time went on, the calls for Hatake Sakomo to be the next Hokage grew louder and louder. Later, Hatake Sakomo was sent to carry out a confidential mission, but he chose to abandon the mission in order to rescue his companions. But after returning to the village, everyone knew that Hatake Sakomo had given up the mission overnight. Everyone is blaming Hatake Sakomo for not completing his mission and calling him trash. For several days, the village's top leaders did nothing. The hero admired by everyone has become a notorious street rat. One night, Hokage Sakumo, who saw no hope, chose to commit suicide. "Teacher, let me ask you something." Orochimaru raised his eyebrows curiously. "It should have been an absolutely confidential mission. How come it became known to everyone overnight?" Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly, "I am also sad about Sakumo's matter, but it was Shimura Danzo who was behind it." Orochimaru sneered. "Teacher, do you believe in such words? I remember that at that time, no one except you was qualified to give orders to Hokage Sakumo, who was already the minister of Umbu, right? If you hadn't revealed it, even Shimura Danzo wouldn't have known about the mission Hokage Sakumo was carrying out, right? And I remember that the guy who was saved by Hokage Sakumo but turned around and blamed Hokage Sakumo was a ninja from the Sarutobi clan, right?" Orochimaru's 3 consecutive questions left Sarutobi Hiruzen speechless. But the people in the audience were completely blown away. "So this is the truth behind Hokage Sakumo's suicide? I didn't expect the 3rd Hokage to be such a beast in human form. Come to think of it, what happened to Sakumo-sama at that time seemed really strange. The villagers seemed to be completely unaware of the fact that he was surrounded at the door of his house and thrown rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves inside. I was wondering how a strong man like Hokage Sakumo could suddenly commit suicide. If it were me, I would definitely not be able to bear it. You may not know that when the news of Hokage Sakumo's death came out, almost all the ninjas from our hostile village celebrated happily for a whole day. Damn you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Are you doing this to the village and to us?" Hearing the indignant shouts of the people around them, Noara Lin, Yuhi Kurenai, and Might Guy couldn't help but look at Hokage Kakashi standing aside. Hokage Kakashi clenched his fists tightly and lowered his head. The memory that had once been forgotten resurfaced in my mind. He was still young at that time and was influenced by the outside world and had a big fight with his father. He even told himself at one point that his father's death was just to atone for his sins. But now, is it just a conspiracy behind all this? Just because my father's authority threatened the Hokage's rule, the other party pushed my father into hell. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen is such a disgusting guy. He is a disgrace to all of us shadows. Yes, if you feel threatened, you should try to do better. Playing tricks is really shameful. No wonder all kinds of things always happen to those strong men who grow up in Konoha, either leaving the village or becoming traitors. It turns out that Sarutobi Hiruzen is behind this. Nausea, Anoki, and AI were all very disdainful of what Sarutobi Hiruzen did. To be a shadow, one must have the bearing of a shadow. If the village doesn't even have the magnanimity to tolerate others, it'd be strange if it could get better. But they couldn't help but feel a little jealous at the same time. Konoha was able to win the Ninja World War under the rule of such a guy. Such a foundation is really enviable. Seeing things gradually developing as he expected, Uchiha Mirai's mouth curled up into a smile. He had arranged so much just for this moment. Although with his strength, he could have easily defeated Konoha's F4, but doing so would have been a bit too unpleasant. Why should the Uchiha clan, as the founder of Konoha, be labeled as the coup d'etat? Uchiha should take over the power of the village in an upright manner. And since Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, there is no point in making his affairs public. It is easy to kill someone, but difficult to destroy his heart. He wanted to let Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had always cherished his reputation, experience the feeling of disgrace while he was still alive. Sakumo is like this, and so are Jiraiya and Tsunade, who left the village. Teacher, if you could be more tolerant of a strong man like Sakumo, then Konoha wouldn't have fallen to the point where it could only conduct human experiments to resist the enemy's attack. As you said, persecuting the village's strong men is the second crime. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the sneering Orochimaru and felt as if he was falling into an icy cave. He could only desperately shake his head to deny. Even if Sakumo doesn't die, His own strength alone can't change anything. Of course, Orochimaru continued. But what about the ninja forces that you suppressed or even exterminated, who are also united? Is there no effect? Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama looked at Orochimaru, looking in their direction, confused for a moment. Orochimaru, look at what we are doing. Just keep talking. Orochimaru said calmly. Because the first clan to be exterminated was the Senju clan. What? Senju Hashirama opened his mouth in astonishment. The Senju clan was exterminated? Impossible. As the most powerful ninja clan in the ninja world, who has the ability to exterminate the Senju clan? Besides, Monkey is Tobirama's disciple, so how could he attack the Senju clan? Senju Tobirama frowned even more and said in a deep voice, Orochimaru, when I was in power, I implemented a policy to encourage members of the Senju clan to abandon the Senju surname and integrate into Konoha. Isn't this what you want to talk about? Orochimaru shook his head. If it was just the loss of the Senju's last name, I certainly wouldn't single it out. The Senju clan really no longer exists. After hearing Orochimaru's answer, Senju Tobirama could no longer sit still and stood up and said, Orochimaru, please explain clearly. The story begins after your death. Orochimaru organized his words. After Sarutobi Hiruzen came to power, he began to suppress the ninja clans of Konoha in order to consolidate his power. The Senju clan will bear the brunt of this. Due to the policy of the second generation, many Senju people gave up their surnames and became commoners in the village. But the Senju clan's heritage is still there, and many important positions in the village are still held by Senju clan members. In order to eliminate hidden dangers and more quickly grasp the power of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to use the policy of the second-generation purpose to send the already divided Senju clan ninjas to various battlefields. The Senju ninjas who have been fighting on the front lines have suffered heavy casualties, and the number of their people has begun to decrease rapidly. Even though they are willing to fight and die for Konoha, some of the Senju clan ninjas are beginning to become dissatisfied and want to rest and recuperate for a while. Unfortunately, giving up our family name means it will be hard to unite like before. No matter how reluctant we are, we cannot disobey the Hokage's orders. After experiencing continuous bloody battles, the Senju clan still could not escape the fate of being exterminated. Even the few older Senju who survived never mentioned their identities in order to survive. After 2 third generations, their descendants also had no idea of their origins. We lost our family name, lost our heritage, and continued to intermarry with outsiders to dilute our bloodline. Today, the Senju clan has completely become history. After a pause, Orochimaru continued. In addition to the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan has also become a target of oppression. Not only did the clan move to the edge of the village, but they also completely pushed the Uchiha clan out of the core power structure. During the Third Shinobi World War, the decision was made to send the Uchiha clan to the Kirigakure battlefield. The fire style that the Uchiha clan is best at is countered by the water style that Kirigakure is best at, and the Sharingan will also be hindered by the Mist Shinobi technique. Anyone with a little common sense knows this. Teacher, what is your real intention in making such a decision? Orochimaru didn't give Sarutobi Hiruzen a chance to answer, and continued. In addition to the 2 great clans that jointly founded Konoha, the Hyuga clan, the Aburame clan, the Kurama clan, all suffered varying degrees of suppression, and many ninja clans never recovered from it. If all these ninja clans were at their peak, with Konoha's strength, why would they fear attacks from other ninja villages? Orochimaru's words made everyone fall into deep thought. Many Konoha ninjas thought about it carefully and suddenly realized. It turns out that without realizing it, Konoha has lost so many powerful forces. The ninjas from other ninja villages also suddenly realized. No wonder some of the ninja clans that used to be full of talented people gradually disappeared. It turned out that they were stabbed in the back by their own people. Especially the Senju clan. It is so sad that as the most powerful ninja clan in the ninja world, they were not destroyed by the enemy, but instead died due to the conspiracy of their own people. Everyone's eyes were on Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama within the barrier. These two were once the patriarchs of the Senju clan and were also one of the founders of Konoha. How would they react after knowing this? Well, even though Senju Hashirama's vision had long transcended the boundaries of his own clan, he still couldn't help feeling a sense of inexplicable melancholy after hearing about the fate of the Senju clan. He looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He could never have imagined that the little monkey who followed them around would do such a thing. Senju Tobarama, on the other hand, glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen fiercely. "Monkey, you are fine. You are really capable." For the sake of his own reputation, Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, "I do this for the village. When those ninja clans become powerful, they will become difficult to control. For the stability of the village, this is something that must be done. Whether it's the Senju clan or the Uchiha clan, only by suppressing these powerful ninja clans can the village become better." Didn't the teacher do the same thing when he was here? Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's rebuttal, Senju Tobarama hadn't spoken yet, and Orochimaru sneered. "Since the suppression of the ninja clan is for the sake of the village, then I can't help but ask, why is it that during your reign, while other ninja clans were constantly suppressed, the Sarutobi clan grew stronger and stronger? Second-generation suppression of the ninja clan started with your own family. But how did your family become the village's rat when you suppressed the ninja clan?" Orochimaru said solemnly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Persecuting the ninja clan and oppressing the good, this is the third sin." Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen speechless, Orochimaru continued, "Robbery, embezzlement of assets, and joining forces with Shimura Danzo, Mitokado Hamura, and Udatain Koharu to take over the assets of other ninja clans for yourself. This is the fourth sin. Betraying your allies, breaking your promise, and watching the country of Whirlpool being destroyed, leaving Konoha helpless both inside and outside. This is the fifth sin." Senju Hashirama was stunned again. The Whirlpool country was destroyed? How come so many things happened after his death? Senju Tobarama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with some disappointment. How could he teach such a disciple? Stupid. So stupid. I want to learn his methods, but I don't have any brains. From what I have heard until now, all the measures taken are to weaken Konoha's own strength. If Orochimaru hadn't controlled his actions with impure world reincarnation, he really wanted to go over and slap Sarutobi Hiruzen a few times. What on earth is going on in this idiot's mind? How can you just watch the Whirlpool country, a staunch ally of Konoha that has been intermarrying with the Senju clan since the Sengoku period, being destroyed? Orochimaru ignored everyone's reaction and continued. After winning the Ninja World War, it's fine to be lenient and soft on other villages and not fight for the interests of Konoha. But it's obvious that we are the victorious country, yet we still have to compromise. Strike hard at home, but be submissive to the outside world. This is the sixth sin, outside the barrier. After hearing Orochimaru disclose the details of the negotiations, the ninjas of Konoha were completely devastated. They risked their lives on the battlefield, and countless families were torn apart. But the victory that was achieved with great difficulty was compromised so easily. It would be fine if they didn't hold the instigator of the incident accountable, but they even had to depend on the other party for compensation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that be ********D. What did he think of the sacrifice of our comrades? Damn it. No wonder the details of the negotiations were not released. It turns out that they compromised with other villages during the negotiations. We are the ones who won. How can a Hokage be so weak? Weak? Combined with the previous events, I seriously suspect that Sarutobi Hiruzen is an undercover sent by other villages to harm our Konoha. After several things promoted by Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen's image has completely collapsed. Everyone in Konoha present began to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen with unfriendly eyes. Orochimaru looked around, nodded in satisfaction, and continued speaking. In Nawaki had a strong vitality far beyond that of the average Senju. He was determined to become Hokage since he was a child, but he died on the battlefield of the Second Ninja World War. As Nawaki's teacher, I always kept Nawaki by my side, but Nawaki was trapped by the detonating talisman just by leaving me for a moment. And the enemy seemed to know that Nawaki's vitality was abnormally strong, so they directly hollowed out Nawaki's internal organs, and even Tsunade died before he could rescue him. By that time, Nawaki had already given up the Senju name, and his title was only Konoha's Genin. I thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure out who would go to so much trouble to kill Nawaki. Until the Senju clan disappears completely. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but yell, "You're talking nonsense!" Orochimaru snorted. If Nawaki's death was just a coincidence, what about Kato Dan's death? Both had their internal organs blown away, and both had Tsunade right beside them, but they were too late to rescue them. After these two events, Tsunade left the village, and Jiraiya chose to travel the ninja world. In fact, everyone knows it in their hearts. This is the seventh sin, Orochimaru said coldly. And when you were young, you lived a cowardly life as a shadow guard, and let the second generation sacrifice themselves to protect you. This is the eighth sin. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally gained some confidence and loudly retorted. At that time, I chose to stand out and cover the retreat. It was the second generation who took the initiative to sacrifice himself in order to protect the power of the new generation. This is the manifestation of the will of fire. Orochimaru snorted. No matter how you try to argue, as a guard of the Hokage, you chose to abandon the Hokage and escape alone. This is a sin. And Orochimaru waved his hand and said hoarsely, "Teacher, what is the will of fire you're talking about?" Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately said, "Where the leaves dance, the fire will continue to grow. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout." Orochimaru raised his arms and clapped. "You speak very fluently." What the previous paragraph means is that young people are the hope of Mirai, and the older generation should trust and protect them. The sacrifices of the older generation are not meaningless, but will inspire young people to become the pillars of Mirai. But how did you do it? Orochimaru changed the subject and pointed the finger at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sensei is the Hokage and has the second generation's purpose to lead by example, but he is hiding in the village in fear of death. No matter how urgent the war on the front line was, I never went to the battlefield to provide support even once. Young ninjas in the village have died one after another, but you and the older generation like Shimura Danzo, Udatain Koharu, and Midokado Hamura are staying in the village leisurely. Not only do you stay in the village, but your men and your tribesmen also stay in the village. Looking at the kages of other ninja villages, Reikage, Tsuchikage, Kazekage Mizukage, which one of them didn't fight their way to fame on the battlefield? But you? What have you done? According to the inheritance of the will of fire, you are the one who should take the initiative to sacrifice yourself to protect the village. Inconsistent words and deeds, cowardly and afraid of death. This is the ninth sin. The resounding question made the arena of tens of thousands of people fall into silence. It took a long time before anyone responded. What Orochimaru said does seem to make sense. I've never heard of a third Hokage going to war. As the Hokage's guard, he doesn't risk his life to protect the Hokage. As the Hokage, he always stays in the safest village, and yet he keeps preaching the will of fire every day. Now that I think about it, it's really ironic. I used to think that the third Hokage was the best Hokage in the world, but I didn't expect that he was just pretending. This is so disgusting. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a complete hypocrite, a villain who only knows how to point fingers at others from a moral high ground. All the ninjas of Konoha started to curse Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily. After knowing so many dark truths, the glorious image that Sarutobi Hiruzen had built in the past completely collapsed. As the saying goes, the higher you fly, the harder you fall. In the eyes of everyone in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been reduced from a tall and majestic Hokage to a rat that everyone wants to kill. After hearing so much negative information about Sarutobi Hiruzen, the ninjas from other villages couldn't help but feel a little more sympathy for the ninjas of Konoha. The Kage of the village that we fought so hard for turned out to be this kind of guy. I feel so sad for the people of Konoha. That's right. I used to envy the ninjas in Konoha for having such a good living environment, but now I just feel terrified. Ha ha! After all, no one wants to become the subject of human experiments in their own village. Listening to the mockery and insults from the crowd, the fourth Hokage, third Hokage, and the others all showed a look of contempt on their faces. Orochimaru was right. Which of these shadows didn't fight their way through the battlefield? But Sarutobi Hiruzen has always stayed in Konoha village and has never been to the battlefield. If it weren't for the strong foundation of the village, would a guy like Sarutobi Hiruzen be able to defeat them during the Ninja World War? As a result, this cowardly, incompetent villain, after winning 2 Ninja World Wars during his reign, actually began to brag shamelessly that he was the strongest Hokage. You are so strong. In fact, Inoki and his friends had long been unhappy with Sarutobi Hiruzen's boasting, but they were indeed defeated by Konoha and had no way to refute it. Now that the other party's true face has been exposed, they can finally vent their anger. Inside the barrier, Orochimaru looked at the reactions of the people below, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Teacher, look at how everyone looks now. They all wish you would die." Sarutobi Hiruzen was now seething with rage, his eyes filled with a cold gleam of hatred. He could never have imagined that the image he had worked so hard to maintain his entire life would completely collapse in such a short period of time. Especially the way the people of Konoha below looked at him. Even though he had seen many storms and waves, he couldn't help but start to panic. Death is not scary. What is scary is dying amid the abuse of the public. And according to the current situation, even if he died, he would most likely be dragged out and whipped by angry villagers from time to time. However, Orochimaru obviously had no intention of letting Sarutobi Hiruzen go. He was ordered by Uchiha Mirai to organize his teacher's closing ceremony properly and not to be careless. Thinking of this, Orochimaru suddenly clapped his hands. Then, the barrier surrounding him and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 4 purple flame array, was removed. Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen were thus exposed to everyone in Konoha. But the strange thing is that no one chose to step forward to save the village's Hokage. Well, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but sigh. Although what Sarutobi Hiruzen did was completely contrary to his ideas, he couldn't help but feel some sympathy when he saw that he was now abandoned by everyone. Senju Tobirama clenched his fists, wishing he could clean up the mess himself. Teaching such an apprentice is a stain on his life. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that everything was over. Orochimaru's removal of the barrier meant that he had lost his last fig leaf. When the barrier was in place, he could still comfort himself that it was because of the barrier that no one could save him. But now, everyone was looking at him coldly, and no one was willing to take action. Sarutobi Hiruzen clutched his chest in pain. He knew that from today on, he would be nailed to Konoha's pillar of shame forever. Hokage, Hokage, and the others also sighed. Put yourself in their shoes. If they were reduced to this state, it would be better for them to die and be done with it. No, it's too late even if I die. As a shadow who ended up like this, they would rather have never been born in this world. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were lifeless, and he looked like he had aged dozens of years in an instant. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes caught sight of a familiar figure. The other party was standing in the audience, looking at him with indifference. Uchiha Mirai, all of this is your conspiracy, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. You and Orochimaru colluded to do all this. Even though he had already lost, he would never let Uchiha Mirai have an easy time. Sarutobi Hiruzen's sudden attack shifted everyone's attention to Uchiha Mirai. Uchiha Mirai snorted in disdain. What did I do in collusion with Orochimaru? Did I ask him to tell the truth about what you did? Everyone came to their senses and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily. ****. Idiot. Don't slander Mirai-sama. Mirai-sama is a hero who saved the village. How could he be in league with Orochimaru? After Orochimaru made his move, Mirai-sama rushed over with his men immediately. Do you think everyone is as despicable as you? It's not enough that you've done so many things that harmed the village, and now you're going to slander Mirai-sama before you die. Everyone blamed Sarutobi Hiruzen and did not believe what he said at all. If the other party said these words at the beginning, it might confuse people. But if I say it now, there's no way anyone will believe it. After all, in everyone's mind, Uchiha Mirai is the hero who saved the village from the Ninja World War and took the lead in reforming the Konoha police force, allowing civilian ninjas to have the possibility of having a regular position. Given Lady Mirai's status and position, how could she possibly go along with Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen something incredible. Once upon a time, the Uchiha clan had always been a clan excluded by everyone, and he was the leader supported by everyone. But how come the situation is completely reversed now? He became the rat that everyone wanted to kill, while Uchiha Mirai became the object of everyone's admiration. Why the Uchiha clan? Orochimaru's eyes grew cold as he watched Sarutobi Hiruzen bite back at Uchiha Mirai. Although the opponent's counterattack did not have any effect, it still made him very angry. Mirai-kun is the one he will always be loyal to, and he will never allow anyone to insult Mirai-kun. Thinking of this, Orochimaru formed a seal with his hands. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama couldn't help but move their bodies. Sensei, don't you always call yourself the strongest Hokage of all time? I'll give you a chance today. If you can defeat any one of the first generation or the second generation, I will spare your life. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeply upon hearing Orochimaru's words. No one knew better than him how powerful the two previous Hokage were. But when you're out there in the world, you have to give yourself face. When he was claiming to be the strongest Hokage of all time, he never thought he would encounter such a situation. But Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't too worried. He also knew a lot about impure world reincarnation, which mainly involved fighting with tandem paper bombs, so the ninjas that came out of impure world reincarnation could fully unleash the power they had before they were born. Under such circumstances, he may have a chance of winning against the first generation and the second generation. Thoughts raced. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a deep voice. Orochimaru, today I will let you see the power of the strongest Hokage. Although my reputation has been ruined, it is good to be able to salvage some of it. Everyone present was a little surprised to see Sarutobi Hiruzen's confident look. In the decades since the second generation's death, Sarutobi Hiruzen has never fought publicly, so everyone is not really clear about his strength. Now, seeing the other party's appearance, everyone couldn't help but murmur in their hearts. Could it be that? Is Sarutobi Hiruzen's power really that strong? Inside the barrier, under Orochimaru's control, Senju Tobirama slowly walked to the opposite side of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Monkey, I didn't expect you to do so many things after my death. The strongest Hokage? How dare you brag? Right now, this body can only exert 60% of my strength. Let me see how strong you are. Senju Tobirama was completely disappointed with Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he deliberately explained it loudly to everyone. Today he is going to teach this unfilial disciple a lesson. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Senju Tobirama and felt a little uneasy. But now he was in a difficult situation, so he could only grit his teeth and say, "Second generation, I'm sorry." Fire style Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed seals with his hands, and a fire dragon rushed towards Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama calmly made a few seals. Water style Water Barrier. The water wall that appeared out of nowhere easily blocked the fire dragon. Senju Tobirama keeps his hands together. Water style Big Waterfall Waves. Seeing Senju Tobirama's move, Uchiha Mirai quickly formed seals with both hands, instantly creating 4 shadow clones that teleported to all directions. Ninjutsu 4 Red Yang Formation. A red transparent barrier instantly unfolded, surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and the others. The next second, Senju Tobarama completed the seal. The powerful water style instantly turned everything around into an ocean. The water depth in the 4 Red Yang Formation reached more than 10 meters in a very short period of time. Seeing this scene, cold sweat broke out on the faces of the onlookers. Fortunately, Uchiha Mirai acted in time. Otherwise, such a terrifying water style would probably have brought a great shock to them, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also stunned. He never imagined that Senju Tobarama could exert such powerful power in the state of impure world reincarnation. Senju Tobarama frowned somewhat dissatisfiedly. Is this body only capable of performing water style to this extent? Forget it. Senju Tobarama began to make seals with his hands. Since the power that can be exerted is limited, let's win by numbers. Water style Water Dragon Bomb Technique. Looking at the water dragon rushing up, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed a seal. Earth style Earth Flow Wall. A huge and thick earth wall rose out of nowhere and blocked the water dragon. Senju Tobarama snorted. Water style Water Severing Wave. The water column, like a high-pressure water gun, instantly shattered the earth wall created by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then, Senju Tobarama's hands began to move again. Water style Water Horn Technique. Water style Water Combo. Water style Water Whip. Water style Hard Vortex Water Blade. Water style Water Dragon Bite Explosion. He used various powerful water styles almost at will, and attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen without stopping. Since Senju Tobarama had improved most of his hand seals himself, each ninjutsu only required 2 or 3 hand seals to perform. With such a quick release of a ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no chance to fight back. Often, before he has even finished forming the seal, the opponent's attack has already arrived. In this situation, let alone getting close, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even have the time to stop and catch his breath, and could only keep fleeing in a panic. This scene made everyone watching the game outside stunned. Damn, he can actually perform such a powerful water style in this waterless environment. Is he a Hokage? I think he should be called Mizukage instead. Second generation is so handsome, he can use all kinds of powerful ninjutsu easily. He is worthy of being a Kage. What is Sarutobi Hiruzen doing? Is this the so-called strongest Hokage? Compared to the second generation, Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance is too poor. It's a one-sided defeat. Sarutobi Hiruzen has really become a jumping monkey. The Tsuchikage, Reikage, and the others looked solemn as they listened to the discussions of the ordinary ninjas. Can the ninja from Impure World Reincarnation actually exert such powerful strength? Then, this forbidden technique is too pervert. After a moment, Senju Tobarama took the initiative to stop his hands and said disdainfully, "Monkey, is all you can do is run away?" Sarutobi Hiruzen took the opportunity to bite his finger and summoned the monkey demon out. After transforming the ape demon into a golden hoop stick, he said breathlessly, "This is just a tactic." Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was still being stubborn, Senju Tobarama couldn't help but laugh out loud. Running away all the time is also called a tactic? Did he want to wait until his body, which possessed infinite chakra and was immortal, was exhausted? That's hilarious. However, Senju Tobarama was not going to indulge the other party, and instead remove the water created by water style. Ninjutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. After the 2 shadow clones appeared, they immediately began to run around nonstop, slapping the ground and tiles from time to time. Amid everyone's bewildered gazes, Senju Tobarama clapped his hands. Illusion, Dark Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen's vision was instantly taken away. In the darkness, he heard his former teacher slowly speak. "Monkey, next time you must show your strength as the strongest Hokage." Otherwise, it would be too boring. Sarutobi Hiruzen was lost in a world of darkness. He wanted to break the dark technique by disrupting the flow of chakra in his body, but it didn't work. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only hold the golden cudgel horizontally in front of him and take a defensive stance. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sharp pain in his back, and his whole body couldn't help but fall forward a few steps. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the golden cudgel and poked it based on his feeling, but hit the air. Then he felt another punch to his stomach. Flying Thunder God Slash. Bang, bang, bang. Muffled sounds continued to be heard, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's body was like a sandbag. In just a short while, he was beaten black and blue by Senju Tobarama. In the end, Senju Tobarama had stopped, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was still standing there with a pair of purple panda eyes, waving his golden cudgel. Ha! Sarutobi Hiruzen has lost his mind. The second generation has stopped fighting for a long time, but he is still fighting. Is he trying to compete with the air? A joke. A complete joke. Sarutobi Hiruzen is like a monkey in the hands of a street performer in the hands of the second generation. Is this the true level of the strongest Hokage? No wonder he doesn't dare to go to the battlefield. It turns out that the only title he can get is from boasting. Such a guy is full of lies from beginning to end. Ninja Shion? Ninja Bear. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen being teased by the second generation, everyone couldn't help but laugh. This battle gives people the feeling that the two ninjas are not from the same dimension at all. The gap in strength is too obvious. But the second Hokage is indeed too strong. Not to mention the powerful water style he can perform at will. Even the speed of his Flying Thunder God technique is no slower than the Yellow Flash. Yes, you should have heard what second generation just said. Impure World Reincarnation's body can only exert 60% of second generation's original power. As a disciple of the second generation, Sarutobi Hiruzen must be aware of the second generation strength. He dares to call himself the strongest Hokage. How shameless! Many ninjas were amazed by Senju Tobarama's performance. Even if he could only exert a little more than half of his original strength, Senju Tobarama would already be among the strongest ninjas in the ninja world. If a guy like this fights with all his strength, how many people can stop him? The faces of Anoki, AI, and Yuan all turn a little unhappy. Although they despise Sarutobi Hiruzen's character, he was still a Kaga-level warrior, and his strength was considered one of the strongest in the ninja world. But such a ninja was played around like a toy by Senju Tobarama under Impure World Reincarnation. Fortunately, Orochimaru is a traitor to Konoha. Otherwise, Konoha would have been troubled by the Impure World Reincarnation technique alone. Monkey, stop it. Suddenly, light returned to Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Looking at Senju Tobarama, standing in the distance, and the mocking eyes of the people below the stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat down on the ground. He was breathing heavily, clenching his teeth, and felt like crying. It's so embarrassing. He would rather die in torture in the dungeon than go through such humiliation as today. The image he had worked hard to maintain his entire life had completely collapsed. This would cause him 10,000 times more pain than killing him. He is obviously the Hokage. How could things have developed to this point? Teacher, is it almost time to rest? It's time to take action against the first generation. Orochimaru smiled evilly and clapped his hands. Senju Hashirama's body involuntarily walked to the front. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's aggrieved look, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but feel compassionate again. Monkey, I will hold back when we fight. I will only use the most common attacks. You try to get in front of me as much as possible. As long as you seal me up with the sealing technique, you will win this battle. Hearing Senju Hashirama's whisper, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already desperate enough to want to commit suicide, was stunned, and then a glimmer of hope surged in his heart. If he could defeat the first Hokage, who holds the title of God of Ninja, his reputation would be somewhat restored. As for the battle with Senju Tobarama, just now, Senju Tobarama used to be his teacher. It's normal that the apprentice can't beat the teacher, right? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen perked up again and danced the golden cudgel in his hand. In the battle just now, I respected my teacher, so I didn't use my true strength at all. But for the first generation, I'm going to be serious this time. Looking at the confident Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Mirai's face Jonin couldn't help but show a look of surprise. It's so exquisite that there is absolutely no flaw. If the ninja world held an event to select the best actor, he would definitely vote for Sarutobi Hiruzen. With such acting skills and such thick skin, it would be a shame if he didn't become an actor. Senju Hashirama was also very happy to see Sarutobi Hiruzen regain his fighting spirit and smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Monkey, get ready. I'm going to attack." Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted calmly, gripped the golden cudgel tightly, and rushed towards Senju Hashirama. He had to seal Senju Hashirama in the shortest possible time and win the battle beautifully. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen rushing towards him, Senju Hashirama also began to mobilize the chakra in his body. He clapped his hands and started with a basic attack. With style, the birth of the tree world. The surging chakra surged out, and the ground instantly became fragmented. Thick and dense vines of dead trees shot up into the sky, filling the entire barrier in just a moment. Senju Hashirama, I triple X. Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed out loud. Damn it, didn't we agree to fight with the most common attacks? What happened to the tree world that formed in an instant? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his fragile heart being hurt once again. Looking at the thick vines that kept entwining around from all directions, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only keep waving the golden hoop in his hand. But the trees made by Wood Style are too tough and grow frighteningly fast. In just a few seconds, Sarutobi Hiruzen was tied to the trunk of a thick tree and unable to move. Those vines continued to absorb the chakra in Sarutobi Hiruzen's body to strengthen themselves. In just a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen completely lost the strength to resist. Everyone in the audience was stunned. This time the battle ended much faster than the last time. They just saw Senju Hashirama clapping his hands, and the space within the barrier was instantly filled with Wood Style. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen was tied to a tree like a dead dog. Senju Hashirama scratched the back of his head in confusion. No, how did the battle end? He really just used a basic attack. Senju Hashirama never expected that he could instantly kill Sarutobi Hiruzen by just using the most basic power. If Sarutobi Hiruzen really only has this kind of power, then why was he so confident just now? You know, his birth in the flower and tree world with dragon technique, wooden golem jutsu, true several thousand hands, and the Buddha on the top. These haven't been used yet. Senju Tobarama couldn't help but snort. As a naive eldest brother, he always seems to be unable to understand the huge gap between him and other ninjas. Seeking fame and reputation, telling lies, this is the 10th sin. Orochimaru's voice rang out in everyone's ears, reading out all of Sarutobi Hiruzen's crimes. The people in the audience were brought back to reality by Orochimaru's voice, and finally recovered from the power displayed by Senju Hashirama. Too strong. Is this the strength of the god of ninja? As expected of a force that can calm troubled times, a bloodline limit of this magnitude can kill Kage-level warriors in seconds. It's simply terrifying. How did Sarutobi Hiruzen have the audacity to call himself the strongest in front of these two predecessors? Amid the doubts of the crowd, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes in despair. Controlled by Wood Style, he can't even commit suicide now and can only pretend to be dead. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Orochimaru controlled Senju Hashirama and began to act again. Orochimaru, what do you want to do? Senju Tobarama asked in a deep voice. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Of course I'll take this opportunity to destroy Konoha. This rotten system should not continue to exist. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama frowned at the same time. It didn't matter if Orochimaru wanted revenge on Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, but if he wanted to destroy Konoha, that would be a bit too much. Brother, Can you break free from the shackles of impure world reincarnation? Looking at Senju Tobarama's expectant eyes, Senju Hashirama shook his head. This technique has a strong control over the reincarnated person. I can only exert about half of my strength now. There is no way to break free by force. Hearing what Senju Hashirama said, Senju Tobarama became a little anxious. If they can't break free from impure world reincarnation, then with his and his elder brother's power, who in Konoha can stop them? Senju Hashirama's expression didn't change much. He just raised his head and laughed a few times. Tobarama, we are all dead. These things will be left to the younger generations who are still alive to worry about. Looking at the heartless Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama could only sigh helplessly. The ones in the center below seemed to be Raikage, Tsuchikage, and his group. Try to kill as many of them as possible when you take action later. Only in this way can we ensure to the greatest extent possible that Konoha will not be attacked by other ninja villages afterwards. However, just as Senju Tobarama had this thought, Onoki and his companions immediately retreated to a distant place. They were so happy about the civil strife in Konoha that how could they possibly stay there and wait to be swept in? Seeing their leader retreat, the rest of the village's ninjas quickly followed. In the blink of an eye, only Konoha's ninjas were left nearby. Damn it! Orochimaru, that despicable guy, why did he seek revenge on the village? That's right. It's all the fault of Sarutobi and Hiruzen. They have already received the punishment they deserved. We are victims too. We are doomed now. The first generation and the second generation are so powerful. Who can stop them if they join forces? Is Konoha going to be destroyed by its own Hokage? The Konoha shinobi, who had just witnessed the power of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, now had a look of despair on their faces. In front of them is a powerful ninja who has defeated all the families in the troubled times. What should Konoha do now? At this moment, someone suddenly shouted loudly, "You forgot that we have a strong man like Mirai-sama." Yeah, if it's Mirai-sama, it should be possible, right? Hey, aren't you guys too optimistic? No matter how strong Mirai-sama is, can he be stronger than the first generation and second generation? That's what style. Listening to the sad noises of the people around him, Namikaze Minato frowned and came to Uchiha Mirai's side. Mirai, I can fight the second generation. Although I can't say that I could defeat the opponent, but it should be no problem to hold him back. Uchiha Shursui also said in a deep voice, Lord Mirai, I can also help. And me. With us. Looking at Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Shursui, and the other ninjas, Uchiha Mirai simply shook his head. There's no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. You can take everyone away and leave this place to me. But with great power comes great responsibility. Hearing Uchiha Mirai's firm tone, everyone in Konoha, who had just recognized Sarutobi Hiruzen's true face, looked at him with admiration. They really wanted to pull Sarutobi Hiruzen over and make him open his eyes and see what the pattern was. Okay, you guys retreat quickly. Looking at everyone's expressions, Uchiha Mirai waved his hand. This kind of thing of brushing up his reputation is enough for him. After everyone left, Senju Hashirama shouted. The powerful wood style broke through the barrier in an instant. Senju Tobarama looked at Uchiha Mirai, who was standing alone in front of him, and couldn't help but sneered, Arrogant Uchiha brat. Do you think you can stop us by yourself? In response, Uchiha Mirai simply hooked his finger and said, Come here. Uchiha Mirai's contemptuous gesture made Senju Tobarama furious. After all these years, these Uchiha guys really haven't changed at all. Thinking of this, Senju Tobarama immediately formed seals with both hands. Water-style, water-severing wave. A high-pressure water column that could easily penetrate rock rushed towards Uchiha Mirai. Bang! A gray-white bone shield was placed in front of Uchiha Mirai, easily blocking Senju Tobarama's attack. This is Dead Bone Pulse. Senju Tobarama looked at Uchiha Mirai in shock. Isn't this the bloodline limit of the Kirigakure Yoruichi clan? Why does it appear on an Uchiha? Mixed race? Uchiha Mirai naturally had no idea what Senju Tobarama was thinking. He put down the bone shield and said calmly, "Second generation, don't bring out this level of water style to embarrass yourself." Senju Tobarama came back to his senses and snorted, "Water style, water dragon bite." Facing the roaring giant water dragon, a large amount of gold dust instantly gushed out of the gourd hanging around Uchiha Mirai's waist. Boom! The water dragon hit the gold sand with a loud roar. The scattered water droplets fell on Senju Tobarama's body. He opened his mouth in shock with a look of disbelief on his face. If the dead bone pulse just now meant that the opponent might have the blood of the Yaruchi clan, then what about the current magnet-style bloodline limit? Could it be that the other party has mixed blood since his ancestors? Senju Tobarama suppressed the unrealistic thoughts in his mind, and his expression became serious. Although I don't know how this Uchiha kid has so many bloodline limits, one thing is certain: the opponent's strength should never be underestimated. Thinking of this, Senju Tobarama quickly formed seals with both hands. Illusion, dark technique. Feeling the vague mental impact, Uchiha Mirai couldn't help but reveal an idiotic expression. Second generation, don't show your crappy illusion in front of Uchiha. Okay? Or, do you think I'm someone like Sarutobi Hiruzen? Uchiha Mirai said as his dark eyes instantly changed into the shape of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Senju Tobarama could not help but frown when he felt the terrifying pupil power. Do you actually have eyes like this? As expected, he is an Uchiha born evil. Senju Hashirama, who had been watching the fight from the side, couldn't help but be distracted at this moment. Uchiha Mirai's eyes reminded him of an old friend. Flying Thunder God Slash. Senju Tobarama growled, and a sharp Uzumaki water blade appeared in his hand. His figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Uchiha Mirai. Clang! A crisp sound was heard, and Uchiha Mirai blocked Senju Tobarama's attack with a bone knife in his hand. Quick reaction speed, but useless. Senju Tobarama's figure disappeared again and began to flash around. When fighting Sarutobi Hiruzen just now, he had the Flying Thunder God seal all over the area, and even the Mangekyo Sharingan couldn't see through his attack trajectory. What Senju Tobarama didn't expect was that in the face of his violent attack, Uchiha Mirai simply stood there and easily took all of his attacks. Too slow, Uchiha Mirai murmured, reaching out to grab at the empty space in front of him. Senju Tobarama was caught by the neck by Uchiha Mirai while moving at high speed and thrown to the ground. Bang! Uchiha Mirai reached out and threw out several bone spikes that pinned Senju Tobarama's body to the ground. The ability just now. Was it your Mangekyo Sharingan? Senju Tobarama asked in shock. However, Uchiha Mirai did not answer him. Instead, he created a few more bone spurs, engraved sealing spells on them, and then stabbed them into Senju Tobarama's head. I've been wanting to do this to you for a long time, you evil-born Senju Tobarama. After hearing what Uchiha Mirai said, Senju Tobarama didn't know what to say for a moment. This was the first time that his catchphrase was snatched away by the other party. The Konoha shinobi who had been watching this all showed surprise on their faces when they saw Senju Tobarama being easily defeated by Uchiha Mirai. So strong. The second generation who was able to defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen in all aspects was defeated so easily. That's amazing, as expected of Mirai-sama. There shouldn't be anyone stronger than Mirai-sama in the current ninja world, right? It's really reassuring that we have Mirai-sama protecting Konoha. The Konoha shinobi's discussion caused dissatisfaction among some ninjas from other ninja villages nearby. They snorted coldly and said with some gloating, "Hey, hey, hey, ninjas of Konoha, don't be too proud too soon. What's the point of defeating Senju Tobarama? There's still a ninja god waiting for you to deal with." Their words made the people of Konoha, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, feel nervous again. They all saw the powerful strength that Senju Hashirama had just displayed. Can Uchiha Mirai really defeat the ninja god who possesses the wood-style bloodline limit? Center of the arena. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Water style, water dragon bite. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Uchiha Mirai showed a surprised smile on his face. It wasn't because he was satisfied with the looted rewards, but because this incident proved, even when fighting the ninjas from Impure World Reincarnation, you can still trigger the looting bonus. In this way, it would be easy for him to obtain the Yangtuan chakra that he had always desired. Just bring out Senju Hashirama Impure World Reincarnation to spar once a day. By gathering the power of Yin and Yang, you can gain the power of everything. By then, his eyes will be able to evolve into a Rinnegan. While Uchiha Mirai was thinking, Senju Hashirama had already arrived in front of him. Youngster, the Uchiha family, you better be careful next time. I'm not as easy to deal with as Tobirama. For Konoha, please stop me. Hearing Senju Hashirama's reminder, Uchiha Mirai just smiled faintly. First generation, don't worry, I'm not that easy to deal with. Looking at the confident Uchiha Mirai, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and laughed a few times. Ha 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 ha, as expected of that guy's junior. So, Senju Hashirama clapped his hands. Wood-style tree world advent. In an instant, countless sturdy trees broke out of the ground, quickly forming a huge tree world that swallowed up Uchiha Mirai. The next second, a blood-red blade light flashed by. The tree world was shattered from the inside out. Then, a Susanoo statue, tens of meters tall, appeared in front of everyone. Susanoo raised the huge long sword and slashed at Senju Hashirama. Wood-style wood expulsion jutsu. A wooden shield shaped like a fanged ghost face was placed in front of Senju Hashirama, blocking Uchiha Mirai's attack. The next second, powerful chakra burst out from Senju Hashirama's body again. Wood-style laughing Buddha jutsu. Dozens of giant wooden hands appeared out of nowhere and firmly grasped Uchiha Mirai's Susanoo. Uchiha Mirai sighed inwardly at the trouble. This was in Konoha village, and he didn't want to use too much force. But Wood-style is a bit difficult. If you want to win quickly, you still have to use more force. The pupil power surged wildly again, and Susanoo, which was originally tens of meters tall, instantly grew into a complete Susanoo that was hundreds of meters tall. Looking at the gigantic demon elephant with wings on its back, everyone present was stunned. Although they had heard about Uchiha Mirai's deeds a long time ago, when they saw the complete form of Susanoo with their own eyes, they were still deeply shocked by the powerful visual impact. Even the wood-style bloodline limit performed by Senju Hashirama now pales in comparison to the perfect form of Susanoo. The same thought arose in the minds of everyone present. This is the power of God. Snap, snap, snap. Uchiha Mirai just thought about it, and all the wooden hands wrapped around Susanoo were easily torn off. The huge arena that could accommodate tens of thousands of people seemed overcrowded even in front of the complete Susanoo. Senju Hashirama couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise on his face when he saw the familiar scene before him. Having fought with Uchiha Madara as both an enemy and a friend for a lifetime, he was quite familiar with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Unexpectedly, the Uchiha clan could produce a strong man with divine power, and the other person still looks so young. Without giving Senju Hashirama a chance to think, Susanoo raised her leg and stepped down. Boom! The wooden shield made by wood expulsion jutsu was crushed to pieces. Senju Hashirama, who was unable to use powerful powers such as wooden golem jutsu, wood dragon technique, and true several thousand hands, could only flee in embarrassment in front of the perfect form of Susanoo. Senju Hashirama's body instinctively began to move backwards. Kamui. As Uchiha Mirai's eye power surged, Senju Hashirama's body inexplicably broke into two pieces. Uchiha Mirai removed Susanoo, and his whole body was wrapped in golden transparent chakra, and he came in front of Senju Hashirama in just a moment. Seal. Senju Hashirama's impure world reincarnation body, which had just recovered, was immediately unable to move. Seeing the battle was over, Orochimaru knew that his mission was accomplished, so he activated the body flicker technique and disappeared on the spot. Reanimation jutsu. is also unlocked. Senju Tobarama snorted coldly, closed his eyes, and said nothing. Senju Hashirama also looked at Uchiha Mirai with a look of relief. Your name is Mirai, right? Finally, a member of the Uchiha clan has appeared who is recognized by everyone. Your power is very strong, and you have saved the entire village. I must become the Hokage. I see the shadow of an old friend in you. Let's go on with him, along with his unfulfilled wish. In response, Uchiha Mirai smiled and said, First generation, we'll meet again soon. Under the puzzled gazes of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, the two disappeared. The people who were watching from a distance all came over at this moment. All the ninjas of Konoha looked excited. Mirai-sama is so strong that he defeated 2 previous Hokage so easily. Even the first generation with what style Kekkei Genkai is no match for him. The power of Mirai-sama is too terrifying. Today I finally saw Susanoo in her perfect form. To be able to use such power, Mirai-sama must be the reincarnation of a god. Compared to the excited Konoha shinobi, the expressions of Onoki, Ai, Yuanshi, and others were a little ugly. Uchiha Mirai possesses such strong power. So won't Konoha be the only dominant force in the ninja world in the future? They may have a hard time in the future. Looking at the crowd gathering around him, Uchiha Mirai raised his hand to signal. In an instant, the scene became silent. Uchiha Mirai pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still tied up. Today's disaster is all because of him. He conducted secret human experiments, persecuted the village's heroes, suppressed the ninja clan, abused his power for personal gain, betrayed his allies, was harsh at home but weak abroad, forced the village's strong men to leave, abandoned the Hokage, and lived in disgrace, was inconsistent in his words and deeds, was greedy for life and afraid of death, and lied to gain fame. After Uchiha Mirai summarized Sarutobi Hiruzen's crimes, he pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked loudly, Do you think such a guy is worthy of being our Hokage? The ninja of Konoha waved his fist and shouted Kaido. Unworthy, unworthy, unworthy. Uchiha Mirai and the others finished venting their anger and raised their index fingers. Call out. A mini-spiral shuriken the size of an eye appeared at the tip of Uchiha Mirai's finger. Go! Uchiha Mirai stretched out his hand and swung the mini raisin shuriken towards the Hokage rock in the distance. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage rock was completely obliterated. Seeing this scene, the Konoha ninjas applauded. AB asterisk 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 D, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, doesn't deserve to have his own Hokage rock. Uchiha Mirai shouted, Today, in my capacity as the captain of the Konoha police force, I remove Sarutobi Hiruzen from his position as Hokage. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Let him apologize for his companions who were killed. Listening to the indignant shouts of the crowd, Uchiha Mirai brought Sarutobi Hiruzen to the high platform of the arena. Sarutobi Hiruzen hung his head, put his hands behind his back, and said nothing. He never thought that one day he would fall to this point. Not only did he lose the dignity of Hokage, but he also became a rat that everyone wanted to kill. The most important thing is his Hokage rock was all erased. This means that everything he did during his reign will no longer be recognized by everyone. This kind of pain is 1,000 times, 10,000 times more painful than killing him directly. Uchiha Mirai came up behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, Third generation, don't you love to promote yourself? After you die, I will compile your deeds into the textbooks of the ninja school. No matter how long it has been, people will remember you. Sarutobi Hiruzen just felt dizzy. Uchiha Mirai, you have such a vicious heart. It is not enough to bring disgrace upon him. He must also be nailed to the pillar of shame in history forever. Sarutobi Hiruzen only hated himself for not choosing to commit suicide when he was imprisoned. Uchiha Mirai raised the bone knife in his hand high and smiled contemptuously. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. If you win, I don't think my end will be much better. Swish! The bone knife swung down quickly, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's head rolled off the platform and rolled several meters on the dusty ground. The headless corpse lay on the platform, blood all over the ground. Now that the thief is dead, our village will surely become stronger and stronger. From now on, I will be in charge of everything in the village temporarily. This is the end of the Chunin exam. Please go home. As Uchiha Mirai finished speaking, everyone in the arena began to walk outside. Everyone's face was filled with excitement and delight. Although this Chunin exam had a somewhat anticlimactic feel, no one had any regrets. After all, the duels between successive Hokage were much more exciting than the battles between Chunin, especially the perfect Susanoo used by Uchiha Mirai. Those who didn't see it with their own eyes will regret it for the rest of their lives. When the crowd dispersed, only a few people such as Uchiha Shursui and Hyuga Hayashi remained. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, Hyuga Hayashi's eyes were red. "Brother, I have avenged you." Uchiha Mirai gave them a few simple instructions and let them go. Eventually, Uchiha Mirai and the hooded Uchiha Fugaku were the only ones left in the huge arena. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku, who was standing there in a daze, Uchiha Mirai walked up and snorted, "Fugaku, can you see the reality now?" "No, it's impossible. How could this happen?" Uchiha Fugaku looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's head rolling on the ground, and he kept muttering to himself like a madman. The scene he foresaw for Mirai was not like this at all. The reality is already in front of you, but you're still unwilling to admit your mistakes. Take a close look at the person on the ground to whom you once wagged your tail like a dog and begged for mercy. Not only is he dead now, but he is also completely disgraced. And we, the Uchiha, will soon stand at the pinnacle of power and control all of Konoha. Hearing Uchiha Mirai's words, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen dies, Shimura Danzo dies, Mito Kato Hamura and Udatain Koharu also die. Under the leadership of Uchiha Mirai, the Uchiha clan not only did not bear the stigma of betraying the village, but also caused the Shimura clan, the Mito clan, and the Udatain clan to be completely exterminated. Those guys who had once been like a shadow over his head were all ruined and became the shame of Konoha. How did things turn out like this? Why does Uchiha Mirai have such powerful strength? Uchiha Fugaku couldn't figure out at all. The process by which the Uchiha clan defeated the Hokage clan seemed unexpectedly simple. Owner, just when Uchiha Fugaku was in a daze, a familiar voice brought him back to reality. Uchiha Fugaku looked up and immediately saw a beautiful woman in luxurious black clothes walking towards him. This is Mikoto. Seeing his wife, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but smile. But this smile was wiped out in an instant. If he heard correctly just now, Mikoto called Master? As if to verify his guess, Uchiha Mikoto walked behind Uchiha Mirai and draped the cloak in his hand over the other's shoulders. He said considerately, "Master, the weather is a bit cold. Don't catch a cold." Uchiha Mirai pinched Uchiha Mikoto's face, smiled, and nodded. Seeing the intimate actions of the two, and seeing Uchiha Mikoto addressing Uchiha Mirai, Uchiha Fugaku felt a pang of pain in his heart. "Mikoto, why do you want to do this? Did this be *******D force you to do this? As the wife of the clan leader, you should rather die than be humiliated. How can you call this be *************** D, Master?" After hearing what Uchiha Fugaku said, Uchiha Mikoto snorted. "Who told you that I was forced? I did all this voluntarily." Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but take a step back and said in disbelief, "Voluntary? Why do you degrade yourself like this? What will Itachi and Sasuke think of you? What will others think of them?" Uchiha Mikoto showed a rare look of anger on her face and gritted her teeth and said, "It was the master who saved Uchiha. I have never felt that being the master's maid is a debasement. On the contrary, I feel inferior and ashamed because I used to be your wife. And Itachi and Sasuke, they are proud that I can now serve my master closely and ashamed that your blood flows in my veins. They have already severed ties with you. A guy like you is not worthy of being their father. Uchiha Makoto's series of accusations caught Uchiha Fugaku off guard. It's fine if other people scold and blame him, but now even his wife and children are ashamed of him. This is the greatest shame for a man. Makoto, there's no need to say much to a guy like this. You just need to satisfy me. Yes, master. Uchiha Mirai picked up Uchiha Makoto and used the body flicker technique to disappear. Makoto's eyes, which seemed to be able to draw silk threads, let Uchiha Fugaku know clearly what the two were going to do next. But he couldn't do anything. The dirt on his body began to fall off, and the reanimation jutsu was untied. Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes in humiliation and shed 2 tears of regret. If he had taken the initiative to build a good relationship with Uchiha Mirai, would he have ended up like this? A breeze blew by, dispersing the traces left by impure world reincarnation. A few crows flapped their wings and flew into the sky. Ga, Ga, Ga. A little distracted by the crows outside the window, Tsunade drank the wine in front of him. It's strange. Why do I feel so uneasy today? Just when Tsunade was puzzled, the door was pushed open. The short-haired woman holding a pink pig knelt down opposite Tsunade. The woman frowned slightly. Tsunade-sama, why are you drinking in the middle of the day? Tsunade smiled carefreely. Shizun, what's going on? Shizun immediately poured out all his difficulties. We have already spent all the money we have left, and the casinos we owe money to are starting to ask for repayment. The casinos said they would give us 3 more days at most to prepare the room fees. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and looked at the pink pig in Shizun's arms with a dazed look. Your pig has already understood human nature. It should be able to fetch a lot of money if you sell it. The piglet was startled, and Shizun quickly hugged it tightly. Tsunade-sama, you are not allowed to pay attention to the piglet. Tsunade raised her head and laughed a few times. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. If you can't stay in this place anymore, just move to another place. Isn't that what we did before? Shizun said helplessly. But even if we leave the land of hot springs, there aren't many places we can go. You have owed a lot of foreign debts in various parts of the ninja world over the years. Go to Konoha. Tsunade interrupted Shizun's mumbling. Go to Konoha. Shizun muttered, then responded. Her eyes widened in shock. Huh? Tsunade-sama, are you telling the truth? Shizun knew a little bit about the reason why Tsunade left Konoha. For Lord Tsunade, that place is full of bad memories. Whenever Lord Tsunade mentioned Konoha in the past, he would sometimes reveal a hint of murderous intent. Master Jiraiya had once come to them and warned them that if they dared to do anything bad to Konoha, he would never let them go. But now, Lady Tsunade is going to return to the village on her own initiative? What is going on? Tsunade picked up the wine bottle on the table and drank it all, her eyes becoming sharper. I'm going to Konoha to pay tribute to the teacher. And by the way, take a look at what kind of person could let the teacher fall into such a fate. In the dense forest of leaves, Orochimaru slapped his hands on the ground. Reanimation jutsu. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama were summoning out again. The two looked at Orochimaru, somewhat confused. Orochimaru, what are you up to now? Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and smiled. Please be patient. The person who wants to see you will be here soon. The sun gradually moved higher. An array of sunlight penetrated the dense leaves, forming a column of light in front of Orochimaru, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobarama. The tiny dust of light Hashirama floated around and hit the face of a man in casual clothes with a gourd hanging around his waist. Seeing the man appear, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but shout out in surprise, Uchiha Mirai. Senju Tobarama instantly thought of what Sarutobi Hiruzen had said before. Uchiha Mirai and Orochimaru are bound together. As expected, the Uchiha is born evil. I will do it myself. Before Senju Tobarama could finish his words, Uchiha Mirai appeared in front of him. He raised his hand and cast a sealing spell to restrict his movements, then threw him heavily to the ground. Immediately afterwards, several gray-white bone spurs pierced Senju Tobarama's hands, legs and head, nailing him firmly to the ground. Flying Thunder God? I didn't even notice. Uchiha Mirai didn't give Senju Tobarama a chance. Instead, he nodded to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, the experimental base in the village will be yours from now on. Thank you very much, Mirai-kun. Listening to the conversation between the two, Senju Hashirama finally realized. Are you two in the same group? Uchiha Mirai said calmly. You are really a bit of a naive person. After hearing Uchiha Mirai's answer, Senju Hashirama did not ask Uchiha Mirai why he wanted to cooperate with Orochimaru, but just said in a deep voice, Mirai, can you let Tobarama go? No. Uchiha Mirai shook his head. I wanted to do this to him for a long time. After being rejected directly, Senju Hashirama's mood instantly became depressed. Looking at Senju Tobarama lying on the ground, he couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and said, I told you not to keep saying that catchphrase all the time. Now you're getting your comeuppance, right? Why don't you apologize now? Senju Tobarama snorted coldly and didn't bother to pay any attention to Senju Hashirama. He's been through so many things in his life that he would not take such humiliation seriously at all. But before Senju Tobarama could finish his thought, Uchiha Mirai casually created a throne made of gold dust. As he sat down, he placed one foot on Senju Tobarama's head. Hole. How dare you do this to me, little brat? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Before Senju Tobarama could finish his words, a pile of gold dust blocked his mouth. He wants to kill people at every turn, and he has such a bad temper. He is indeed a born evil Senju. Hearing Uchiha Mirai's muttering, Senju Tobarama became even more dissatisfied. Orochimaru was not surprised to see Senju Tobarama in such a miserable state. He was somewhat aware of the hostility this second-generation member had towards the Uchiha clan. It was fine before, but now you dare to say that in front of Mirai-kun? It's not surprising that this outcome happened. Mirai-kun, what is your purpose in having me release the first-generation and second-generation impure world reincarnation? Uchiha Mirai said calmly. Of course it's for the bloodline limit. You should know my abilities, right? Orochimaru was a little shocked. He didn't expect that Uchiha Mirai's ability was so perverted that he could even copy the bloodline limit of the ninja from impure world reincarnation. He nodded immediately and said, Mirai-kun, I know that your eyes can copy bloodline limits, but it's okay to summon the first-generation eyes. But what's the purpose of summoning the second-generation eyes? Senju Tobarama doesn't have any bloodline limit. Uchiha Mirai moved his feet. For this. This answer immediately caused strong dissatisfaction from Senju Tobarama. Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh and said, Mirai-kun really is still a child at heart. The information revealed in the conversation between the two also made Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama understand why Uchiha Mirai possessed so many bloodline limits. Turns out to be the ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now that you know my purpose, then let's get started quickly. Uchiha Mirai turned his gaze towards Senju Hashirama. Although he had just attacked Senju Tobarama, as long as the two of them still wanted to continue the confrontation, the daily battle reward would not be triggered. Now he can't wait to obtain the power of Yongdun. Feeling Uchiha Mirai's gaze, Senju Hashirama rubbed his hands excitedly. Fighting Uchiha Mirai reminded him of his battle with Uchiha Madara. It is also a very good thing for him to be able to learn from such a person. As for Uchiha Mirai's abilities, he doesn't want to deal with all that mess. When Shunin was taking the exam, so many people supported each other. With style has nothing to worry about for someone like him to get it. With style. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Constitution +1. Uchiha Mirai was not surprised at all when he heard the system's prompt. He hadn't originally expected to be able to ship all the goods at once, so he couldn't be disappointed now. Orochimaru asked curiously, Mirai-kun, did you get the power you wanted? Uchiha Mirai shook his head. Orochimaru showed a look of pity. It seems that the perverted Mangekyo Sharingan ability cannot be triggered 100%. Uchiha Mirai kicked Senju Tobarama on the ground in annoyance. "It's all your fault. The born evil Senju Tobarama." Senju Tobarama was speechless. Can this be blamed on him? Senju Hashirama also showed a helpless expression. He had always felt somewhat guilty towards the Uchiha clan, so he wasn't too angry when he saw what was happening to his brother. They're all dead anyway, so it doesn't matter if the living let them vent. Orochimaru asked, "Mirai-kun, do you want to remove the reanimation jutsu first?" Uchiha Mirai shook her head. "No need. Otherwise, we would need to prepare new sacrifices every time we summon them again." He also didn't know when he would be able to get the reward he wanted, so it was better to let Senju Hashirama remain in the state of impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru nodded without saying anything else. Under his control, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama couldn't do anything out of the ordinary. Seeing that the other party had no intention of releasing the reanimation jutsu, Senju Hashirama simply sat cross-legged on the ground. He looked at Uchiha Mirai and whispered, "Mirai, can you tell me what happened after I died?" The incident of Sarutobi Hiruzen touched him deeply, and he couldn't help but think of what Uchiha Madara once said to him. He really wanted to know what happened after his death. Was it true that the system he founded had such major flaws? Uchiha Mirai heard this and sat back on the gold dust throne. He held his chin with one hand and snorted. "First generation, the system you created has brought nothing but trouble to future generations." "The system I created has brought nothing but trouble to future generations." After hearing what Uchiha Mirai said, Senju Hashirama was a little confused. Although judging from the story of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the ninja village system he established may indeed have flaws, but it shouldn't be to the extent that it will bring nothing but trouble to future generations, right? Senju Hashirama said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Mirai, can you tell me in detail?" Seeing Senju Hashirama's incredulous expression, Uchiha Mirai said calmly, "Tell me about your original intention of establishing the ninja village system." Hearing this, Senju Hashirama showed a look of reminiscence on his face. After a long while, he slowly spoke. "I was born in the Sengoku period, when ninjas were based in clans and fought on their own. In that chaotic era, in order to ensure the completion of the mission, the various families fought against each other. Many times, even children as young as 10 years old have to fight the enemy. Several of my brothers died in revenge killings, and only Tobarama survived." Senju Hashirama sighed and said, "I realized long ago that in this environment hatred will continue and the fighting will never stop. I am determined to change all that. Then I met Uchimadara. Madara and I have the same idea. We both want to end this endless chaos, so our common goal makes us close friends." At this point, Senju Hashirama showed an uncontrollable smile on his face, and then continued, "Later, Madara and I grew up, used our strength to flatten the troubled times, and established the first ninja village, Konohagakure. After Konoha was established, other countries followed suit. The Wagakure, Sunagakure, Kurigakure Cloud, Shinobi Village. Thanks to my efforts, the various ninja villages signed a peace treaty. Just as I expected, the various families gave up their hatred for each other and ushered in true peace. Until my death, there was no war again." Senju Hashirama looked a little regretful. It's a pity that Madara later had the wrong idea and wanted to destroy Konoha with his own hands. After saying that, Senju Hashirama raised his head and said, "Mirai, this is my original intention. Can you comment on it now?" Uchiha Mirai said calmly, "You just said that after you established the ninja village, the ninja world has ushered in true peace." Senju Hashirama nodded proudly. "That's right." "Ridiculous." Uchiha Mirai snorted. "You'd better listen to what happened after you died. Not long after the news of your death spread, the first Ninja World War broke out. Up to now, there have been 3 Ninja World Wars in the ninja world, during which various ninja villages attacked each other, resulting in countless casualties. The interval between each Ninja World War is only a dozen years. Almost every time a new generation of ninjas grows up, a Ninja World War will break out." Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Mirai in surprise. 3 ninja world wars? How was that possible? In order to maintain the balance of power among the villages, I even divided the 9-tailed beasts equally to ensure fairness. Hearing this, Uchiha Mirai said calmly, "This is why Uchiha Madara broke up with you. He saw everything earlier than you did. The so-called peace in a ninja world is only based on your power that is strong enough to suppress everything. No one can be truly fair. The fertile land of Konoha makes other villages in barren lands excited. Your measures to balance the power of each village just gave them the courage to start a war. So after your death, the other villages that were eyeing Konoha immediately launched a war. The hatred between families has turned into hatred between villages and countries. Warfare has not only not been eliminated, but has grown to a scale that was unimaginable during the Sengoku period. Senju Tobarama also died because of this. Your idea of protecting children from the battlefield has not been realized. Children as young as 5 or 6 still have to fight the enemy with kunai. Besides, since the war is no longer based on families, it is difficult for those children to be protected. Most of them can only become cannon fodder on the battlefield. Senju Hashirama turned to look at Senju Tobarama, who just nodded silently. After confirming that everything was true, Senju Hashirama opened his mouth in disbelief. He originally thought that he had considered everything, but he never expected that such a thing would happen in the ninja world after his death. Seeing Senju Hashirama remain silent, Uchiha Mirai continued to speak. Let's talk about the problems within the village. The various families don't really have a current hatred. They are still hostile to the Uchiha clan. After your death, Senju Tobarama became second Hokage via Jonin vote. Under his leadership, the village took a series of measures against the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan became an isolated clan ostracized by the entire village. At the same time, in order to gain even greater power, the village began conducting secret human experiments. Before his death, Senju Tobarama directly designated Sarutobi Hiruzen as the third Hokage. Uchiha Mirai raised an eyebrow. With only 2 Hokage terms, the seemingly fair Jonin voting system you created is meaningless. As for what happened after Sarutobi Hiruzen came to power, you should already know that various scandals have occurred one after another. Uchiha Mirai pointed at Senju Hashirama and said coldly, "Whether you look at the entire ninja world or the village, the measures you have taken have brought trouble." Uchiha Mirai's words reminded Senju Hashirama of his conversation with Uchiha Madara. That year, Madara also told him a lot. The only difference is that everything Uchiha Mirai said actually happened. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Mirai with a heavy face. "Mirai, can you tell me what you think? As for how to bring peace to the ninja world, you should have your own ideas, right?" Uchiha Mirai smiled and said, "It's very simple. I will rule the entire ninja world. As long as we unify the ninja world and build a unified empire, with the same writing system, the same gauge, the same weights and measures, and the same ethics, relying on absolute force, unify cognition spiritually. Only then will the ninja world see true peace." After hearing Uchiha Mirai's story, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama both widened their eyes in shock. The same writing system, the same will gauge, the same weights and measures, the same ethics. Even old guys like them who had experienced life and death couldn't help but get excited after hearing Uchiha Mirai's description. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama looked at each other and understood the thoughts in each other's eyes. The little kid in front of them, named Uchiha Mirai, seems to have abilities far beyond theirs. Uchiha Mirai chuckled at the two people's surprised looks. "Ow, but is there anything you want to say?" Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama finally came to their senses. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Mirai and was filled with emotion. With just a few simple words, the other party described an indescribable, prosperous era in his mind. For the first time, Senju Hashirama felt that his vision seemed a little too narrow compared to the Uchiha Mirai in front of him. But he still couldn't help but ask, "Mirai, are you planning to unify the entire ninja world?" Uchiha Mirai nodded. "Not bad. Senju Hashirama thought about it and said with some concern, "When I established the ninja village system, I didn't know how many people I killed to achieve my goal. Now you want to unify the entire ninja world. Won't you have to kill more people?" As someone who has experienced it personally, Senju Hashirama naturally knows how much opposition there will be when one tries to break a system from an old era. In response, Uchiha Mirai lowered his eyelids and said calmly, "Anyway, the number of deaths will not be more than the previous 3 ninja world wars." Hearing this, Senju Hashirama fell silent. As an idealist, he was somewhat devastated by the cruelty of reality. After wasting my whole life working hard to achieve this goal, I ended up with this outcome. An unprecedented feeling of frustration spread in Senju Hashirama's heart. If he had been willing to communicate more with Madara, well, Senju Hashirama lowered his head and sighed, while Senju Tobarama continued to struggle on the ground, making sounds. Uchiha Mirai removed the gold dust that was blocking the other person's mouth and asked, "What do you want to say?" Senju Tobarama snorted, "These things you're talking about now are nothing more than Kyoka Sujetsu. Even if you have the ability to realize your ambitions, how can you ensure that such a system can continue? How can you guarantee that those who come to power in the future will not start a larger-scale war according to their own ideas? How can we ensure that they can have the same power as you to suppress the ninja world?" Konoha is a living example. Once someone like Sarutobi Hiruzen comes to power, what good is the system? Senju Tobarama has always had a quick mind. After the initial shock, he had already seen the flaws in Uchiha Mirai's ideas. Uchiha Mirai quietly waited for Senju Tobarama to stop talking, then said calmly, "Are you done?" Senju Tobarama snorted in dissatisfaction. Even when facing Uchiha Madara back then, he was not as annoying as this little brat in front of him. "Since you ask sincerely, I will be merciful and tell you," Uchiha Mirai said slowly. "Just like Senju Hashirama back then, as long as I have the power to crush everything, my goal can become a reality. A unified country will be established, and I will become the only emperor in the ninja world, ruling over everything. As for the case of Sarutobi Hiruzen that you're worried about," Uchiha Mirai chuckled and said, "I will be the only emperor in the ninja world. I am eternity. I'll be sitting on the throne, looking down on everything. The sunlight shines on the gold dust throne beneath Uchiha Mirai, and the golden light makes his slightly lazy look a little hazy." Uchiha Mirai's few casual words silenced Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama again. They seemed to suddenly become enlightened. Yes, if they could live forever, then all their worries would no longer be a problem. "But," Senju Tobarama said solemnly, "can you achieve immortality? Even if you can live forever, can you guarantee that you will always be the strongest in the endless years?" Uchiha Mirai pointed at his eyes. The weird and complicated patterns exuded a terrifying aura. "My eyes can help me achieve everything." Uchiha Mirai finished speaking and added in his mind, "Those of you who have not experienced Deep Blue will never understand where my limits are." Having said that, Uchiha Mirai no longer had the mood to continue chatting. He stood up and left. "You can walk around the village before lifting the impure world reincarnation. Remember to use the transformation technique, and don't cause me any trouble." Senju Tobarama was about to say something when a strange song came into his ears. Remembering those days, my tears never dry. The Heroes' Cemetery in Konoha Village. As soon as you walk through the gate, you can see 4 lifelike statues. The statue in the middle is a thin old man. Next to him was a ninja who was wrapped in bandages and looked a little hideous. On their left and right sides are a short and fat old woman and a thin old man wearing glasses. The 4 of them knelt on the ground, facing the tombstones in the cemetery. Next to each statue is a stone tablet with densely engraved words on it. The words 10 deadly sins are particularly clear on the stone tablet in front of the statue in the center. A woman wearing a tea-green gown with a conspicuous word gamble embroidered on the back walked in front of the statue. The woman had blonde hair tied in 2 low ponytails. The heavy weight bounced up and down involuntarily when he walked. Bending down, she moved the rotten eggs and vegetable leaves in front of the statue aside, and then she stared at the statue, silently for a long time. After a while, a burly white-haired man also walked into the cemetery. After seeing the woman, the man was a little surprised. "Tsunade, you're back?" Tsunade raised her eyelids. "Pay tribute to the teacher." Jiraiya also noticed the words on the stone tablet at this time. He clenched his fists and chakra began to gather. At this moment, a joking voice sounded. "Don't destroy it if you don't want to become the target of everyone's curse in the village." Seeing the person coming, Jiraiya gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words from his mouth. "Big Snake, Maru, how dare you show up here?" Orochimaru smiled and licked his cheeks with his tongue and said in a hoarse voice, "Jiraiya, haven't you always wanted to bring me back to Konoha? Now I'm back." Tsunade and Jiraiya were both stunned. "What do you mean?" Orochimaru pointed to the statue of Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Mirai-kun has forgiven my sins for removing such a great scourge from the village. Of course, I can't appear in public." Jiraiya sneered. "No matter who is in power, the village is still the same." He turned and walked outside. Although he had imagined the scene of meeting Orochimaru and Tsunade and reminiscing about the past countless times, for some reason, he suddenly lost interest. He is going to pursue the Child of Prophecy. Only the Child of Prophecy can change this corrupt ninja world. After Jiraiya left, Orochimaru looked at Tsunade. "You're not leaving?" Tsunade snorted. "I'm the princess of the Senju clan. Konoha is my home. Why should I leave? Speaking of which, Orochimaru, could you introduce me to Uchiha Mirai?" Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Super strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Chakra, +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully looting the reward. Senju Sage Body. When Orochimaru led Tsunade to find Uchiha Mirai was fighting with Senju Hashirama in physical skills. Neither of them used any ninjutsu or bloodline limit. They just relied on the simplest physical skills of punching and kicking. Senju Tobirama stood aside with his arms folded, humming an unknown tune. Bang! With a loud bang, Senju Hashirama's body was shattered by Uchiha Mirai's punch. "Mirai, you are truly amazing. Your current power is simply terrifying." Senju Hashirama's body automatically recovered, and he couldn't help but praise it. These days of sparring made him realize one thing deeply. Uchiha Mirai is the genius the ninja world has never seen. With such a powerful force, the opponent's goal will surely become a reality. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Constitution +1. Uchiha Mirai's expression did not change as he listened to the system's prompts. Although he did not get the reward he wanted most, he also gained a lot of benefits from Senju Hashirama these days. Not to mention the super strength and the like. What satisfied him most was the Senju Sage Body. He once looted the Uzumaki Sage Body from Uzumaki Kushina, and now he has the Senju Sage Body. Add to that Yugo's natural affinity and the Uruchi clan's deadbone pulse. Uchiha Mirai felt that her body was only one step away from the perfect sage body. "Mirai-kun, I hope I'm not disturbing you." Orochimaru's husky voice sounded, bringing Uchiha Mirai's thoughts back to reality. Looking up, Uchiha Mirai set his sights on the blonde woman next to Orochimaru. The abundant fruits, like an autumn harvest, hang on the slender branches, constantly exuding their unique charm. Looking up, the exposed skin is whiter than snow. The slender swan-like neck extends upward from the collarbone. Pink sakura lips, a straight nose, and a pair of eyes full of anger. "Huh? Why are you angry?" Just as Uchiha Mirai was puzzled, Tsunade gritted her teeth and said, "Where are you looking at, you be asterisk 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 D-brat." Uchiha Mirai curled her lips and said, "Tisk, forget about not letting me watch it." After saying that, he lowered his eyes and fixed his gaze on the slender Achilles tendon and the pink and rosy toes. Anything would just make him happy. Uchiha Mirai is not picky because he has an eye for discovering beauty. Tsunade noticed that Uchiha Mirai had his eyes on his feet, and his expression became a little strange. Obviously, the other party had already set his eyes on a relatively normal place, but for some reason, she always felt like she was being taken advantage of. Orochimaru took the opportunity to introduce them. Mirai, this is Princess Tsunade, my former teammate. Uchiha Mirai had already guessed Tsunade's identity, so he just nodded calmly. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, who were standing next to him, opened their mouths in surprise. Tsunade, you're Tsunade. After hearing what they said, Tsunade looked at them carefully, and then said in surprise, Grandpa, second Grandpa. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama walked up with a smile and patted Tsunade on the head. Little Tsunade, I didn't expect you to have grown so big. Hearing that hearty laughter, Tsunade couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. Grandpa, the Senju clan and Nawaki, they all. Senju Hashirama sighed. Tsunade, everything is over. It will be fine in the future. The usually aloof Senju Tobarama couldn't help but say, It's my fault. The measures I took against the Senju clan were a bit too radical. Tsunade shook her head and took the initiative to change the subject. Grandpa, second Grandpa, why are you here? Senju Tobarama snorted coldly. It's all because of this evil, this Uchiha brat. Senju Hashirama continued. Mirai's Mangekyo Sharingan ability is somewhat special. We are helping him gain greater power. She also knew something about Uchiha Mirai's abilities. There have been rumors that the other party can even copy bloodline limits. So after hearing what Senju Hashirama said, Tsunade immediately understood. Uchiha Mirai definitely wants to get the power of Wood style. But even so, this method should not be chosen. Tsunade said coldly, Uchiha Mirai, how can you disturb the dead like this? Before Uchiha Mirai could answer, Senju Hashirama took the initiative and said, Tsunade, I did all this on my own accord. Mirai saved Konoha from Sarutobi Hiruzen. You can't be disrespectful. Tsunade glared at Uchiha Mirai in dissatisfaction. Is there any need to be polite to this pervert who stares at my breasts at first sight? Looking at Tsunade's provocative eyes, Uchiha Mirai raised the corner of his mouth. Have personality. That's what makes it interesting. Tsunade, tell me about your life over the years. Senju Hashirama sat cross-legged. These days, he has figured out Uchiha Mirai's abilities. It is enough to fight only one battle every day, and they can do as they please with the rest of the time. Tsunade was his favorite granddaughter, and he really wanted to know what she had gone through after his death. As Senju Hashirama expected, Tsunade told him the good things about her experiences over the years, especially when he traveled to various countries, but always lost every time he gambled. His nickname, Big Fat Sheep, spread to all the casinos in the ninja world. After hearing this, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but burst out laughing. As expected of my granddaughter, she is exactly like me in this respect. Tsunade felt a little helpless, not knowing what there was to be proud of about this kind of thing. Seeing the three people having fun, Uchiha Mirai and Orochimaru left silently. They all knew Tsunade's experience very well, so they all tacitly agreed not to break the warm atmosphere. Mirai-kun, I might be very busy recently, so if you have anything, please come to me. Now all of Konoha's advanced experimental equipment and precious experimental materials are under his jurisdiction, and Orochimaru is busy every day. He had many ideas in his mind that he couldn't wait to start researching. Uchiha Mirai smiled and nodded in agreement, and asked curiously, Orochimaru, are you satisfied with the experimental equipment in the village? Do you want me to buy a batch of more advanced equipment? Orochimaru smiled. Mirai-kun, that's enough. I've never had such abundant resources in my life. Uchiha Mirai nodded. Just tell me if you need anything. Yes. After parting with Orochimaru, Uchiha Mirai headed towards the Hokage building. From a distance, I saw a woman in nun's clothes waiting downstairs. Seeing Uchiha Mirai approaching, the woman's face showed a hint of excitement. Mirai-sama. Dean Nono. Uchiha Mirai raised an eyebrow. Why are you here? Yakushi Nono immediately said, Mirai-sama, can I ask you for a favor? Uchiha Mirai looked at the sky and nodded in agreement. It's time for dinner now. Let's talk while we eat. Yes. Watching Uchiha Mirai walking forward, Yakushi Nono adjusted his glasses and quickly followed. Inside the izakaya, Uchiha Mirai took a bite of the yakitori and said calmly, Director Nono, how is the orphanage? I've been a bit busy lately, so I haven't had time to watch it. Upon hearing this, Yakushi Nono immediately said, Mirai-sama, thanks to you, the situation at the orphanage is much better now than before. Many children have successfully found jobs and integrated into Konoha. All this is thanks to you. You are in charge of the entire village now, and you must have to deal with a lot of things every day, so you don't have to apologize for anything about the orphanage. The orphanage was originally under the oppression of Shimura Danzo, and they lived a precarious life every day. Shimura Danzo only trained the children in the orphanage as reserve forces for the route, and treated the children who had no ninja talent as materials that could be consumed at will. If it weren't for Mirai-sama's intervention to eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, the orphanage would have been in an unpredictable state. Thinking of this, Yakushi Nono raised the wine glass in front of him and said sincerely, Mirai-sama, I toast you a glass. Yakushi Nono drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. After drinking a glass of wine, Yakushi Nono's cheeks flushed, and there was a hint of confusion in his eyes when he looked at Uchiha Mirai. Mirai-sama seems to have become a lot more handsome. Yakushi Nono felt that it was a little unreal. She had never thought that one day she would be able to have dinner with such a hero. She kept reminding herself of the disparity in their status, but she still couldn't help wanting to interact with the person in front of her. Uchiha Mirai refilled Yakushi Nono's glass and took the initiative to speak. Director Nono, since there is no trouble at the orphanage, what is the reason for you to come to me this time? Hearing this, Yakushi Nono felt inexplicably lost. She picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then said softly, I came here to help Kabuto find a place where he can learn ninjutsu. Last time you said Kabuto was talented. That kid has always dreamed of becoming a ninja. Uchiha Mirai touched his chin, looking a little embarrassed. Well, Yakushi Nono immediately became nervous. Mirai-sama, is there any difficulty? Uchiha Mirai shook his head. It's not a difficult problem. The laboratory in Konoha is being rebuilt, and I was thinking about putting Kabuto in the laboratory and training him as a researcher. Yakushi Nono's mouth gradually opened wider, and his eyes were filled with joy. Mirai-sama, are you telling the truth? Uchiha Mirai nodded. Of course, I just don't know if Kabuto would agree. Yakushi Nono said excitedly. Please rest assured, that kid will definitely agree. Being a laboratory researcher is countless times better than being a ninja. Not to mention the generous treatment, just the fact that you don't have to go to the battlefield and can go to and from get off work in the safest environment every day is something that countless people desire. So after hearing Uchiha Mirai's plan, Yakushi Nono agreed on behalf of Yakushi Kabuto without thinking twice. Mirai-sama, I'll toast you again. You are really a good person. Uchiha Mirai smiled and said, President Nono has come to ask me personally, so of course I have to do my best. Hearing this, Yakushi Nono's heart started pounding. Come to think of it, it seemed like Mirai-sama was a little too nice to her. Obviously, the identities of the two people are so different. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. They ate until late at night before Uchiha Mirai and Yakushi Nono came out of the izakaya. Looking at the sparsely populated streets, Uchiha Mirai supported the slightly shaking Yakushi Nono. Nono, it's too late now, and you've been drinking. Let me take you home. Feeling the warm palm on his waist, Yakushi Nono nodded obediently. At the door of the orphanage, the warmth from Yakushi Nono's waist left her, and she couldn't help but shiver. It's too cold, go back quickly. Looking at Uchiha Mirai, Yakushi Nono, who had devoted all his attention to the orphanage since childhood, felt a strange feeling in his heart for the first time. She felt like a moth in the cold wind, wanting to throw herself into the burning flame in front of her without hesitation. Under the influence of alcohol, Yakushi Nono suddenly hugged Uchiha Mirai. "Mirai-sama, can you please not leave tonight?" Listening to Yakushi Nono's whispers in his arms, Uchiha Mirai's lips curled up into an arc. The moon is like a hook and the night is like ink. The Oriole, with its clear and melodious voice, showed off her moving, singing voice for the first time. The next morning, under the watchful eyes of Yakushi Nono, Uchiha Mirai took Yakushi Kabuto away from the orphanage. Feeling Yakushi Nono's reluctance, Yakushi Kabuto turned around and waved. "Dean, I will definitely come back to see you often. Don't worry." Yakushi Nono's expression did not change. He still stared at the backs of the two people in a daze. "Strange. What happened to the dean today?" Yakushi Kabuto was a little confused. The two soon arrived deep in the dense forest inside the village. "Orochimaru, I leave this child in your care. He is very talented in research and will be your right-hand man in the future." This was something he had promised Orochimaru a long time ago, that he would arrange some assistance for the other party. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow in surprise at Uchiha Mirai's comment. To receive such an evaluation from Mirai-kun, it seems that this child is quite extraordinary. Yakushi Kabuto had already gone dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out why Orochimaru appeared here. Uchiha Mirai touched Yakushi Kabuto's head and said, "From now on, you will be Orochimaru's assistant. Try to realize your own value and don't let me down." Yakushi Kabuto nodded dumbly and said softly, "I understand, Mirai-sama." A feeling of being needed arose in his heart, and Yakushi Kabuto felt that life was getting better and better. Not only did he have a name, he now also had his own identity. This feeling of fulfillment is so great. "Okay, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After saying goodbye to Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto, Uchiha Mirai came to where Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were. When Senju Hashirama saw Uchiha Mirai, he laughed and said, "Mirai, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Uchiha Mirai clenched his fist. Then fight. He really couldn't believe that with his efforts, the goods wouldn't be shipped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Chakra, +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Constitution, +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Whetbone Forest Immortal Art. Half a month passed in a flash, and Uchiha Mirai would have a sparring match with Senju Hashirama every day. In the past half-month, Uchiha Mirai has plundered a lot of benefits from Senju Hashirama. The biggest gain among them was the Whetbone Forest magic. Originally, Uchiha Mirai thought that the fairy arts of the Whetbone Forest, Mount Mayaboku, and Ryuchi Cave should be similar. However, after inheriting the magic from the Whetbone Forest, Uchiha Mirai discovered that the three magics were actually different. Among them, the Ryuchi Cave's magic is the most radical, and the impact on the body when using the Ryuchi Cave's magic is the greatest. Yakushi Kabuto. He almost transformed himself into a snake state before he could freely use the magic of Ryuchi Cave. Mount Mayaboku's Senjutsu is relatively mediocre, and it enters Sage mode through the Senjutsu chakra stored in advance. Although the lasting power is a bit poor, it will not cause any major impact on the body. Even if there is a slight deformation, it can be restored to its original state after exiting Sage mode. The characteristic of Shirgulin's magic is that he can absorb and create magic chakra while maintaining Sage mode. Although it is impossible to produce and store Senjutsu chakra in advance like Mount Mayaboku, as long as there is enough natural energy and the speed of producing Senjutsu chakra is fast enough, Sage mode can be maintained. The impact on the human body is also minimal. The huge scroll that Senju Hashirama always carries on his back not only seals the ninja tools used in battle, but also seals the rich natural energy. Plus, Senju Hashirama's sage body is very perverted, so he can almost always maintain his sage mode until his natural energy runs out. To sum up, the most suitable one for Uchiha Mirai is the fairy art inheritance of the wet-bone forest. Possessing the Senju sage body, Uzumaki sage body, and a nature affinity physique, he can absorb natural energy to create senjutsu chakra with almost no hindrance. In other words, as long as there is enough natural energy around him, he can maintain sage mode. Sage mode. Uchiha Mirai's mind moved, and the natural energy around him began to flow into his body frantically. Combining the chakra and mental power in Uchiha's body, a large amount of senjutsu chakra was quickly formed. I don't know if it's because Uchiha Mirai's physique is too special, but after entering sage mode, his body didn't change at all, except for a flame-like texture that appeared between his eyebrows. Uchiha Mirai clenched his fists, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He could feel his body filled with strength, and his perception increased several times. The overall combat effectiveness of the person has made a qualitative leap. The most important thing is that when the strength reaches a certain level, ordinary ninjutsu will no longer have any effect, and only fairy techniques can cause damage. In other words, only by mastering the magic can one be considered a truly first-rate strongman. Looking at the mark between Uchiha Mirai's eyebrows and the familiar feeling, Senju Hashirama opened his mouth in surprise. "Mirai, are you using sage mode now?" Uchiha Mirai nodded. "That's right." Senju Hashirama was puzzled. "You haven't received any immortal arts inheritance. How can you use immortal arts? Whether it is creating senjutsu chakra or using sage mode, it is a very dangerous thing. If you are not careful, you will die." Even he had to study for a long time under the sage Katsuyu before he could master the sage mode. Now Uchiha Mirai has learned it all by himself without any guidance. This is too pervert. Seeing Senju Hashirama's shocked expression, Uchiha Mirai chuckled. "Maybe I'm just gifted." After saying that, Uchiha Mirai rushed towards Senju Hashirama. "Stop talking nonsense and start today's battle." Uchiha Mirai's figure suddenly disappeared and instantly appeared beside Senju Hashirama. Then, he threw a punch towards Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama also clenched his fists and rushed forward. Bang! Under the incredulous gaze of Senju Tobarama, half of Senju Hashirama's body was smashed into pieces by Uchiha Mirai. Even Uchiha Mirai himself didn't expect that his attack power would increase so much after entering sage mode. Although the strength of Senju Hashirama from Impure World Reincarnation is less than 60% of his peak period, it is already the ceiling level of the ninja world. But now his body was shattered by a punch. This power is truly terrifying. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Yangtuan Chakra. Uchiha Mirai's eyes lit up as he listened to the system prompts in his mind. The reward he had been longing for finally came to him. An extremely pure life energy flowed through his limbs and bones. In just a moment, Uchiha Mirai felt a drastic change in his body. Chakra, mental strength, speed, everything has undergone a qualitative change. After obtaining Yangtuan Chakra, his Senju Sage Body, Uzumaki Sage Body, Dead Bone Pulse, and Nature Affinity were finally integrated with each other. Perfect Sage Body. A clear realization emerged in Uchiha Mirai's mind. The recovery power of Senju Sage Body Pervert, the terrifying chakra of Uzumaki Sage Body, the solid bone density of Dead Bone Pulse. Uchiha Mirai could feel that his current physique had transformed into a perfect sage body without any shortcomings. Most importantly, Uchiha Mirai could feel the soreness in his eyes. Having experienced several eye evolutions, he knew that this was a sign that the eyes were about to evolve again. "That's all for today. I'm leaving now," Uchiha Mirai said, and then disappeared. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama looked at each other. "Tobarama, did you feel that Mirai's expression just now seemed to be very excited?" Senju Tobarama couldn't help but murmur. "Did he get what he wanted? Who knows? Maybe it's time for us to leave too. Brother, this is not up to us." In a dense forest in Konoha, Uchiha Mirai casually set up a barrier. Sitting cross-legged Uchiha Mirai closed his eyes. Sour, bloating warmth. Various feelings continued to appear, and the power of Uchiha Mirai's eyes began to increase. Finally, when the pupil power grew to a critical value, Uchiha Mirai opened his eyes, and the Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan pattern began to collapse inward. Circles of lines spread outward from the center, forming countless circles of varying sizes in the blink of an eye. 2 lavender lights emerged from the dark cave, captivating, mysterious, and elegant. A faint smile appeared on the face of the owner of the eyes. Rinnegan, done. Uchiha Mirai slowly stood up. The Rinnegan's brutal power filled the entire cave, seeming to be able to tear everything to pieces. In the dark cave, Uchiha Mirai's vision was not affected at all. He set his sights on a stone about 10 meters away. As soon as he thought about it, terrifying pupil power immediately overflowed. Universal pull. The force of gravity acted on the stone, and it immediately rushed towards Uchiha Mirai. When it was less than 1 meter away from Uchiha Mirai, the stone suddenly stopped in midair. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force spread out in all directions with Uchiha Mirai as the center. Bang! The rocks were crushed into powder before Uchiha Mirai's eyes and scattered in the air. Uchiha Mirai nodded in satisfaction. After a period of exploration, he has mastered the most basic abilities of Rinnegan. 6 Paths Technique. After walking out of the cave, Uchiha Mirai slapped his hands on the ground, summoning Technique Gedo Statue. Ga! 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 A few crows flew by, and Uchiha Mirai calmly dusted off his hands. As he thought, only the Rinnegan produced by the combination of Ashura Chakra and Indra Chakra can have the ability to summoning the Gedo statue. It seems that if I want to get the Gedo statue, I still have to go to Nagato. Uchiha Mirai muttered. He didn't have any worries. In front of him now, Nagato was no different from a toddler. As long as he wants, he can control the other party at any time. The pupil power surged again, and a bloody skull appeared around Uchiha Mirai's body. It seems that evolving into the Rinnegan will not affect the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Mirai briefly felt it, then used his Byakugan again. This time his eyes did not change at all, but his field of vision had become what it was like after the Byakugan was opened. All abilities are compatible. That makes me feel relieved. Looking up at the sky, Uchiha Mirai's feet gradually left the ground. Then, Uchiha Mirai rose high into the sky as if breaking through gravity. Although after obtaining the magnet style, Uchiha Mirai was able to fly high in the sky using gold dust. But that method is not as cool as what he has now. Why not call this ability the air dance technique? Uchiha Mirai smiled with some evilness, and then flew towards Konoha at a high speed. The wind from high above made the corners of Uchiha Mirai's clothes rustle. Looking at the lights below, Uchiha Mirai couldn't help but raise his arms and pose as if carrying rice. From now on, let the world feel pain. Not to mention, my wish from my previous life has come true. It's really cool. When Uchiha Mirai returned home, Konan and Uchiha Makoto were getting ready to take a bath. After seeing Uchiha Mirai, the 2 girls immediately showed surprised smiles on their faces. Mirai, where have you been for so long? The 2 girls came over excitedly, and then all showed shocked looks. Mirai, your eyes? Uchiha Mirai laughed. Rinnegan, that's what everyone calls the sage's eye. It's the same eye as the sage of 6 paths. Uchiha Makoto couldn't help but ask curiously, Sage eyes? Could it be that our Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan can evolve again, and the result of the evolution will be sage eyes? Uchiha Mirai shook his head. The Mangekyo Sharingan is already the final form of the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai. If you want it to evolve into a Rinnegan, you need to meet more stringent conditions. Only by obtaining the complete power of Senro Wanxiang can you have the possibility of opening the Rinnegan. Uchiha Makoto nodded, not quite understanding. So that's how it is? Conan's eyes revealed an even more confused look. To activate the Rinnegan, I need the power of the universe? Then Nagato's eyes. Uchiha Mirai said calmly, There's only one possibility for Nagato's matter. His Rinnegan does not belong to him. It was transplanted to Nagato by someone else. That person's purpose may just be to use Nagato as a breeding ground for the Rinnegan. After all, the Uzumaki are famous for their strong vitality, and only outstanding Uzumaki can withstand the powerful force of the Rinnegan. After hearing Uchiha Mirai's analysis, Conan's expression suddenly turned ugly. Doesn't this mean Nagato is not the so-called chosen one? Nagato is just a container being exploited. Seeing Conan's expression, Uchiha Mirai comforted him. You don't have to worry too much. Since that person chose to give the Rinnegan to Nagato, it means that he must have encountered a difficult problem to solve. Nagato should be safe. Conan relaxed a little. The questions that had been lingering in her mind for a long time were finally answered. Why is Nagato's strength not that outstanding despite having the Rinnegan? It turns out that it's just because those eyes don't belong to Nagato. Conan did not doubt Uchiha Mirai's words. It was obviously the same eyes, but the terrifying sense of oppression that was inadvertently revealed in the other's eyes was completely incomparable to Nagato. You can distinguish genuine products from pirated ones at a glance. Hokage building. Inside the Hokage's office, Uchiha Mirai lowered his head and processed the documents that had been piled up for some time. Just then, Tsunade pushed the door open. Uchiha Mirai, you finally showed up. Uchiha Mirai asked without even looking up. What's the matter? Tsunade snorted and said, Grandpa and second Grandpa asked me to ask you. Why haven't you been looking for them these days? Uchiha Mirai put down the documents in his hand and clapped his hands. The next second, a tree grew out of the floor. Seeing this, Tsunade's eyes widened in shock. You have obtained the power of what style, Kekkei Genkai. Uchiha Mirai nodded. Isn't this obvious? Seeing Uchiha Mirai's smug look, Tsunade couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and said, Then why don't you cancel the reanimation jutsu and let the eldest and second grandfathers return to the Pure Land? Hearing this, Uchiha Mirai said seriously, Of course it's because of you, Tsunade Haim. For me. After hearing Uchiha Mirai's answer, Tsunade couldn't help but raise his arm and point at himself with his index finger. At the same time, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. In fact, I already got the power of wood style a long time ago, and I was planning to remove reanimation jutsu right away. It's just that I heard a story about you from Orochimaru, so I changed my mind. Hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help but be stunned for a moment and asked curiously, Why would you change your decision after listening to my story? Uchiha Mirai said calmly, She's been a princess of the Senju clan since she was born. It is not an exaggeration to say that she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. During the most prosperous and glorious period of the Senju clan, you were the apple of the eye of the entire Konoha. It's a pity that things are hard to predict. The experience that followed. It's better not to mention it. Uchiha Mirai shook his head and chose not to rub salt into Tsunade's wounds. Instead, he skipped over those tragic experiences and continued. After wandering outside for so long, I feel that you must be longing for the warmth of home. So I asked the first generation and second generation to accompany you as much as possible. After hearing this, Tsunade snorted coldly. I don't have any friendship with you, right? And I don't like the Uchiha clan either. What is your purpose in doing this? Uchiha Mirai smiled. If you must say what the purpose is, Tsunade, stay in Konoha from now on. The culprit has been brought to justice. Both the Senju and Uchiha clans are victims. From now on, let us join hands to rebuild the former glory of our two tribes. After Uchiha Mirai finished speaking, Tsunade waved her hand. I don't care about those things at all. So, don't even think that you can make me stay in Konoha with this excuse. Uchiha Mirai was not surprised by Tsunade's answer. He didn't think that he could win Tsunade's heart with just a few words. So he waved his hand and said, If you have nothing else, go out. I will untie the reanimation jutsu tonight. You can take this opportunity to say goodbye to the first generation and second generation. Tsunade left the Hokage's office without a word. Walking out the door, Tsunade raised a beautiful arc at the corner of his mouth. Such a kind-hearted idiot would appear in Uchiha. Baka. Watching Tsunade leave, Uchiha Mirai closed his Byakugan and Kagura's mind's eye perception. It seems that the effect this time is quite good. Tsunade's behavior before leaving said it all. Although she has not yet reached the point of surrendering to him, she definitely has a certain degree of favorable impression towards him. After all, regardless of her status as a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Mirai had a very tall image in the eyes of others. A ninja hero who once risked his life to protect his comrades, a pioneer who was willing to reform the police force for the sake of the civilians, and a selfless leader who destroyed parasites like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. With the blessing of these halos, the kindness he shows is unlikely to arouse resentment and suspicion from others. This is one of the reasons why Uchiha Mirai was reluctant to use force to directly deal with Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and others. Looking at it now, the effect is indeed very good. Tsunade, you can't get away. Uchiha Mirai put the scroll in his hand aside and began to think silently about his next plan. Panel. Following a soft cry, a sky-blue transparent panel appeared in front of Uchiha Mirai's eyes. Name, Uchiha Mirai. Physique, 4636. Spiritual power, 4610. Chakra 4641. Bloodline limit, Mangekyo Sharingan. Magnet style, Gold Dust. Scorch style, Dead Bone Pulse. Boil style, Illusion, 5 senses control. Byakugan. Wood style, Rinnegan. Ninjutsu. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. Phantom body, Flicker, Technique, 5-layer Rashomon. Fire style, Stormy Dance. Others. Natural energy affinity. Senju Sage body. Super strength. Wet bone Forest Fairy art. Pupil arts, Amaterasu. Sarada no Makoto. Aim no Tokatachi no Makoto. Susanoo. Tsukiyomi no Makoto. Distinguished heavenly gods. Kamui. Looking at the dazzling array of panels, Uchiha Mirai couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. From just a few low-level ninjutsu at the beginning, to now, there are countless bloodline limits and secret techniques, especially the three-dimensional attributes. All of them have exceeded 4,600 points. Uchiha Mirai felt that if he used all his strength, even a huge beast like the tailed beast would be knocked away by one punch. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and Uchiha Mirai said calmly, "Come in." Tsunade walked in carelessly. Uchiha Mirai. Looking at the angry Tsunade, Uchiha Mirai glanced at the other's fat body without leaving a trace, and asked with a smile, "Tsunade, are you used to living in Konoha recently?" Hearing this, Tsunade immediately became alert and said, "I'm not used to it. I don't want to stay in Konoha anymore." During this period, Tsunade was arranged by Uchiha Mirai to work in Konoha Hospital, where she was responsible for teaching some excellent medical ninjas and recording her medical experience in the form of scrolls. Tsunade was so busy every day that she was overwhelmed, and she hated Uchiha Mirai to the core. She wondered how Uchiha Mirai could be so kind to leave her in Konoha. It turned out he wanted to use her as a slave. Compared with the comfortable life in the past, the life now is simply not like a human life. Tsunade, who was used to the lazy life, couldn't stay there for a moment. This time she came to Uchiha Mirai just to get permission to leave the village. However, after hearing Tsunade's request, Uchiha Mirai simply shook his head and refused. "Tsunade, you can't leave the village now." Tsunade's eyebrows were raised. "No? What?" Uchiha Mirai took out dozens of scrolls from the desk. These are all documents sent from other countries. They contain detailed information about your debts. Tsunade glanced at it casually and threw the scroll back on the table. "I do owe a lot of money outside, but what does that have to do with whether I leave the village or not?" Uchiha Mirai snorted and said, "After they learned that you were returning to Konoha, they sent your IOU to Konoha. In order to prevent them from causing any negative impact by holding up banners, the village can only pay off the debt for you. Is there such a good thing?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow and asked. And then, Uchiha Mirai crossed his hands on his chin, looked at Tsunade, and said calmly, These funds are advanced by the village for you, so you're not allowed to leave the village until you pay back the money. What? After hearing Uchiha Mirai's request, Tsunade couldn't help but exclaim. If she can't pay back the money, she won't be allowed to leave the village? Tsunade knew very well how much money she owed outside. A conservative estimate is over 100 million taels. Where could she make so much money? Thinking of this, Tsunade couldn't help but said angrily, "Who asked you to pay the money for me on your own initiative?" Uchiha Mirai was surprised and asked, "Isn't it natural to pay back debts?" Tsunade said angrily, "I borrowed that money with my own ability. Why should I pay it back?" Seeing Tsunade's confident look, Uchiha Mirai was too lazy to continue the discussion and said directly, "Anyway, the village has already paid the money for you. You must pay it back to the village." Tsunade gritted her teeth at a loss for a moment. She had seen Uchiha Mirai in action, and the opponent's strength was definitely not something she could contend with. What's more, the entire village is now under the control of the other party. It is absolutely impossible to force your way out of the village. Do I really have to work in Konoha to pay off my debts? But how long will it take to pay back the hundreds of millions of taels of debt just by working? Seeing Tsunade's dilemma, Uchiha Mirai smiled kindly. "Tsunade, as the leader of the village, I cannot let you go out of favoritism, but as a friend, I can think of a solution for you." Hearing this, Tsunade, who had already labeled Uchiha Mirai as evil-hearted in his heart, couldn't help but take a step back with some caution and asked, "What method?" Uchiha Mirai made a move, and a large amount of gold sand appeared in the gourd on his waist. "You should know that I once gained the power of magnet style, right? Plus my current status. Things that can be solved with money are not a problem." Tsunade was surprised and asked, "You're going to pay off all my debts for me?" Uchiha Mirai twitched his lips. "How can I hold you accountable if I pay you back in full?" He forced a smile on his face. "I mean, I can lend you some money. Of course, this money is not enough to help you pay off your debts." Tsunade rolled her eyes and snorted. "What's the point?" Uchiha Mirai continued, "You can use this money to go to the casino. With your skills, maybe in a few days you can use the winnings to pay off all your debts." Tsunade casually asked, "How much can you lend me?" Uchiha Mirai held up 3 fingers. Tsunade was a little disappointed and said, "Only 300,000 ryo?" Uchiha Mirai shook his head. Tsunade's eyes lit up and she asked excitedly, "Could it be 3 million ryo?" Uchiha Mirai smiled and said, 30 million ryo. Hearing this, Tsunade gasped, "Is this true?" "Of course it's real." Uchiha Mirai took out a dozen boxes and said, "I'm not interested in money, so it's just sitting there anyway. Why not lend it to you first? But you have to pay me 1/10 of the interest after 1 month. Isn't this the village's money?" "No, it's my personal property." Tsunade then showed a sweet smile on her face. "Since Mirai, you trust me so much, I will accept the money. Wait for my good news." Tsunade picked up the box and walked outside. When she reached the door, she turned back and asked, "Do you want me to write you an IOU?" Uchiha Mirai shook her head. "No need." Tsunade stumbled out of the Hokage building. After coming out, Tsunade showed a mocking smile on her face. "Humph! If you want to plot against me, then I will make you lose everything." Although Tsunade loves gambling, she also knows that she will lose every time she gambles. So when it came to Uchiha Mirai's proposal, she knew from the beginning that the other party had bad intentions. "But since I can't leave Konoha, I might as well use the money to have some fun in the casino. It's not your money anyway, so just lose it all." Pay back the money? Does not exist. She no longer had any property to her name, so there was no money to be made from her. What's more, the other party doesn't even have an IOU. Even if she can't pay the money back by then, what can Uchiha Mirai do to her? Put her in jail? She is the princess of the Sannin and Senju clan of Konoha. Drive her out of the village? It was exactly what she wanted. Spread the word that she owes money and doesn't pay it back, and destroy her reputation? She doesn't care about these things. "If you make me work like a slave in Konoha, I will let your 30 million taels go to waste." Free. So cool. Tsunade walked away, swinging her twin ponytails. With such a large sum of money, she could enjoy herself for a while. Inside the Hokage's office, Uchiha Mirai withdrew his gaze. Tsunade, you still don't quite understand. All gifts from fate have already been secretly marked with a price. 10 days later, Uchiha Mirai was confirmed as the successor to the fourth Hokage in front of a group of ninjas and Konoha villagers. On this day, the Uchiha clan was filled with loud gongs and drums, blasting firecrackers, waving colorful flags, and huge crowds of people. Every Uchiha member's face showed excitement and joy. After so many years of establishing Konoha, the Uchiha clan is finally going to have a Hokage, land of the Uchiha tribe. Nangai Shrine. The elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan gathered here. Everyone showed off their scarlet Magatama Sharingan and scrupulously. Uchiha Mirai sat at the head of the group, accepting the kneeling worship of his tribesmen with a calm expression. At his side, the elder Uchiha Fenyan reminded him, Master Mirai, would you like to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan to demonstrate your power? This is a rule that has been passed down since the time of Chief Taijima. During a clan meeting, everyone needs to display their Sharingan so that the strength of each speaker can be clearly identified. Although this rule was abolished after Uchiha Fugaku came to power, ever since he was imprisoned in the dungeon by you, everyone still follows the orders of Chief Taijima during meetings. Hearing this, Uchiha Mirai said calmly, only the weak need the Sharingan to prove their strength. The king only needs to sit on the throne. Uchiha Fenyan was stunned and couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Can we just say it's worthy of being called Mirai? The other party's words just now made this old man's blood boil. I still remember that the last time they met, the other party criticized him for being too conservative. Judging from the current situation, he is indeed a bit too conservative. After the interlude, under the auspices of Uchiha Fenyan, Uchiha Mirai officially became the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. According to the process, all that is left is to get the approval of the Fire Country daimyo, and Uchiha Mirai will be able to hold the fourth Hokage succession ceremony. Uchiha Mirai sneered as he thought of the short, fat man who had judged the ninjas during the Chunin exam. It just so happened that he also wanted to take this opportunity to completely rectify this bad atmosphere in the genin world. Why should a ninja with absolute power be stepped on by an ordinary person? 10 days later, a luxurious carriage slowly drove into the capital of the Fire Nation from a distance. On the carriage, the curtains on one side were lifted. Two beautiful faces squeezed in between the small window. Wow, is this the capital of the Fire Nation? So prosperous. The woman with blue-purple hair was the first to speak, exclaiming. The gentle black-haired lady at the side didn't say anything, but her eyes were full of brilliance. He was obviously surprised by the prosperous scene in the capital. Behind the two women, a man dressed in gorgeous clothes couldn't help but shook his head. Things that are not seen often are often surprising. Although the capital of the Land of Fire is the most prosperous place in the ninja world, it is just SOSO, in his opinion. It is far less impactful than the skyscrapers and jade-like buildings of the previous life. The three people on the carriage were Uchiha Mirai, Konan, and Uchiha Makoto, who had come all the way from Konoha village to travel around. The carriage moved forward slowly, going further and further off the track. Finally, we stopped in front of a hotel in an alley. Looking at the shabby-looking hotel, Konan frowned. How did you bring us here? Are you worried that we can't pay? The driver quickly explained, Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a matter of money. Ninjas can only stay in hotels like this in the capital. Even if they have money, those nice hotels won't entertain ninjas. Of course, if you are willing to put away all the ninja-related stuff, then we can give it a try. Konan covered his mouth and gritted his teeth and said, Why? Why are we ninjas treated any differently? The driver smiled awkwardly. Isn't this the status of a ninja? To be honest, if the money wasn't too high, he wouldn't want to take the job of picking up and dropping off ninjas. Uchiha Makoto glanced at Uchiha Mirai and whispered, Mirai, are we going to live here? Although she was not picky about the accommodation conditions, she felt a little uncomfortable being discriminated against in this way. Uchiha Mirai smiled and said, No, We'll stay at the best hotel in the capital. But with our identities, I came here this time to change this situation. Uchiha Mirai said, and set his sights on the driver next to him. Take us there. There is a wide bluestone road where the capital is adjacent to Daming Prefecture. This is the most prosperous commercial street in the capital, with buildings lined up on both sides of the road. At the door of a hotel that looked very luxurious, the driver took the money and left happily. Uchiha Mirai walked in holding Uchiha Makoto in one hand and Konan in the other. Welcome. The receptionist smiled and bent his waist to 90 degrees. But when his eyes glanced at the ninja forehead protector on Uchiha Mirai's waist, his expression suddenly turned gloomy. "You're ninjas?" Uchiha Mirai said calmly. "Yes, what's wrong?" The waiter snorted coldly, and the flattering smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a proud attitude. "Our store entertains dignitaries and nobles. It is not a place where lowly tools like ninjas can set foot. You'd better leave now before I inform the samurai-sama. The status of ninja is the highest in the ninja village. The more prosperous the place, the lower the status of ninja. This is especially true for the capital city at the foot of the daimyo. Even ordinary people at the bottom of society feel a sense of superiority when facing ninjas. This point is vividly reflected in the waitress in front of him. A lowly tool, Konan and Uchiha Makoto both showed angry looks. Although ninjas are tools, using the word lowly to describe them is a bit too insulting. Seeing that the few people were indifferent, the waitress sneered. There have been many ninjas who caused trouble before, but they all died in the end. The bodies were also hung on the city walls as a warning. If you don't want to end up like this, then get out of here. Hearing this, Uchiha Mirai raised an eyebrow curiously. Don't you know that ninjas are dangerous? What gave you the courage to yell at a ninja? The waitress said disdainfully. The rules have always been like this. Since you have chosen to become a ninja, you should accept the fact that you are of a low status. Uchiha Mirai smiled. Rules? What if I don't follow the rules? Uchiha Mirai reached out and grabbed the waitress's neck, applying a little force. Veins popped up on the waitress's face, and her expression began to become terrified and panicked. No, don't kill me. Please, please. The waitress struggled to squeeze out a few words from her throat. The arrogance and domineering attitude he had shown before disappeared the moment his life was threatened. Uchiha Mirai looked at the waitress begging for mercy, and his right hand that was holding her neck loosened slightly. A look of joy appeared on the waitress's face. Snap! With a crisp sound, the waitress's legs and hands drooped down limply. Uchiha Mirai threw the other person's body on the ground and walked towards the staff at the front desk. Give me the best room. Yes, sir. Things went extremely smoothly at once. Under the guidance of the staff, Uchiha Mirai, Uchiha Makoto, and Konan came to a luxurious room. Looking at the environment in the room, Uchiha Mirai nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it. After the staff left, Uchiha Makoto and Konan all looked worried. Mirai, aren't we going to meet the daimyo right away? No need. Take a day off first. Go take a shower. Oh. Watching the two girls leave with red faces, Uchiha Mirai casually separated out a wood clone. He didn't want to be interrupted midway. One wood clone should be enough to deal with a group of warriors. Daimyo's residence. The short and fat daimyo swept the delicate fruits on the table to the ground, and the fat on his face trembled with anger. Damn it, that's so abominable. These be asterisk D ninjas in Konoha deserve to die. He just received news that Uchiha Mirai, who came from Konoha village, actually killed people openly and killed many samurai who rushed to maintain law and order. Near Damingfu, it's simply a blatant challenge to his authority. Hearing the daimyo's roar, the ministers on both sides were all filled with indignation. Daimyo, do you want us to send someone to kill those Konoha shinobi? The daimyo shook his head. Forget it. That ninja named Uchiha Mirai is very powerful. Creating a conflict is not a wise choice. During the Chunin exam, he had seen Uchiha Mirai's power with his own eyes. The daimyo didn't think his samurai could defeat the Uchiha Mirai. The minister was somewhat unwilling to accept it and asked, "Are we just going to swallow our anger?" Hearing this, the daimyo sneered, "Don't worry, I have 10,000 ways to control these ninjas." Just when the daimyo was furious, Uchiha Mirai finally chose to go to the daimyo's mansion. Seeing Uchiha Mirai coming late, the daimyo shouted, "Uchiha Mirai, you are 3 days late." After Uchiha Mirai came to the capital, he openly killed people in violation of the law, but he didn't even come to pay him a visit right away. He took the two women out to eat, drink, and have fun every day, making him wait for 3 whole days. This is simply outrageous. Facing the daimyo's question, Uchiha Mirai simply asked back calmly, "Do I have the habit of arriving early?" Daimyo was stunned for a moment, and then his anger grew even stronger. The dozen or so ministers kneeling on both sides also had their eyes wide open in anger. They always consider themselves superior and will not allow low-ranking ninjas to provoke them. Hole. How dare you talk to the daimyo like that? You're just a lowly ninja, so put away your boring pride in front of us. Kneel down and apologize before the daimyo orders your death. Uchiha Mirai frowned at the noisy sound beside her. "Shut up, or I'll kill you if you say anything more." It was as if a tangible murderous intent was spreading throughout the palace, and those high-ranking ministers immediately broke out in cold sweats. Although Uchiha Mirai just killed a civilian and a dozen samurai a few days ago, but those guys' identities are nothing compared to theirs. No one present had expected that a mere ninja would dare to say such words to them. At the moment, they could only look to the daimyo for help. The daimyo cleared his throat, picked up his fan to cover his own gaffe, looked at Uchiha Mirai, and said softly, "Uchiha Mirai, what is the purpose of your visit to the country this time?" Uchiha Mirai said calmly, "I need to take over as 4th Hokage, and the village needs financial support from the nation." Hearing this, Daimyo slammed his fan on the table and snorted coldly. "I don't agree to either of your requests. You came to the capital, not only broke into the hotel where ninjas are not allowed to live, but also killed so many people." He was also blunt and unreserved towards the daimyo and ministers, showing no respect at all. "I think you don't even recognize your position." The daimyo spoke eloquently, his tone full of sarcasm. "So until you kneel down and kowtow and admit your mistake, I will not agree to your request to succeed the 4th Hokage and allocate funds to Konoha. Uchiha Mirai, you don't want the ninjas of Konoha to suffer so much because of you, right?" The daimyo said, and then he stared at Uchiha Mirai quietly, with a smug look in his eyes. "Snort. It's just a lowly tool. He has plenty of ways to control the opponent. From 1st generation to 3rd generation, history has long proven that as long as he expresses his dissatisfaction, the leaders of these ninjas will apologize obediently." However, the scene that the daimyo imagined, Uchiha Mirai kneeling down and begging for mercy and crying bitterly, did not occur. After hearing what he said, Uchiha Mirai just snorted in disdain. "Is this what you rely on? It's worse than I thought." Daimyo was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean?" Uchiha Mirai said coldly. "You seem to have made a mistake." "What is it?" "What I just made was not a request, but a demand." Uchiha Mirai calmly expressed his thoughts. "You have no right to refuse." "What? How dare you, an arrogant ninja, say such outrageous words?" "Damn idiots. It seems we were too gentle to you before. I've said it before, trash like ninjas should be beaten from time to time." Before the daimyo could say anything, the dozen or so ministers sitting in the lower seats could no longer suppress their anger. They all stood up and loudly scolded Uchiha Mirai for his rude words and actions. Next second, a dozen trees broke out of the ground, and thick vines wrapped around their necks. The trees grew wildly, and the vines grew tighter and tighter. Snap! 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 The sound of bones breaking rang out one after another, and in just a moment, more than a dozen high-ranking and noble ministers lost their lives. Seeing their weird appearance with their eyes rolled out and tongues sticking out, Daimyo, who had just had a scowl on his face, was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. This was the first time he had seen a ninja as brutal as Uchiha Mirai. You actually dare to kill them. What on earth do you want to do? Uchiha Mirai said calmly. From this moment on, the ninja world will respect ninjas. As a shadow, I am the most honorable person in the Fire Nation. After hearing Uchiha Mirai's purpose, the daimyo opened his mouth in a daze. Crazy. You are absolutely crazy. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the entire ninja world by doing this? The daimyo of other countries won't let you go either. Although countries fight with each other, it is only for some interests. But Uchiha Mirai's approach is to destroy all nobles at the root. Even the daimyo of other countries would not sit idly by. Hearing the daimyo's threat, Uchiha Mirai slowly walked to the other side. It doesn't matter. The more trash you send to die, the happier I will be at killing them. Being hunted by the entire ninja world, Uchiha Mirai put the long sword on the daimyo's neck and said expressionlessly, "Then I will kill my way through the entire ninja world." A bone-chilling chill hit the daimyo's neck, and for the first time he felt the approach of death. He wanted to struggle and escape, but found that he had lost the strength to even stand up. The whole body began to sway unconsciously. "Mercy, don't kill me, your request. No, I will agree to all your requests. The Fire Nation will respect you from now on. Money, food, status, women. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to give you everything." Seeing the daimyo's expression, Uchiha Mirai sighed and said, "So why do you think you can step on my head?" As a person who traveled from the Celestial Empire, it was really difficult for him to understand the thoughts of the natives of the ninja world. Although he has some powerful military force, he is willing to be bullied by a group of guys like this. They even engage in self-PUA, defining themselves as the lowest level tool. Isn't this just pure masochism? Uchiha Mirai was too lazy to waste any more time and swung the long sword in his hand, ready to end the daimyo's life. At this moment, several figures attacked him at the same time. The powerful attack engulfed Uchiha Mirai's figure. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing a red skeleton tightly wrapped around Uchiha Mirai's body. On the skeleton's extended arm, there was a short-haired man holding a 3-section black stick. Phew! Blood splattered everywhere, and the short-haired man was instantly crushed into a pulp by Susanoo. Looking at the figure walking out, Uchiha Mirai showed a smile on his face. "Asuma, long time no see." Uchiha Mirai's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widen. He had thought that Uchiha Mirai might attack Shimura Danzo, Midokado Hamura, and Udatain Kohuru, but he never imagined that Uchiha Mirai would dare to exterminate the Shimura clan, the Mido clan, and the Udatain clan. Doesn't this guy have any concerns at all? Isn't he afraid that other ninja clans will feel the pain of being alone and unite against Uchiha? Without even a moment of sadness for the deaths of his companions, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, "Why did you kill so many people? We are all family from the same village." Uchiha Mirai sneered, "Family? Are you saying that Shimura Danzo, who has been plotting to exterminate the Uchiha clan, is a family member, or that Udatain Kohuru, who has been constantly using his power to embezzle the Uchiha clan's property, is a family member, or that Midokado Hamura, who has been causing trouble for the Uchiha clan every other day, is a family member? And you, third generation, you are a family member who has always been wary of the Uchiha clan, excluded the clan that founded the village from the core power circle, and sent Umbu to monitor the Uchiha clan 24 hours a day. Don't you feel embarrassed when you say something like that?" Uchiha Mirai snorted in disdain. If Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others really considered the Uchiha as family, then there would be many ways to resolve the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan will not be wiped out, and he does not have to worry about how to break the inevitable death situation. Having been in the ninja world for more than 10 years, he has personally experienced how cruelly the Hokage line headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen treats the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, "I'm doing this all for the village. You're also a ninja of Uchiha, so you should know Uchiha well, right? The stronger the Uchiha, the more likely they are to go to extremes. The Uchiha who loses love will go crazy and take revenge on the world. Uchiha Mirai interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's question. So you give me an example. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment. Just like Uchiha Madara back then, Uchiha Mirai shook his head. Uchiha Madara just saw the flaws of the village and wanted to establish a completely new order. It has nothing to do with what you just said. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen silent, Uchiha Mirai said calmly, "The ninjas of the Uchiha clan will never bend the law for personal gain when doing things for the village, and they will always be at the forefront in fighting the enemy. Since the establishment of Konoha, countless outstanding clan members have sacrificed for the village, and all the clan members have chosen to give up following Uchiha Madara for the sake of the village that they have already regarded as their home. I have done so much, but I am still suspected and excluded. Once I show dissatisfaction, I am immediately regarded as an unstable factor." Uchiha Mirai couldn't help but laugh a few times. "Will you be satisfied only if I behave like a piglet willing to be treated as I please? For the village? Ridiculous." Uchiha Mirai stopped smiling, and his tone turned cold. "The village will hold the Chunin exam in 3 days. As the Hokage of Konoha, you must attend. Otherwise, the Sarutobi clan will become the history of the ninja world forever, just like the Shimura clan." Uchiha Mirai didn't plan to argue with Sarutobi Hiruzen. When the Chunin exam came, Orochimaru would make public what Sarutobi Hiruzen had done as planned, and the world would make its own judgment. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little relieved as he looked at the seals and chains that had been removed from his body. Since it was a Chunin exam jointly organized by many ninja villages, Uchiha Mirai would not attack himself in public. It is better to actively cooperate with the other party. Maybe there will be a chance to make it work. At least the Sarutobi clan should not be exterminated like the Shimura clan. Cloud Shinobi Village. The fourth Raikage looked at the plaque hanging high on the gate of Konoha in front of him and couldn't help but clench his only remaining fist. He had fantasized countless times about leading the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village to break in here, and even paid the price of an arm for it. If it weren't for Uchiha Mirai, AI's aura continued to rise, and Yamashiro Aoba and Bingzu Leitong, who were in charge of registering people coming and going at the gate, stood up with frowns on their brows. "Raikage, stay calm." Sam, who had short blonde hair, spoke in a deep voice. AI came back to his senses, glanced at Yamashiro Aoba and Bingzu Leitong in front of him, snorted coldly, and left. This time he must find out more information about Konoha. Only in this way can he achieve better results the next time he attacks Konoha. After everyone from Cloud Shinobi Village left, a burly ninja slowly walked over with a short, big-nosed old man on his shoulders. They also stopped at the gate of Konoha. The big-nosed old man looked up and couldn't help but sighed. "It's been so many years, I didn't expect that my old bones would be able to come here again." The burly ninja said in a muffled voice, "Father, have you ever been to Konoha before?" The big-nosed old man nodded and said, "I've been here before, and that experience wasn't very good. I hope this time will be better than the last time. Huangtu, let's go in." "Yes." About an hour after Wagakura's group left, a group of ninjas wearing Kirigakura ninja forehead protectors appeared at the gate of Konoha. "It is still headed by Master Yuan." "Great, we're finally in Konoha." "Terumi Mei Senpai, you seem very happy?" Hearing this, Terumi Mei nodded. "Of course it's full moon. There are many handsome guys in Konoha. I can feast my eyes again." Mangetsu Kizuki curled his lips and said, "I heard from Master Yuan that you seem to like Uchiha Mirai very much, senior." Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment, then secretly waved her pink fist towards Master Yuan's back. "Who would like that lunatic?" "Ghost Lantern Man," you scratched his head. "Madman? What do you mean?" Terumi Mei waved her hand impatiently, not wanting to dwell on this issue any further. "You must do well in your Chunin exam this time, and you must not embarrass us Kirigakure in front of so many people." A boy next to Terumi Mei, who was wearing glasses and looked very introverted, said nervously, "Terumi Mei Senpai, I don't have much confidence." Before Terumi Mei could say anything, Mangetsu Kazuna put his arm around the boy's shoulders and said, Chujiro, there's nothing to worry about. I can lend you my double swords, Tai. Chujiro opened his mouth in surprise. Huh? Then what are you going to do? Hozuki Mangetsu said indifferently. You don't have to worry about me. I can use all 7 ninja swords anyway. Besides, our teammate this time is an incredible person. After saying that, he winked at the silent and indifferent boy beside him. Aren't you right, Zabuza? In response to Mangetsu Kazuki's question, Zabuza snorted and did not respond. Goei Dengman was so annoyed that he couldn't help but mutter, what a cold-blooded guy. Terumi Mei, who had been paying attention to the few people, saw Zabuza's performance and couldn't help showing a worried look on her face. The next morning, all the royal nobles of the capital came to the daimyo's mansion trembling with fear and worshipped Uchiha Mirai in the palace that had become a ruin. Their pride in feeling superior to others was crushed after they saw the complete form of Susanoo yesterday. The warriors disappeared and the ministers and nobles remained silent. In the past, the ninjas, whom they would not even bother to look at, have now become existences that they cannot afford to offend. The other party killed even the daimyo without hesitation, let alone them. For the first time, they realized that the moment the ninja, who possessed absolute military power, bared his fangs, they had completely become lambs to be slaughtered. From now on, there will be no more daimyo in the Fire Nation, and ninjas will become the most distinguished class in the Fire Nation. You will obey the orders of the ninja village, and everything you do must serve the ninja village. I will send someone to take over everything here afterwards. You just need to cooperate. Do you understand? The dignitaries present immediately nodded. Uchiha Mirai smiled with satisfaction. He has no plans to kill all these people for the time being, as that would only plunge the country into chaos. The most important step has been taken, and the next step is just to plan slowly step by step. After arranging everything, Uchiha Mirai let the people leave. He came to the harem of Daming Mansion alone. The daimyo's family lived here. With her senses activated, Uchiha Mirai walked through the houses. Wherever it passes, no grass grows. In the center, on the left side, near the daimyo's bedroom, a woman in luxurious clothes was kneeling in front of the door. The hairpins inlaid with pearls, jade and agate swayed in the wind. The woman has a cool temperament and looks extremely noble. Based on the intelligence, Uchiha Mirai knew that the person before him was the most noble woman in the Land of Fire. The eldest daughter of the daimyo, the real princess. Seeing Uchiha Mirai coming, the woman's face turned pale. Although she tried her best to hide her inner fear, the trembling headdress betrayed her. May I have your name? Ryoka. The woman's voice was graceful and elegant, with an indescribable nobility. Exquisite facial features, slender swan neck, thin shoulders, snow-white skin. Uchiha Mirai looked closely at the woman in front of him. Beautiful, noble, elegant, gentle. It is really hard to imagine that daimyo, who is as short and fat as a winter melon, could give birth to such a beautiful daughter. Sir, please kill me. I will be grateful for your death and sing praises of your tolerance in the Pure Land. Ryoka kowtowed to the ground, and Uchiha Mirai shook his head slightly and said softly, You still have some value, so I won't kill you. Hearing this, Lingxiang's body trembled, and a look of despair appeared in her eyes. As expected, can't escape the fate of being humiliated? Historical books say that when power is transferred, women often have a very tragic fate, and being able to die at the first moment is already the best outcome. She also thought about committing suicide, but she couldn't bring herself to do it after trying several times. Now, we'll be waiting for her. Uchiha Mirai walked up to Ryoka and squatted down, reaching out to lift her head up. Come back to Konoha with me in 3 days. What? The rough treatment she had imagined did not occur, and Lingxiang was a little unresponsive. I want you to publicly express your submission as the princess of the Fire Nation at my coronation as Hokage. With so many years of vigorous promotion, the idea that ninjas are humble and daimyo are noble has long been deeply rooted in people's minds. He has now changed the situation by force, but it will take some time for everyone, especially the ordinary people at the bottom, to accept this fact. Having the most noble Princess Ling Xiang of the Fire Nation publicly express her submission could greatly speed up the progress of this matter. Ryoka didn't expect Uchiha Mirai to make such a request, so she just asked blankly, "Then what?" Uchiha Mirai stood up, turned around, and walked outside. "Then whether you want to die or continue to live, it's up to you." Watching Uchiha Mirai's disappearing back, Ryoka could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Is it just that? 3 days. Under the propaganda of those royal nobles, the idea that the daimyo era has ended and ninjas have become the new nobles has spread in the capital. People's acceptance was better than expected, and almost everyone took it for granted that this concept was accepted. Even if someone finds it ridiculous, at most they would just silently complain in their hearts. After all, almost everyone living in the capital city saw the hundreds-meter-tall Susanoo that day. The miraculous power crushed all the high-ranking daimyo and powerful samurai to death. Even those powerful and wealthy people have surrendered, so others would not be stupid enough to stand up and seek death. At the hotel entrance, the driver humbly welcomed Uchiha Mirai, Uchiha Mikoto, and Conan to get on the carriage. He never imagined that the ninja he had pulled over not long ago could do something so shocking. Fortunately, he did not show his disdain like the dead hotel receptionist. Otherwise, he would probably have become a rotten and smelly corpse. Inside the carriage, Conan and Uchiha Mikoto looked at Uchiha Mirai and asked softly, "Mirai, that princess, was she really not do anything dangerous?" Uchiha Mirai smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't let that happen. Although Ling Xiang is a princess, she is just an ordinary person and is not strong enough inside. With his current strength, he only needs to use illusions to influence the other party's mind every day, and it won't be long before the other party becomes a slave who is devoted to him." Looking at Uchiha Mirai's confident expression, Conan and Uchiha Mikoto didn't say much. After going through so much, they already had unlimited trust in Uchiha Mirai. Even if the other party said that he could blow up the moon with one punch, they would not think there was anything wrong. Conan peeled a grape and placed it near Uchiha Mirai's mouth. Uchiha Mirai narrowed his eyes. "I want to eat imported food." Conan blushed and could only follow Uchiha Mirai's instructions. Feeling the sweetness of the grapes, Uchiha Mirai nodded with satisfaction and turned his gaze to Uchiha Mikoto. "Mikoto, don't just stand there. Go to the front and give me a hammer on the leg." Uchiha Mikoto nodded obediently. "I understand." Then he knelt down beside her and began to gently massage Uchiha Mirai's legs. Enjoying the service of Uchiha Mikoto and Conan, Uchiha Mirai raised the corners of her mouth. This is how a man should live. Uchiha Mirai's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widen. He had thought that Uchiha Mirai might attack Shimura Danzo, Midokado Hamura, and Udatain Kohuru, but he never imagined that Uchiha Mirai would dare to exterminate the Shimura clan, the Mido clan, and the Udatain clan. Doesn't this guy have any concerns at all? Isn't he afraid that other ninja clans will feel the pain of being alone and unite against Uchiha? Without even a moment of sadness for the deaths of his companions, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, "Why did you kill so many people? We are all family from the same village." Uchiha Mirai sneered, "Family? Are you saying that Shimura Danzo, who has been plotting to exterminate the Uchiha clan, is a family member, or that Udatain Kohuru, who has been constantly using his power to embezzle the Uchiha clan's property, is a family member, or that Midokado Hamura, who has been causing trouble for the Uchiha clan every other day, is a family member? And you, third generation, you are a family member who has always been wary of the Uchiha clan, excluded the clan that founded the village from the core power circle, and sent Umbu to monitor the Uchiha clan 24 hours a day. Don't you feel embarrassed when you say something like that?" Uchiha Mirai snorted in disdain. If Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others really considered the Uchiha as family, then there would be many ways to resolve the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan will not be wiped out, and he does not have to worry about how to break the inevitable death situation. Having been in the ninja world for more than 10 years, he has personally experienced how cruelly the Hokage line headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen treats the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, "I'm doing this all for the village. You're also a ninja of Uchiha, so you should know Uchiha well, right? The stronger the Uchiha, the more likely they are to go to extremes. The Uchiha who loses love will go crazy and take revenge on the world." Uchiha Mirai interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's question. "So you give me an example." Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment. "Just like Uchiha Madara back then." Uchiha Mirai shook his head. Uchiha Madara just saw the flaws of the village and wanted to establish a completely new order. "It has nothing to do with what you just said." Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen silent, Uchiha Mirai said calmly, "The ninjas of the Uchiha clan will never bend the law for personal gain when doing things for the village, and they will always be at the forefront in fighting the enemy. Since the establishment of Konoha, countless outstanding clan members have sacrificed for the village, and all the clan members have chosen to give up following Uchiha Madara for the sake of the village that they have already regarded as their home. I have done so much, but I am still suspected and excluded. Once I show dissatisfaction, I am immediately regarded as an unstable factor." Uchiha Mirai couldn't help but laugh a few times. "Will you be satisfied only if I behave like a piglet willing to be treated as I please? For the village? Ridiculous." Uchiha Mirai stopped smiling and his tone turned cold. "The village will hold the Chunin exam in 3 days. As the Hokage of Konoha, you must attend. Otherwise, the Sarutobi clan will become the history of the ninja world forever, just like the Shimura clan." Uchiha Mirai didn't plan to argue with Sarutobi Hiruzen. When the Chunin exam came, Orochimaru would make public what Sarutobi Hiruzen had done as planned, and the world would make its own judgment. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little relieved as he looked at the seals and chains that had been removed from his body. Since it was a Chunin exam jointly organized by many ninja villages, Uchiha Mirai would not attack himself in public. It is better to actively cooperate with the other party. Maybe there will be a chance to make it work. At least the Sarutobi clan should not be exterminated like the Shimura clan. Cloud Shinobi Village. The fourth Raikage looked at the plaque hanging high on the gate of Konoha in front of him and couldn't help but clench his only remaining fist. He had fantasized countless times about leading the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village to break in here, and even paid the price of an arm for it. If it weren't for Uchiha Mirai, AI's aura continued to rise, and Yamashiro Aoba and Bingzu Leitong, who were in charge of registering people coming and going at the gate, stood up with frowns on their brows. "Raikage, stay calm." Sam, who had short blonde hair, spoke in a deep voice. AI came back to his senses, glanced at Yamashiro Aoba and Bingzu Leitong in front of him, snorted coldly, and left. This time he must find out more information about Konoha. Only in this way can he achieve better results the next time he attacks Konoha. After everyone from Cloud Shinobi Village left, a burly ninja slowly walked over with a short, big-nosed old man on his shoulders. They also stopped at the gate of Konoha. The big-nosed old man looked up and couldn't help but sighed. "It's been so many years, I didn't expect that my old bones would be able to come here again." The burly ninja said in a muffled voice, "Father, have you ever been to Konoha before?" The big-nosed old man nodded and said, "I've been here before, and that experience wasn't very good. I hope this time will be better than the last time. Huangtu, let's go in." "Yes." About an hour after Wagakura's group left, a group of ninjas wearing Kirigakura ninja forehead protectors appeared at the gate of Konoha. It is still headed by Master Yuan. "Great, we're finally in Konoha. Terumi Mei Senpai, you seem very happy?" Hearing this, Terumi Mei nodded. "Of course it's full moon. There are many handsome guys in Konoha. I can feast my eyes again." Mangetsu Kizuki curled his lips and said, "I heard from Master Yuan that you seem to like Uchiha Mirai very much, senior." Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment, then secretly waved her pink fist towards Master Yuan's back. "Who would like that lunatic?" "Ghost Lantern Man," you scratched his head. "Madman? What do you mean?" Terumi Mei waved her hand impatiently. not wanting to dwell on this issue any further. You must do well in your Chunin exam this time, and you must not embarrass us Kirigakure in front of so many people. A boy next to Terumi Mei, who was wearing glasses and looked very introverted, said nervously, "Terumi Mei senpai, I don't have much confidence." Before Terumi Mei could say anything, Mangetsu Kizuna put his arm around the boy's shoulders and said, "Chujiro, there's nothing to worry about. I can lend you my double swords, Tai." Chujiro opened his mouth in surprise. "Huh? Then what are you going to do?" Hozuki Mangetsu said indifferently, "You don't have to worry about me. I can use all 7 ninja swords anyway. Besides, our teammate this time is an incredible person." After saying that, he winked at the silent and indifferent boy beside him. "Aren't you right, Zabuza?" In response to Mangetsu Kazuki's question, Zabuza snorted and did not respond. Goei Dengman was so annoyed that he couldn't help but mutter, "What a cold-blooded guy." Terumi Mei, who had been paying attention to the few people, saw Zabuza's performance and couldn't help showing a worried look on her face. Uchiha Mirai's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widen. He had thought that Uchiha Mirai might attack Shimura Danzo, Midokado Hamura, and Udatain Kohuru, but he never imagined that Uchiha Mirai would dare to exterminate the Shimura clan, the Mido clan, and the Udatain clan. Doesn't this guy have any concerns at all? Isn't he afraid that other ninja clans will feel the pain of being alone and unite against Uchiha? Without even a moment of sadness for the deaths of his companions, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, "Why did you kill so many people? We are all family from the same village." Uchiha Mirai sneered, "Family? Are you saying that Shimura Danzo, who has been plotting to exterminate the Uchiha clan, is a family member, or that Udatain Kohuru, who has been constantly using his power to embezzle the Uchiha clan's property, is a family member, or that Midokado Hamura, who has been causing trouble for the Uchiha clan every other day, is a family member? And you, 3rd generation, you are a family member who has always been wary of the Uchiha clan, excluded the clan that founded the village from the core power circle, and sent Umbu to monitor the Uchiha clan 24 hours a day. Don't you feel embarrassed when you say something like that?" Uchiha Mirai snorted in disdain. If Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others really considered the Uchiha as family, then there would be many ways to resolve the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan will not be wiped out, and he does not have to worry about how to break the inevitable death situation. Having been in the ninja world for more than 10 years, he has personally experienced how cruelly the Hokage line headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen treats the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, "I'm doing this all for the village. You're also a ninja of Uchiha, so you should know Uchiha well, right? The stronger the Uchiha, the more likely they are to go to extremes. The Uchiha who loses love will go crazy and take revenge on the world." Uchiha Mirai interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's question. "So you give me an example." Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment. "Just like Uchiha Madara back then." Uchiha Mirai shook his head. Uchiha Madara just saw the flaws of the village and wanted to establish a completely new order. "It has nothing to do with what you just said." Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen silent, Uchiha Mirai said calmly, "The ninjas of the Uchiha clan will never bend the law for personal gain when doing things for the village, and they will always be at the forefront in fighting the enemy. Since the establishment of Konoha, countless outstanding clan members have sacrificed for the village, and all the clan members have chosen to give up following Uchiha Madara for the sake of the village that they have already regarded as their home. I have done so much, but I am still suspected and excluded. Once I show dissatisfaction, I am immediately regarded as an unstable factor." Uchiha Mirai couldn't help but laugh a few times. "Will you be satisfied only if I behave like a piglet willing to be treated as I please? For the village? Ridiculous." Uchiha Mirai stopped smiling and his tone turned cold. "The village will hold the Chunin exam in 3 days. As the Hokage of Konoha, you must attend. Otherwise, the Sarutobi clan will become the history of the ninja world forever, just like the Shimura clan." Uchiha Mirai didn't plan to argue with Sarutobi Hiruzen. When the Chunin exam came, Orochimaru would make public what Sarutobi Hiruzen had done as planned, and the world would make its own judgment. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little relieved as he looked at the seals and chains that had been removed from his body. Since it was a Chunin exam jointly organized by many ninja villages, Uchiha Mirai would not attack himself in public. It is better to actively cooperate with the other party. Maybe there will be a chance to make it work. At least the Sarutobi clan should not be exterminated like the Shimura clan. Cloud Shinobi Village. The fourth Raikage looked at the plaque hanging high on the gate of Konoha in front of him and couldn't help but clench his only remaining fist. He had fantasized countless times about leading the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village to break in here, and even paid the price of an arm for it. If it weren't for Uchiha Mirai, AI's aura continued to rise, and Yamashiro Aoba and Bingzu Leitong, who were in charge of registering people coming and going at the gate, stood up with frowns on their brows. Raikage, stay calm. Sam, who had short blonde hair, spoke in a deep voice. AI came back to his senses, glanced at Yamashiro Aoba and Bingzu Leitong in front of him, snorted coldly, and left. This time he must find out more information about Konoha. Only in this way can he achieve better results the next time he attacks Konoha. After everyone from Cloud Shinobi Village left, a burly ninja slowly walked over with a short, big-nosed old man on his shoulders. They also stopped at the gate of Konoha. The big-nosed old man looked up and couldn't help but sighed. It's been so many years, I didn't expect that my old bones would be able to come here again. The burly ninja said in a muffled voice, Father, have you ever been to Konoha before? The big-nosed old man nodded and said, I've been here before, and that experience wasn't very good. I hope this time will be better than the last time. Huangtu, let's go in. Yes. About an hour after Wagakura's group left, a group of ninjas wearing Kirigakura ninja forehead protectors appeared at the gate of Konoha. It is still headed by Master Yuan. Great, we're finally in Konoha. Terumi Mei Senpai, you seem very happy? Hearing this, Terumi Mei nodded. Of course it's full moon. There are many handsome guys in Konoha. I can feast my eyes again. Mangetsu Kizuki curled his lips and said, I heard from Master Yuan that you seem to like Uchiha Mirai very much, senior. Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment, then secretly waved her pink fist towards Master Yuan's back. Who would like that lunatic? Ghost Lantern Man, you scratched his head. Madman? What do you mean? Terumi Mei waved her hand impatiently, not wanting to dwell on this issue any further. You must do well in your Chunin exam this time, and you must not embarrass us Kirigakure in front of so many people. A boy next to Terumi Mei who was wearing glasses and looked very introverted said nervously, Terumi Mei Senpai, I don't have much confidence. Before Terumi Mei could say anything, Mangetsu Kizuna put his arm around the boy's shoulders and said, Chujiro, there's nothing to worry about. I can lend you my double swords, Tai. Chujiro opened his mouth in surprise. Huh? Then what are you going to do? Hozuki Mangetsu said indifferently, You don't have to worry about me. I can use all 7 ninja swords anyway. Besides, our teammate this time is an incredible person. After saying that, he winked at the silent and indifferent boy beside him. Aren't you right, Zabuza? In response to Mangetsu Kizuki's question, Zabuza snorted and did not respond. Goei Dengman was so annoyed that he couldn't help but mutter, What a cold-blooded guy. Terumi Mei, who had been paying attention to the few people, saw Zabuza's performance and couldn't help showing a worried look on her face. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, the Hokage succession ceremony was successfully completed. Among them, the princess kneeling became a hot topic among the people of Konoha Village. After all, as a part of Konoha Village, the improvement of the status of ninjas means that Konoha will soon become the center of the Land of Fire. By then, Konoha Village might be able to develop into as prosperous as the capital of the Fire Nation. There is no need to say much about ninjas. Even ordinary villagers who are not ninjas will benefit greatly. So for a time, Uchiha Mirai's reputation among the people of Konoha Village reached an unprecedented height. Even the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama of that year, could not be compared with him. The Uchiha clan even set off fireworks all night to celebrate Uchiha Mirai becoming the fourth Hokage. Early morning, Uchiha Mirai walked out of Ryoka's room. There was no reason for him to let go of such a beauty of noble status. What's more, Ling Xiang behaved very submissively and didn't resist at all. Uchiha Mirai came directly to the Hokage building. This time, he officially entered the Hokage office as the fourth Hokage. There were several scrolls on the table, all of which were about the handling of the property of the Shimura clan, the Utain clan, and the Mito clan. Half of these properties were taken by the Uchiha clan, and the remaining half was divided among the Kurama clan, Hyuga clan, Nara clan, and other ninja clans. Uchiha Mirai simply glanced at it and signed his name. With his current identity and status, money has become a dispensable string of numbers to him. It would be better to share it with others and let those ninjas who have been following him have a taste of the sweetness. After all, only by using sticks and dates at the same time can you make your subordinates work wholeheartedly for you. Even if you have the power to crush everything, you still need your hands to do the various trivial tasks. Uchiha Mirai raised his eyebrows, with a meaningful smile in his eyes. The scroll in his hand was about the handling of a house. The house was not very big, but if he remembered correctly, it should have been the residence of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Someone come. Fourth generation Eyes adults. A masked woman with long purple hair appeared in front of Uchiha Mirai. Shien, go and transfer this property to my name. Yes. After Yuzuki Yugao left, Uchiha Mirai dealt with the documents on the desk for a while and then yawned impatiently. These things are too complicated. It seems that it is urgent to set up a Hokage secretariat. After Uchiha Mirai split off a shadow clone, the main body left the Konoha building. Arriving in front of a private house, Uchiha Mirai knocked on the door. Seeing Uchiha Mirai, Uzumaki Kushina showed a smile of surprise on his face. Mirai? Why are you here? Come in. After stepping aside and welcoming Uchiha Mirai into the room, Uzumaki Kushina poured a cup of tea and said with a smile, "It is a great honor for you, Mr. Fourth Generation, to visit my humble abode." Uchiha Mirai couldn't help laughing out loud. Kushina, you actually know how to flatter. Uzumaki Kushina snorted. It was Uchiha Mirai who gave her the free life she always dreamed of, so what's wrong with her flattering him? If it was that old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen, she would definitely punch him. The door of the bedroom nearby opened, and Namikaze Minato came out holding a sleeping baby boy. Minato, I haven't seen you for a few days. How come you become a dad? Hearing this, Namikaze Minato showed a helpless smile on his face. I can't help it. I can't compete with perverts like you. I can only stay at home idle. Although becoming Hokage was his lifelong dream, he was convinced of his defeat to an opponent like Uchiha Mirai. Uchiha Mirai put down the cup in his hand and said seriously, Minato, are you interested in becoming the Umbu minister? Namikaze Minato was a little surprised and said, Minister Umbu? Me? Uchiha Mirai nodded. That's right. Namikaze Minato asked in surprise. Why choose me? The Umbu are the personal guards directly under the Hokage, and among them are the Hokage's most trusted ninjas. He thought Uchiha Mirai would choose Uchiha Shursui to be the Umbu minister. Uchiha Mirai said calmly, Minato, I have my own considerations for letting you be the Umbu minister. This is to prepare you for your future as Hokage. Served as Hokage, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed at the same time, and even Uzumaki Naruto in his arms frowned a little uneasily. Mirai, what do you mean? Uzumaki Kushina didn't notice Uzumaki Naruto, staring at Uchiha Mirai with a confused look on his face. Uchiha Mirai whispered, Becoming Hokage is just to relieve the Uchiha clan's worries. I personally don't have any obsession with the Hokage. If nothing unexpected happens, I, Mirai, will unify the entire ninja world and establish a unified country. I will become the emperor of the country and eliminate all wars. When that happens, the position of Hokage can be handed over to you. Uchiha Mirai briefly explained his plan. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina both froze in shock. Unify the ninja world? Emperor, is Mirai's ambition so big? Ow, you don't want to. After hearing what Uchiha Mirai said, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina immediately shook their heads. Are you kidding? Becoming Hokage has been their dream since they were little. How could they not want to do that? Especially Namikaze Minato, whose sunny face showed an excited and happy smile. He originally thought that after Uchiha Mirai became Hokage, he would no longer have any hope of becoming Hokage. But I didn't expect that Uchiha Mirai actually had such a plan in mind. Namikaze Minato stood up and said solemnly, Mirai, I will work hard and will never let you down. Uchiha Mirai pointed to the teacup on the table, and Uzumaki Kushina immediately picked up the teapot and filled it. Good. Uchiha Mirai smiled and drank the tea in one gulp. Before he grew up, Mr. and Mrs. Namikaze Minato helped him a lot. When he is able, he doesn't mind making the other person happy. It's just a matter of convenience. However, after the initial excitement, Namikaze Minato's expression turned serious. Mirai, you want to eliminate war in the ninja world by establishing a unified empire. That does sound great. But even if the entire ninja world becomes a country, conflicts between different regions will inevitably arise. Without war, humans will continue to reproduce. Sooner or later, limited resources will become scarce due to the skyrocketing population. This is the inevitable development of things. If it's not handled properly, even unification will only turn external worries into internal troubles. Uchiha Mirai looked at Namikaze Minato in surprise. She didn't expect the other party to have such a vision. Namikaze Minato scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I once set my goal as Hokage, and I also thought about a lot of things. Uchiha Mirai waved his hand and didn't care. He looked at Namikaze Minato with a confident smile on his face. Minato, do you think my ability is limited to the ninja world? Namikaze Minato was stunned, not quite understanding how the words limitation and ninja world could be linked together. I asked in confusion, Mirai, what do you mean? Uchiha Mirai pointed to the top of his head. My goal is the starry universe. In front of the vast universe, our ninja world is just a grain of sand in the ocean. Grazing the universe is my ultimate goal. Grazing the universe? Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina were simply dumbfounded. With their limited knowledge, they could not understand what Uchiha Mirai meant at all. The vast ninja world is just a grain of sand in the vast ocean of the universe? No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't connect the ninja world with sand and gravel. Seeing the two people's puzzled expressions, Uchiha Mirai did not explain too much. This kind of thing is a bit difficult to popularize, and it is difficult to explain it clearly at the moment. Those are things for the future. You will slowly understand them. Uchiha Mirai waved his hand and said, as for the problems of internal and external troubles, deep in the starry sky, there exists a race called the Otsutsuki clan. In the near future, they will arrive with the goal of destroying the ninja world. After unifying the ninja world, the entire ninja world will unite closely to resist the invasion of the Otsutsuki clan. After listening to Uchiha Mirai's description, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina continued to be in a daze. It was not until a long while later that they opened their dry mouths with some difficulty. Mirai, what's going on with the Otsutsuki clan? Uchiha Mirai did not answer directly, but asked, you should have heard of the story of the Sage of Six Paths? Finally hearing a familiar name, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina nodded immediately. The mother of the Sage of Six Paths is the goddess of the rabbit, who is known as the ancestor of chakra, and she is a member of the Otsutsuki clan, named Otsutsuki Kagaya. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina looked at each other and saw the deep shock in each other's eyes. Is Sage of Six Paths the son of the goddess of Mao? The real name of the goddess of the rabbit is Otsutsuki Kagaya, but what about the Otsutsuki clan? Uchiha Mirai continued to explain. Regarding the Otsutsuki clan, I will spread the corresponding information to everyone after unifying the ninja world. Now I just need to know that everything I do is based on my own considerations. Our current focus should be on unifying the ninja world. After listening to Uchiha Mirai's explanation, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina all took a deep breath. If what Mirai said was true, it would be horrible. The race that the mother of Sage of Six Paths belongs to must be a very powerful race. Such a group of people want to destroy the ninja world. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato asked in a deep voice, Mirai, how do you know these things? Uchiha Mirai pointed to his eyes and said the excuse he had prepared long ago. My eyes can see everything clearly, and my name is Mirai. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina nodded silently. After going through so many things, they didn't find it strange at all that Uchiha Mirai had the ability to predict Mirai. And with this explanation, it becomes reasonable that the other party was able to play Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and others in the palm of his hand. Thinking about it this way, Mirai seems to have the ability to predict the future. Just like when Kushina gave birth to Naruto, it was because Mirai communicated with Kurama in advance that the mysterious ninja failed to release Nine Tails to retaliate against Konoha in the first place. Namikaze Minato said in a deep voice, Mirai, from now on I will obey your orders unconditionally. Uzumaki Kushina also expressed his opinion. Me too. Since Mirai has the ability to predict Mirai's future, the other party's orders must be related to Mirai's direction. In such circumstances, even if they receive orders that are difficult for them to understand, they must obey them firmly. Uchiha Mirai didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected gain, so he nodded and agreed with a smile. They chatted until lunch, and then Uchiha Mirai said goodbye to Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina really has no talent for cooking, and the food she cooks is far inferior to Mikoto's. With a toothpick in the corner of his mouth, Uchiha Mirai walked slowly on the street. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A woman carrying a huge weapon walked out of the casino listlessly. Tsunade. Hearing Uchiha Mirai's voice, Tsunade's body trembled, and then he performed the body flicker technique without looking back and disappeared on the spot. Snort. Uchiha Mirai snorted and also used the body flicker technique and disappeared on the spot. Soon, he had Tsunade trapped in the dense forest above Hokage Rock. Uchiha Mirai said with a grin, Tsunade, isn't it a bit rude to run away when you meet me? Tsunade was a little unhappy and said, Kid, who taught you to call your seniors by their first names? How rude. Uchiha Mirai laughed. Except for the fact that you owe me some money. You and I have no other relationship. Besides, calling the village's Hokage a brat, you're the one who doesn't have manners. Tsunade rolled her eyes, not wanting to continue arguing with Uchiha Mirai, and snorted, Why are you stopping me? Uchiha Mirai said calmly, Did you forget something? What is it? Seeing Tsunade asking knowingly, Uchiha Mirai reminded him, You've borrowed 30 million ryo from me and agreed to return it in a month. Now the time has come. Where is my money? Tsunade took a few steps back in surprise. Money? What money? Uchiha Mirai was not annoyed and said gently, You borrowed it from the Hokage's office that day. It's only been a month. It shouldn't be long enough for you to forget about it, right? Tsunade put her hands on her hips and snorted. Since you said I borrowed your money, you should at least show me the IOU, right? I won't pay you back without an IOU. Uchiha Mirai smiled, and a dangerous light began to appear in his eyes. So you want to default on your debt? Tsunade showed no fear. I'm just trying to reason with you. Talk about reason? Then you've got the wrong person. Uchiha Mirai smiled. What I hate most is talking about reason with others. What I hate most is reasoning with others. Seeing Uchiha Mirai's mocking gaze, Tsunade's eyes showed a hint of fear. What do you want to do? Uchiha Mirai smiled. What? Wood style, the tree world is born. As Uchiha Mirai clapped his hands, thick trees instantly broke out of the ground and surrounded Tsunade tightly in the blink of an eye. The next second, countless vines swept toward Tsunade. Seeing this, Tsunade became furious. She never thought that, given her and Uchiha Mirai's identities, the other party would actually choose to take action directly. Looking at the tree world that had been formed, Tsunade could only activate the chakra in his body. Heaven-reaching fist. Tsunade punched out, breaking the vines in front of him. But the next second, more and denser vines wrapped around Tsunade. Tsunade took a deep breath, a look of unwillingness to admit defeat appearing in her eyes. One punch, two punches, three punches. Tsunade used her extraordinary strength to smash all the trees and vines that wanted to attack her. Such attack intensity and force would be difficult for even huge creatures like Manka and tailed beasts to withstand. But now, these continuously growing vines have no intention of retreating and continue to entwine around. After a while, Tsunade, who had been using his super strength continuously, also became a little out of breath. Glancing at Uchiha Mirai, who was standing in the distance, and watching her with a half-smile, Tsunade roared, and the chakra in her body surged again. Heavenly feet hurt. Boom! Under Tsunade's tremendous power, the earth instantly broke into pieces. A gap suddenly appeared in the surrounding tree world. Seeing the opportunity that finally came, Tsunade immediately jumped high up. At the same time, Uchiha Mirai clapped his hand again. With style, Flower Tree World is coming. Several huge flowers bloomed instantly, and countless pink pollens covered the entire tree world tightly. As soon as Tsunade inhaled a little pollen, he felt his body go limp instantly, and then fell heavily to the ground. Uchiha Mirai, UB ******** D. Being bullied by his great-grandfather's moves, Tsunade couldn't help but curse loudly. Uchiha Mirai was unmoved, and just said calmly, "Now do you admit that you owe money?" Tsunade gritted her teeth and said, "Don't even think about it. 100 healings mark." The diamond-shaped mark on Tsunade's forehead instantly began to extend outwards. Starting from the forehead, a series of black marks slowly emerged. Uchiha Mirai used a body flicker technique and came to Tsunade's side, reaching out and gently patting the other's stomach. 8 sign seal. Tsunade's body instantly went limp, and the chakra in his body could no longer maintain smooth operation. Then, Tsunade's body was tied up by several thick vines. Uchiha Mirai walked up to Tsunade and said helplessly, "There's no need to use the 100 healings mark, right?" Tsunade snorted. "Who allowed you to bully me?" Uchiha Mirai raised an eyebrow. "I bullied you? It's obviously you who owed money and didn't pay it back." When Tsunade heard this, he just gave up. "Anyway, I've already lost all that money, so do whatever you want." She wanted to see what Uchiha Mirai could do to her. The expected anger did not appear. Uchiha Mirai just walked up and pinched Tsunade's chin. Looking at the other party's aggressive eyes, Tsunade suddenly panicked. What do you want to do? I'm warning you, don't mess around." Ugh. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. I was forcefully kissed? Although the two sides only separated in a moment of contact, the warm, wet, and soft feeling was clearly transmitted to Tsunade's head. I'll kill you." Tsunade looked at Uchiha Mirai angrily, looking like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Only, even though her physique was extremely strong, under the effects of 8 sign seal and with style, it was still difficult for her to launch any effective counterattack. Uchiha Mirai looked at Tsunade without fear. "This is interest. If you don't pay back the principal in a while, I will charge you interest again." Uchiha Mirai handed a land deed to Tsunade. "This is the courtyard where the first generation and second generation once lived. Now it is yours." Tsunade froze for a moment, his childhood memories coming to mind. After a while, she asked with mixed feelings, "Why do you want to give me the deed? I clearly haven't paid off the money I owe you yet." Uchiha Mirai touched his chin and whispered, 3 million taels of interest in exchange for a kiss is a bit too much for you. This garden will be your compensation." After hearing Uchiha Mirai's answer, Tsunade blushed. "Kiss or something. What the hell is this ************ D kid talking about? By the way, If you are short of money, you can tell me. I won't treat you unfairly. Uchiha Mirai recalled the feeling just now and said meaningfully. After saying that, he disappeared without waiting for Tsunade's reply. Tsunade looked at the deserted forest and felt like crying, but had no tears. She was used to being a deadbeat, but this was the first time she was taught a lesson by her creditors. You can neither beat him nor run away. The most important thing is that the opponent is the famous fourth Hokage. Do I really have to repay the interest in this way every day in the future? Tsunade wiped her rosy lips vigorously, but she couldn't help but start calculating in her heart. But then again, that little pervert is quite willing to pay. The interest of 3 million plus this garden. Conservatively speaking, it would be 5 million taels. You don't know until you calculate it. Once you calculate it, you'll be shocked. A kiss can be exchanged for 5 million taels. Even Tsunade couldn't help but feel moved. Thinking about the scenes of sleeping in the open and being chased by creditors in the past, she couldn't help swallowing. Even if such transactions occur once a week, she doesn't have to worry about running out of money. Thinking of this, Tsunade muttered, "If this kind of transaction is only exchanged once, I will still be the one who suffers." After all, for men, the first time is often the most precious moment. I've already been kissed, so I don't care if I kiss you a few more times. Tsunade's eyes gradually became firm, and she waved in the direction where Uchiha Mirai left. 5 million for 2 kisses on the mouth, right? I'll eat this price forever. Konoha Village. Hokage's office. Uchiha Mirai was working on some documents when an Umbu ninja knocked on the door and walked in. "Master Mirai, this is this month's casino bill. Please take a look." "Got it. Let's go down." "Yes." After the Umbu ninja left, Uchiha Mirai looked at the casino's profits with a smile. It's just like what Tsunade said, the feeling of getting something for free. So cool. Winter goes and spring comes. The snow has melted away and new green buds have sprouted on the branches. Uchiha Mirai crossed his legs and couldn't help laughing when he saw Uchiha Makoto and Konan working on documents with their heads down. It's been a while since he became the 4th Hokage. During this period of time, his life became more and more comfortable. The first step was to establish the Hokage Secretariat. Uchiha Makoto, Konan, Yuhi Kurenai, Yuzuki Yugao, Noera Rin, and others are among them. Apart from major decisions concerning the direction of the village and the ninja world, he hardly had to handle any official business. When I have nothing to do, I practice. When I am tired, I drink tea and look at beautiful women to relax my eyes. My life is so carefree. Compared to the 7th-generation leader Uzumaki Naruto in the original work, who was so busy that he didn't even have time to go home for dinner, Uchiha Mirai is now living a life like a god. As for the other thing, it is related to Princess Tsunade. At the beginning, Tsunade was able to patiently wait for him to take the initiative to collect the interest. But as time went on, Tsunade was taken advantage of more and more often and gradually let himself go completely. He doesn't even need to take the initiative. Once Tsunade is short of money, she will come to him to exchange money. Of course, Uchiha Mirai welcomes everyone who comes. Of course, this exchange is no longer limited to the kiss at the beginning. Uchiha Mirai has already climbed that daunting mountain. Even with his great concentration, he almost couldn't hold back his nosebleed. That feeling is simply too wonderful. He believed that if he continued like this, it wouldn't take long before he could turn Tsunade into one of his own. As for Tsunade's huge daily expenses, it is not a problem at all for him. There's nothing you can do about it. Powerful men are just so arrogant. Just as Uchiha Mirai was lost in thought, Yuhi Kurenai, Noera Rin, and others stood up from their seats at the same time and stretched to relieve the fatigue of working for a long time. Looking at those seductive figures, Uchiha Mirai couldn't help but feel moved. When a slender beauty stretches, the natural curves of her body always make his heart beat faster. Noticing Uchiha Mirai's gaze, all the girls snorted in satisfaction. I feel shy when I am alone, but when I am with many sisters, everyone becomes relaxed. Yuhi Kurenai walked to the desk and said with a happy smile, "Mirai, let's go have barbecue together tonight." Uchiha Mirai scratched his head in confusion. Eating barbecue? Is today a memorable day? Zihong put her hands on her hips and said, Of course. Mirai, today is your 17th birthday. Hearing Yuhi Kurenai's answer, Uchiha Mirai suddenly felt as if he was in another world. It turned out that he had been in this ninja world for 17 years without realizing it. From the initial excitement, to the later trepidation, to the later hard training, to the current leadership of Konoha, scenes flashed through Uchiha Mirai's mind, leaving him with an indescribable feeling. Just when Uchiha Mirai was distracted, a cheerful song rang in his ears. Mitarashi Anko came in holding a cake. Yuhi Kurenai said in a sweet voice, Mirai, blow out the candles and make a wish. Looking at the smiling faces, Uchiha Mirai closed her eyes, smiled, and blew out the candles on the cake. Yuhi Kurenai immediately asked, Mirai, what did you wish for? Uchiha Mirai poked Yuhi Kurenai's forehead and said, Idiot, your wish won't work if you say it out loud. What? Zihi Kurenai covered her forehead with her hands and complained with a pout. Okay, let's go to the barbecue restaurant quickly. Yeah, I haven't had barbecue for a long time. Mirai is treating me today. I'm going to eat until he goes bankrupt. Led by Uchiha Mirai, the group came to the private room of the barbecue restaurant. Yuhi Kurenai, Noera Rin, Uchiha Mikoto, Konan, Mitarashi Anko, Yuzuki Yugao, Karama Yakumo, Yakushi Nono, Princess Ryoka, even Tsunade is among them. Feeling Uchiha Mirai's gaze, Tsunade snorted, Don't get me wrong, I just want a free meal. Uchiha Mirai smiled and said, Tsunade, this is our family dinner. Hearing this, Tsunade suddenly clenched his fists and said coldly, What's wrong with the family dinner? Can't I come to the family dinner? Uchiha Mirai immediately said, Of course I can come. In my heart, we are already a family. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Oomph, stop daydreaming here. Plates of fresh meat were brought up, and the girls immediately started grilling the meat excitedly. Looking at the girls with smiling faces, Uchiha Mirai felt a little warmer in his heart. This is what home feels like. While Uchiha Mirai was enjoying a rare moment of peace and quiet, an undercurrent against Konoha began to surge in the ninja world. Sunagakure, Yitsong, who had become the 5th Kazekage, threw the scroll in his hand aside. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind actually asked her to attack Konoha village and severely punish Uchiha Mirai, who was committing treason. He also stated that he would no longer provide financial support to Sunagakure before launching a war against Konoha. This gave Yitsong a headache. Unlike Luosha, she does not have the gold sand magnet style, so she cannot get enough money to maintain the operation of the ninja village in the vast desert. Now, voices of dissatisfaction with her have begun to emerge in the village. If this continues, the situation is likely to get out of control. Maybe she would even be kicked out of the position of Wind Shadow. She could learn from Uchiha Mirai and kill the daimyo, but she didn't have his strength and prestige, so it would be almost impossible for her to succeed. Even if the assassination succeeds, the Wind Nation will not become like the Fire Nation, but may fall into civil strife. After much thought, Yitsong decided to ask Uchiha Mirai's opinion first. After injecting chakra into the flying thunder god Kanai, the figure of Uchiha Mirai appeared beside her. What's the matter with you suddenly looking for me? Yitsong did not answer Uchiha Mirai's question immediately, but looked at the cake on the other's face with some curiosity. Mirai, what are you doing? Uchiha Mirai explained, Today is my birthday, and I've been digesting the food since I finished eating, and I haven't had time to wipe it off yet. Hearing this, Yitsong stuck out his tongue a little embarrassedly. Today is your birthday. I'm so sorry to bother you at this time. Uchiha Mirai smiled and waved his hand. It's okay, did you eat? Yitsong shook his head. Not yet. Uchiha Mirai's smile widened, and he said, That's perfect. Let's talk while we eat. Yitsong touched his belly and explained the current situation to Uchiha Mirai in detail. Finally, she looked at Uchiha Mirai and said in a deep voice, Mirai, what should I do now? Should we look for an opportunity to assassinate the daimyo of the Wind Country? Yitsong would not dare to do such a thing on her own, but with the support of Uchiha Mirai, she is not afraid anymore. However, after listening to her suggestion, Uchiha Mirai just shook his head lightly. Yitsong, don't go and assassinate the daimyo. You must oppose the daimyo's policies openly, even if it means being driven out of the Kazekage position. Once those ninjas who oppose you suffer, they will understand what is the right thing to do. Hardship. Yitsong frowned. Are you planning to do something to the ninjas of Sunagakure? Uchiha Mirai said calmly. If you want to unify the ninja world, you must scare everyone. If we don't kill a lot of people, Mirai's reforms will definitely encounter a lot of resistance. Do you want those innocent people to die, or do you want these radicals who oppose you to die? After hearing Uchiha Mirai's words, Yitsong remained silent. She didn't want anyone to die if she could. Seeing that Yakura was still hesitating, Uchiha Mirai spoke again. Yakura, you have seen the darkness of the village. You don't want the younger generations to continue to repeat your mistakes, right? Hearing this, Yitsong finally made up his mind. She nodded resolutely. I understand. I will do as you say. Uchiha Mirai nodded in satisfaction. That's right. The plan was finalized, and Yitsong showed a relieved expression on his face. Mirai, I'm sorry to disturb your birthday today. It's late now. You should go back and rest. Uchiha Mirai hummed softly and pulled Yitsong into his arms. Don't leave tonight. Stay overnight. After more than 10 days of fermentation, the ninjas of Sunagakure became increasingly dissatisfied with Yitsong. In their view, Yitsong was acting purely out of his own selfish desires and had plunged the entire village of ninjas into poverty. It is obvious that as long as they obey the orders of the daimyo, they will be able to obtain a large amount of financial support. Why do you want to openly go against the daimyo? Those ninjas from the Fire Nation will pay the price for their actions sooner or later. Finally, Yitsong, who had been openly and vigorously opposing the daimyo, was temporarily stripped of his power as Kazekage. The elders led by Ebizo organized the ninjas of Sunagakure and openly declared war on Konoha. In their view, as long as they can gain benefits, what does it matter if a few people die? Ninjas are consumables anyway. They didn't dare to confront Uchiha Mirai head-on, but they still had the courage to make money and seize power in the name of confronting Uchiha Mirai. Not only is there, but it's huge. Konoha Village. Hokage's office. Uchiha Mikoto, Konin, and others were eating bananas when Kurenai rushed in. Mirai, the ninjas from Sunagakure have crossed the sideline and are attacking the ninjas on the front line. Should we send troops to reinforce the front? After hearing Yuhi Kurenai's suggestion, Uchiha Mirai waved her hand and said, No, I can do it on my own. He had allowed the Sunagakure radicals to take power just for this moment. Only on the battlefield could he kill all those who opposed him without any psychological burden. Not just Sunagakure. The same is true for Cloud, Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure. How can he be worthy of his leader if he doesn't take advantage of these ninja villages? Thinking of this, Uchiha Mirai stood up directly, gather the troops, and make a pre-war declaration. Yes. In front of the Hokage building, Konoha ninjas were densely packed. They looked excited and stared at the Uchiha Mirai on the Hokage building without blinking. Sunagakure declared war on Konoha and attacked Konoha on the grounds that Konoha shinobi were plotting to murder the daimyo of the Land of Fire. This made all the Konoha shinobi very unhappy. After all, during this period of time, they have tasted the feeling of being a ninja and becoming the master. They will fight to the death with anyone who wants to make them go back to the days when they were tools. Now they just had to wait for Uchiha Mirai's order so they could rush to the battlefield and destroy those stupid Sunagakure ninjas. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, Uchiha Mirai slowly spoke. Sunagakure has waged war against us again. No matter what their reasons are, this kind of wanton war and disregard for life is absolutely not allowed. After hearing what Uchiha Mirai said, a ninja couldn't help but shout, Hokage-sama, we will definitely defeat those guys from Sunagakure. That's right, There's no way those bastards can be our opponents. No matter how many wars they start, we will be the winners in the end. Uchiha Mirai raised his arms, and the scene became quiet again. Uchiha Mirai cleared his throat and continued, "They disregard life, but I will never let the family I worked so hard to protect sacrifice in vain. So, this time I will personally take action and crush the conspiracy of those ambitious people in Sunagakure by myself." What? All the Konoha shinobi present were shocked after hearing Uchiha Mirai's plan. One person facing an entire village? This kind of thing, even the first Hokage back then never did that. In addition to being shocked, everyone felt extremely moved. This is the Hokage who truly inherited the will of fire. In comparison, what are Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others? This is the real Hokage. I am willing to die for such a Kage. Yes, in order to prevent his companions from dying, he actually decided to go to the battlefield alone to fight against an entire village. How selfless must one be to have such an idea in mind? Long live the fourth generation master. I will die for the fourth generation master. Long live the fourth generation master. I will die for the fourth generation master. Namake's Minato couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. It's not unfair that I lost to Mirai in the competition for Hokage. Might Guy punched Hatake Kakashi on the shoulder. Kakashi, I really want to have the youth like Mirai. Hatake Kakashi rolled his eyes and said, Guy, I really envy you for being able to revive with full health again and again after being hit by Mirai. He couldn't do it anymore. He had long forgotten the idea of catching up with Uchiha Mirai. He finally figured it out. Why bother competing with a monster? The oath-taking ceremony is over. Uchiha Mirai's prestige in the hearts of everyone in Konoha has risen again. Even ninja clan leaders like Nara Shikaku, Hyuga Hayashi, and Inazuka Tsumuji were all convinced by Uchiha Mirai. Perhaps they chose to stand on Uchiha Mirai's side against Sarutobi Hiruzen for their own interests. In their hearts, Uchiha Mirai was just rebelling against Sarutobi Hiruzen and others for the sake of the Uchiha clan and his own interests. For the village? For the will of fire? Stop joking. But now, they were truly impressed by Uchiha Mirai. Even though he was already the Hokage and had killed the daimyo and become the most honorable man in the land of fire, Uchiha Mirai was still willing to go to the battlefield alone to fight the enemy in order to protect his fellow villagers. This kind of magnanimity made them feel deeply ashamed of their previous dirty thoughts. Konin, Yuhi Kurenai, Uchiha Makoto, Noera Rin, and others all had bright eyes. They are proud of their vision. What's wrong with a man who is so outstanding that he has no flaws being a little lustful? Besides, is that called lustful? That's called giving benefits to everyone with a philanthropic attitude. Uchiha Mirai naturally didn't know that his unintentional action would cause everyone to imagine so many things. In fact, he just didn't want his reward to be snatched away by others. Moreover, once the ninjas of Konoha and Sunagakure get into a fight, it will greatly affect his performance. So in the end, at Uchiha Mirai's insistence, and in the admiring eyes of everyone in Konoha, Uchiha Mirai, the fourth Hokage, went to the border of the land of fire alone. The Fire Nation border. 3,000 ninjas of Sunagakure gathered together. Although they had the support of the daimyo, with Sunagakure's current strength, gathering 3,000 ninjas was already the limit. Most of these ninjas hold deep resentment towards Konoha and want to take the opportunity to avenge their companions and relatives who died in the war. They did not expect to defeat Konoha. They only hoped to kill 1 or 2 Konoha shinobi, which would be a worthy death. In front of Sunagakure's ninja army, Ebizo looked determined, with a hint of madness in his eyes. After Chiyo's death, the family he cherished had completely disappeared from the ninja world. And the root cause of all this is Konoha. He had wanted to commit suicide countless times, but he was always unwilling to do so. Now, the opportunity has finally come. Looking at the ninja in front of him with eyes full of hatred, Ebizo murmured in his heart, "It's not my fault. I didn't start the war. Everything is for the sake of fame." Thinking of this, Ebizo no longer hesitated. He raised his arms high and opened his mouth to give the order to attack. The next second, a sharp black stick pierced through his chest. What? Ebizo's lips trembled twice, and his body fell to the ground with a thud. Until his death, he never figured out who had killed him. After Ebizo's death, Uchiha Mirai slowly fell from the sky. A pair of renegades stared coldly at the Sunagakure ninja in front of him. "Are you ready to face death?" Seeing Uchiha Mirai, the Sunagakure ninja's eyes gradually became clear. The terrifying power displayed by Uchiha Mirai during the Third Ninja World War is still vivid in their memory. They never expected that Uchiha Mirai would appear here. Why is Uchiha Mirai here? Hasn't he become the Hokage? Damn it, the Hokage should have stayed in the Hokage building. Why did he come to the battlefield alone? Are all the ninjas of Konoha a bunch of cowards? Why should the Hokage be left to face our wrath alone? Uchiha Mirai smiled at the Sunagakure ninja's shout. "Don't waste your energy. I'm the only one you have to face in this war." Hearing Uchiha Mirai's answer, the ninja of Sunagakure was completely despaired. They originally just wanted to kill some ordinary ninjas of Konoha to vent their anger, but they never expected to run into Uchiha Mirai in the first place. But it's too late to say anything now. The arrow is on the string and must be shot. The Sunagakure ninjas shouted to boost their courage and rushed hysterically in the direction of Uchiha Mirai. 3,000 ninjas may not sound like a lot, but the scene of them charging together is shocking enough. The earth began to tremble continuously with the footsteps of this group of ninja soldiers. Only, faced with such a scene, Uchiha Mirai was not afraid at all. He slowly raised his arms and whispered to the attacks of Sunbon, Kunai, Exploding Talisman, and Ninjutsu released by San Shinobi. Shinra Tensei. Boom. Starting from Uchiha Mirai, an extremely powerful and brutal repulsive force blocked all the attacks of the San Shinobi. Immediately afterwards, the Sunbon, Kunai, detonating tags, etc. all flew backwards into the Sunagakure ninjas' camp. Phew, phew, phew. In just a moment, the Sunagakure ninjas screamed in agony and suffered heavy casualties. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Constitution +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Chakra +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Spiritual power +1. Listening to the constant reminder sounds from the system in his mind, a smile appeared on Uchiha Mirai's face. This feeling of rapidly growing strength is really great. Come on, please me as much as you can. Let me see how much you can please me. Uchiha Mirai said as he quickly rushed into the Sunagakure's ninja army. His speed and strength have all reached ultimate, and even the simplest moves can kill the enemy instantly. Wherever Uchiha Mirai passed, Sunagakure ninjas were thrown to the ground. Many of the Sand Shinobi who were knocked flying were still in the air, and Uchiha Mirai's body had already rushed over a distance of dozens of meters. Happy! Ha! Uchiha Mirai laughed wildly and put his hands together. Magnet style, a gold dust burial. Countless gold dust instantly devoured the Sunagakure ninjas within 100 meters. Deadbone pulsed dance of the early ferns. A forest of bones grew thickly, densely piercing the bodies of countless Sunagakure ninjas. Fire style, storm dance. The fire dragon roared like a tornado, burning and distorting the space in front of it. The Sunagakure ninja, who had no time to dodge, was instantly reduced to ashes. Amaterasu, scorch style, over steaming kills. Boil style, smart miss technique. Looking at the Sand Shinobi that had become less dense, Uchiha Mirai clapped his hands and a huge amount of chakra gushed out. Wood style, the tree world is born. The wind was howling and the earth was silent. Dry and cracked land, sharp and cold-bone forest, thick and dense woodland, glittering gold sand, and the various Sunagakure ninja corpses scattered on the ground. Uchiha Mirai stood floating in mid-air, the power of her Rinnegan surging in her eyes. 3,000 Sand Shinobi Coalition forces were completely wiped out by him in less than half an hour. Looking at the skyrocketing attribute points on the system panel, Uchiha Mirai was in a very good mood. Panel. As Uchiha Mirai murmured, a translucent sky blue panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Uchiha Mirai. Physique, 5673. Spiritual power, 5,659. Chakra 5685. Bloodline limit, Mangekyo Sharingan. Magnet style, Gold Dust. Scorch style, Deadbone Pulse. Boil style, Illusion, 5 senses control. Byakugan. Wood style, Rinnegan. Ninjutsu. Rasengan. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. 5-layer Rashomon. Phantom body, Flicker technique. Wind style, Sky, Slashing wave. Fire style, Storm dance. Welcome, Senju kill. Earth style, Reincarnation technique. Others, secret techniques. Thousands of raindrops. Seal of self-inflicted curse. Natural energy affinity. Senju sage body. Super strength. Wet bone forest immortal technique. Pupil arts Amaterasu. Saradahiko no Makoto. Aim no Tokatachi no Makoto. Susanoo. Tsukiyomi no Makoto. Distinguished heavenly gods. Kamui. 6 paths technique. Will tomb in hell. Looking at the eye technique at the bottom of the panel, Uchiha Mirai's mouth curled up slightly. When his various attributes grew to 5,000 points, he awakened a new Rinnegan eye technique. Wheel grave, edge of prison. Splits into 4 invisible and imperceptible shadows that can attack using physical techniques. Through pupil techniques, the main body and the shadow can swap positions. Even if the main body's movements are sealed, it will not be affected when the positions are exchanged. Besides that, the shadow will not disappear even if attacked, but there is a certain cooling time. Every time the shadow stays outside for a period of time, it needs to return to the main body until the cooling time is over. In the original work, Woltoon Border Prison can be said to be a very unsolvable skill. No one except the owner of the Rinnegan and 6 Paths Naruto, who has super perception, can perceive the attack of the chakram. In addition, the attack power of the shadows created by Wheel Tomb and Border Prison is very strong. In the original work, when Uchiha Madara was in single Rinnegan form, he used the shadow of Rinnegan, side prison, to kill the 9-tailed beasts in seconds. So, when the system prompted him that he had awakened the ability of Will Grave Binyu, Uchiha Mirai was still very excited. There is no one else, only Shuaiyu. Sunagakure. There was a layer of gloom on everyone's face. They have confirmed that none of the 3,000 ninja soldiers who attacked Konoha return alive. If it were just that, it would be fine, but the most important thing is that so many people died, but Konoha did not pay any price. They all died at the hands of Uchiha Mirai alone. What did I say in the beginning? We shouldn't have provoked Konoha. We were no match for Konoha in our heyday, let alone now. Is it really worth sacrificing so many people for an order from the daimyo? Now that I think about it, Lord Yi-tsang is the wisest person. If we were willing to listen to Lord Yi-tsang's orders, this tragedy would not have happened. The demise of the 3,000 ninja troops completely changed the direction of Sunagakure. They all began to miss Yi-tsang's kindness and pointed their spearheads at the daimyo of the Wind Country. As public opinion fermented, Yi-tsang returned to the attention of everyone in Sunagakure. In front of thousands of Sunagakure ninjas, Yakura publicly stated that it was the daimyo's ignorance that caused this defeat. Such stupid people still control the financial lifeline of the village, while those who fight bloody battles are at the bottom of society. Such an unreasonable system should be overturned. We should learn from Konoha, overthrow the rule of the daimyo, and let the ninja become the master of the country. Yi-tsang's speech immediately resonated with all the villagers in Sunagakure. No one is willing to be inferior to others, and there's a precedent like Konoha. What's more, the daimyo has now killed so many ninjas in their village. Under such circumstances, it only took a dozen days for the daimyo of the Wind Country to be beheaded by Yi-tsang. The ugly appearance of the other party before his death made all the villagers and ninjas of Sunagakure feel nauseous. Is this the kind of person the daimyo they have served for so long is? The sun is scorching. In the empty desert, the air in the distance became distorted under the scorching sun. The ninjas of Sunagakure had long been accustomed to this kind of living environment, so they did not feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, they all had excited looks on their faces. They became the new masters of the Kingdom of Wind, and the princes and nobles who used to look down on them and were high and mighty no longer had the pride on their faces. It turns out that being respected is such a happy thing. At this moment, a black spot appeared in the distant sky. Everyone looked up and saw that the black spot soon came over Sunagakure. Ooh, alert! There's an intruder. Hurry up and inform Lord Kazekage. Looking at the figure floating in the air, all the ninjas of Sunagakure became panicked. There is no other reason. The name of that figure is Uchiha Mirai. The villagers of Sunagakure were evacuated to the nearby underground shelter, and nearly 10,000 Sunagakure ninjas were on high alert. Uchiha Mirai crossed his arms and slowly descended to a low altitude. Facing nearly 10,000 ninjas, his face remained expressionless, forming a sharp contrast with the nervous and panicked Sunagakure ninjas. Damn it! How did this guy come to our village? We attacked Konoha under the order of the daimyo before, and the enemy will definitely not give up. How dare you come here alone? Uchiha Mirai doesn't take us seriously at all. There are more than 10,000 of us, and only one person on the other side. So why do I feel so insecure? Nonsense. The other party is Konoha Moro, who has killed countless people. The Sand Shinobi were still able to talk to each other at first, but as time went on, they gradually became quiet. Uchiha Mirai just watched them motionlessly, the oppressive feeling on them gradually making them breathless. Many of the Sand Shinobi's clothes were soaked with sweat. They didn't know what Uchiha Mirai was trying to do, nor did they dare to do anything excessive, so they could only stand there stupidly. More than 10,000 ninjas were at a loss in front of one person. This kind of situation is the first time that it has happened in the ninja world. Just as the atmosphere became increasingly depressing, a delicate cry was heard. Yitsong rushed in front of the Sunagakure ninja with several ombu. Looking at Uchiha Mirai, Yakura said in a deep voice, "Fourth Hokage, what is your purpose in coming to Sunagakure?" Looking at the serious Yakura, Uchiha Mirai's black hair danced in the wind. He lowered his brows and spoke slowly. Sunagakure attacked Konoha some time ago. You should pay the price for that. Yitsong gritted his teeth and said, "You have already killed 3,000 of our ninja soldiers. What else do you want?" Uchiha Mirai snorted disdainfully. They deserve their own death. The losers have no right to bargain. Hearing this, Yitsong remained silent. After a long time, she spoke again. "Then tell me your purpose." Uchiha Mirai said calmly, "In order to prevent Sunagakure and Konoha from starting another war, I want Sunagakure to submit to me from now on." Before he could finish his words, all of Sunagakure's ninjas exploded. "What? You want us to surrender? Dream on. We, the ninjas of Sunagakure, would never agree to such a thing. You delusional be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. You actually made such an excessive request. Do you really think we are afraid of you?" The Sunagakure ninja's reaction was what Uchiha Mirai expected. He floated quietly in the air, waiting for the Sunagakure ninjas to vent their anger for a while before speaking again. "Since you choose not to surrender, you must pay the corresponding price. I hope you won't regret your decision when you see Sunagakure reduced to ruins." Uchiha Mirai said, stretching out his arms. A pitch-black chakra ball instantly formed in his palm. The black chakra ball was surrounded by a layer of white light, and a world-destroying aura quickly spread out. Combined with Yin-Yang Escape, Ultimate's compressed wind-style chakra made the Sunagakure ninjas' face change drastically. This aura, such a terrifying power. What's going on? I feel like I can't muster any strength at all. Everyone be careful. Why do I feel that this chakra ball is more terrifying than the aura that Shikaku condensed when he created the tailed beast bomb? I can't breathe. I've never felt such an ultimate sense of oppression before. All the ninjas in Sunagakure had pale faces and dry lips. Uchiha Mirai was in mid-air with his back to the sun, and the chakra ball, emitting an aura of destruction, was still dazzling under the scorching sun. Many of the sand shinobi ninjas with strong perception abilities were already kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. "We'll die. You will definitely die. Once that chakra ball explodes, everything will be annihilated. I am God. Anti-God, this is a farewell gift. Are you ready to face death?" Uchiha Mirai's voice came from the air, and even Yi Tsang, who was cooperating in the acting, began to panic. "Fourth Hokage, I grant your request. Sunagakure is willing to submit to you." Hearing Yakura's shout, some radical ninjas among the sand shinobi suppressed their fear and loudly questioned her. "Kazekage, you are betraying the village by doing this. You are a disgrace to our Sunagakure." Faced with the questioning, Yi Tsang directly activated the Scorch-style bloodline limit. In just a moment, she burned the ninjas who had opposed her into mummies. During the Third Shinobi World War, you refused to accept our defeat, and we lost tens of thousands of ninjas as a result. When the daimyo gave the order to attack Konoha, you refused to obey, and we lost another 3,000 elite soldiers as a result. The village is now in danger, and even the small countries around it are beginning to make moves on the border. Can you guys learn a lesson? I'm saving the village by doing this. All the ninjas of Sunagakure lowered their heads. Under the powerful pressure of Uchiha Mirai, they all chose to remain silent. At this time, silence often means acquiescence. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Yi Tsang hurriedly shouted to Uchiha Mirai, "Fourth Hokage, we agree to your request. Please come to the Kazekage building to discuss Sunagakure's submission." Yi Tsang was really anxious. She was really afraid that Uchiha Mirai would throw this chakra ball, which had much more power than the tailed beast bomb, at Sunagakure. Then Sunagakure will be finished. Seeing Yi Tsang's panic, Uchiha Mirai snorted coldly. "What a bummer. You should be thankful that you have saved your life." After saying that, he casually threw the large spiral wheel in his hand to a desert area far away. The black chakra ball disappeared into the sky, and then a huge ball of light rose in the distance. The dazzling brightness even overshadowed the scorching sun in the desert. An invisible air wave spread rapidly, rolling up the yellow sand all over the sky. The vast sky was wiped out in an instant. The ground began to shake violently, and the Sunagakure ninjas were instantly thrown to the ground by the impact. Feeling that terrifying energy, everyone fell silent. After a while, a feeling of extreme relief welled up from the hearts of every Sunagakure ninja. Judging from the explosion that just happened, if Uchiha Mirai was targeting Sunagakure, the entire village would have been razed to the ground. This guy is more powerful than Tailed Beast Bomb. Is he still human? If the other party had just thrown the chakra ball into the village from midair, the village would have been reduced to ruins, right? More than that, in the face of such a terrifying force, the fortifications we built are completely insignificant. Gulu, in front of this kind of power, even if there are more people, it will be meaningless. Maybe Uchiha Mirai really is a god. We should be thankful that we were able to survive his hands. The eyes of the Sunagakure ninja were filled with anxiety, uneasiness, fear, and relief. Various complex emotions are intertwined, but there is no hatred. After realizing the huge gap in power between the two sides, the resentment in their hearts disappeared. Wind Shadow Building. Feng office. Yi Tsang covered his chest, his face full of shock. "Mirai, you just scare me to death. If that chakra ball accidentally explodes, Sunagakure will be doomed." Uchiha Mirai sat carelessly on the chair that belonged to the Kazekage and said calmly, "Pour the tea." "Oh." Yi Tsang quickly brought tea to Uchiha Mirai and asked anxiously, "Mirai, today's matter is also a forced move. I am afraid that the villagers will still oppose our policies afterwards." Uchiha Mirai took a sip of tea and said nonchalantly, "Under the absolute deterrence of force, the desire for revenge will be reduced to a minimum. Besides, after surrendering to me, there will be no loss to Sunagakure." economic assistance, resource exchange, cultural reform, changes in educational concepts. Over time, they will take the initiative to identify with their current identity. Hearing this, Yitsong nodded silently. She couldn't quite understand what Uchiha Mirai said, but after spending so much time together, she could more or less come to a conclusion. Uchiha Mirai has never failed in what he wants to do. So, she just needs to obey orders. Thinking of this, Yitsong couldn't help but throw himself into Uchiha Mirai's arms. Uchiha Mirai gently stroked the other's beautiful back, feeling a little emotional. If other people saw Yitsong's petite appearance, they would definitely be shocked, right? Witnessed by everyone in Sunagakure, Yagura, as the fifth Kazekage, publicly expressed his submission to Uchiha Mirai. At the same time, since the ninja of Sunagakure had killed the daimyo of the Wind Country not long ago and became the master of the country, this also meant that the entire Wind Country had become under the power of Uchiha Mirai. Of course, the one Sunagakure chose to submit to was the Uchiha Mirai, not the Hokage. So this means that Sunagakure and Konoha village are still on an equal footing. After the announcement, the Sunagakure villagers, who had already witnessed the power of Uchiha Mirai, did not resist much and simply chose to accept reality. At the same time, the policies that Uchiha Mirai had already formulated began to be directly connected. When countless high-quality resources and supplies were continuously transported to Sunagakure, the villagers of Sunagakure not only stopped resisting, but began to be grateful. Of course, some resources from the Sunagakure desert also began to be supplied to Konoha. The two sides no longer have the previous grudges, and each gets what it needs from each other. The living standards of the people on both sides have been greatly improved. In addition, although the resources of the Wind Kingdom are not as abundant as those of the Fire Kingdom, its unique environment has become a significant feature. With the vigorous publicity of both villages, some brave people started their first overseas trip in their lives. The people of the Fire Nation were amazed by the endless desert and the sand dunes under the scorching sun. The people of the Land of Wind were shocked that the 4 seasons in Konoha were like spring and all things were blooming. Under the control of Uchiha Mirai, the Wind Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom began to merge gradually. Konoha Village, land of the Uchiha tribe. Uchiha Mirai looked at the serious little boy in front of him and couldn't help but snort. Hokage-sama, this is Itachi. He is the most talented ninja of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shursui finished speaking, and the little boy beside him immediately bowed deeply. Hokage, please give me your guidance in the future. Looking at the young form of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Mirai nodded. So you're called Uchiha Itachi, right? After saying that, he stretched out his foot and lightly swept it, and Uchiha Itachi's body immediately lost balance and flew into the air. Uchiha Mirai kicked Uchiha Itachi directly in the chest. Bang! Uchiha Itachi's body turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Seeing this, Uchiha Mirai snorted coldly, and the whole person disappeared from a spot in an instant. Then a thin figure was kicked around in the air by Uchiha Mirai like a ball. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground. This. Uchiha Shursui was a little confused, not knowing why Uchiha Mirai would suddenly attack Uchiha Itachi. Not only did he attack, but he also beat Itachi so badly. What's going on? Uchiha Itachi got up from the ground covered in dust, covered his chest, and bent down again. Hokage-sama, I'm sorry. Snort. Uchiha Mirai snorted coldly. This is just a small lesson for you. Remember this in the future. Never be self-righteous. At this, Uchiha Itachi knelt on the ground and said in a deep voice, I understand, Lord Hokage. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's appearance, Uchiha Mirai didn't care too much. In his previous life, Uchiha Itachi was a well-known filial son in the ninja world who killed his own clansmen and parents with his own hands. Before his death, he left distinguished heavenly gods in Uzumaki Naruto's body, intending to change Uchiha Sasuke's mind. Such a guy. From the perspective of the Uchiha clan, it's really hateful. Just beating him like this is considered a light punishment. Uchiha Itachi thought that Uchiha Mirai was criticizing him because of Uchiha Fugaku, so he didn't feel anything special. As the son of an Uchiha sinner, the fact that he is still alive and forgiven in this world is the greatest tolerance that the Hokage has shown him. Only Uchiha Shursui was in a completely confused state, not understanding what was going on. Shursui, you still need to go to the Wind Country to take care of the affairs and lead some tribesmen to take over the power of the daimyo. Do you understand? Uchiha Mirai ordered Uchiha Shursui. After the Fire Country daimyo was killed, it was Uchiha Shursui who dealt with the aftermath. So this time in the Wind Country, Uchiha Mirai still plans to let Uchiha Shursui lead people to deal with it. According to his plan, in Mirai's ninja world, the Uchiha clan will control everything in each country. By then, the Uchiha clan will be a true powerful family in the ninja world. No other ninja clan can compare to the Uchiha clan. The reason why he did this, besides the fact that he was also a member of the Uchiha clan and needed his own family as the foundation to help him control the ninja world, there was actually another reason. Before traveling through time, he was indignant about the fate of the Uchiha clan and had tried countless times to change the fate of the Uchiha clan. Now that he has this ability now, he might as well fulfill his wish from his previous life. It could be considered as putting my mind at ease. Uchiha Shursui naturally understood Uchiha Mirai's intention, so he immediately knelt on one knee and agreed. Hokage-sama, can I take Itachi with me? Can. Uchiha Mirai nodded in agreement with Uchiha Shursui's request and turned his gaze to Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, I want to ask you a question. Hokage-sama, please speak. In your eyes, how do you see the relationship between family, village, country, and ninja world? After hearing Uchiha Mirai's question, Uchiha Itachi was silent for a while. Kaido spoke after a long moment. Hokage-sama, I don't know. I thought about a lot of things before, but in the end I found that they were all wrong. But the experience of the Uchiha clan and the village tells me that as long as we follow your wishes unconditionally, everything will turn out well. Uchiha Mirai smiled slightly. Itachi, it seems you already have the correct awareness. Live with this belief and work hard to do better for me. I recognize you. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi spoke excitedly. Yes. Hokage-sama. After making some simple arrangements, Uchiha Mirai prepared to turn around and leave. However, Uchiha Shursui pulled Uchiha Itachi and shamelessly followed him. Uchiha Mirai looked back in confusion. Shursui, do you have anything else to say? Uchiha Shursui scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Mirai-senpai, it's already late today. Can I go to your house for a meal? Uchiha Mirai laughed at the familiar name and the somewhat rude request. Once upon a time, Uchiha Shursui was a little boy who carried a bucket and went to his house every day to help clean. Now, in the blink of an eye, he has become a ninja who can stand on his own. Thinking of the past memories, Uchiha Mirai nodded and agreed. Okay, I will cook today. Yeah, that's great. Uchiha Shursui jumped for joy. Uchiha Itachi, who was following at the end, also had a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Being able to have a meal with Mirai-sama is an honor not everyone can have. He must work hard to become stronger and become the sharpest knife in Mirai-sama's hand, like Senior Shursui. The news of Sunagakure spread quickly throughout the ninja world. When the ninjas from other villages heard that Sunagakure had expressed submission to Uchiha Mirai on behalf of the Wind Country, they were all so shocked that they couldn't calm down for a long time. Although Sunagakure's strength has been declining, it has always been ranked as one of the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world. Now Sunagakure has chosen to submit to Uchiha Mirai. Anyone with a little knowledge knows that this matter is far from as simple as it seems. This represents another change in the ninja world since the end of Sengoku. Would just one Sunagakure stop Uchiha Mirai? Cloud Shinobi Village. After reading the letter from the daimyo of the Land of Thunder, AI slammed the desk in front of him. Bang! With a loud bang, the desk broke into pieces. The B*********** D daimyo actually sent people to assist me in handling the affairs of the ninja village. Isn't this just supervising me? What does he take me, the Hokage, for? Seeing the furious AI, Mabui immediately spoke up to persuade him. Lord Hokage, don't be so excited. You know what happened to the daimyo of the land of fire and the land of wind, so it's normal for the daimyo of the land of lightning to be a little worried. It's just sending a few people over. There's nothing to be angry about. Or you want to take this opportunity to eliminate the daimyo like Konoha and the Sand Shinobi did? Hearing this, AI snorted coldly. I won't do anything like that. The daimyo is the symbol of the country and should be the object of our loyalty. A ninja just needs to do his part. Mabai nodded. So what should we do next? AI handed the letter in his hand to Mabai and said in a deep voice, Uchiha Mirai's ambition is definitely not limited to this. We must make plans early. The daimyo said in the letter that he has reached a consensus with the daimyo of the land of water and the land of earth. The three nations formed an alliance and launched an attack on Konoha at the same time. As for the specific details, we need to discuss it in person. Mabui thought quickly in his mind, and then said, in that case, why not invite the third Tsuchikage and the fourth Mizukage to hold a three-kage meeting together? As for the location, Mabai thought for a while and said, let's choose the Iron Country. Iron Country? Why choose that place? Seeing AI's puzzled look, Mabai explained, the Iron Country has always been a neutral country and has never participated in any war. Let's set the location of the talks in the Iron Country. Everyone will feel more at ease. In addition, the samurai are dependent on the daimyo, and their status is second only to those princes and nobles. Uchiha Mirai's behavior infringes on the interests of the samurai group, and they will definitely not let it go. Mifune is very powerful and has many subordinates. If we can get their support, our chances of winning will be better. After listening to Ma Bai's analysis, AI waved his hand and said, it's decided then. You are responsible for notifying the others, Oenoki, Yagura, and others. Before he could finish his words, Darui rushed in. Hokage-sama, Master B said he wanted to meet you, and that he wanted to fight alongside you. Nonsense. AI snorted coldly. His body turned into a flash of lightning, and he rushed out directly through the wall of the Hokage building. Seeing this scene, Mabai sighed helplessly. Since the death of the third Hokage and the loss of an arm, AI has restricted Killer Bee's freedom. But this time, he will face Uchiha Mirai again. Is there really a chance of winning if we don't join forces with Killer Bee? Take it. Oenoki, the Tsuchikage, sighed silently. If possible, he really didn't want to mess with a guy like Uchiha Mirai. The power displayed by the opponent is no less than that of Uchiha Madara back then. It's a pity that Uchiha Mirai may have inherited the will of Uchiha Madara and wanted to bring the entire ninja world under his own rule. In this case, he had no choice but to take action. With the strength of their three shadows, and with the help of their respective subordinates, they may not be without a chance of winning. Thinking of this, Onoki said to Huangtu, Huangtu, you should accompany me to the Iron Country. I'm so sorry for asking you to accompany an old man like me on a long journey so soon after your daughter was born. Huang Tuhan smiled and touched his head. It's okay. Heitu is still young. I can't help much if I stay at home. Onoki nodded and said, by the way, find a few people to keep an eye on Lao Zi and Han. We must not let them sneak out of the village during this period. Understood. Kirigakure. Yagura Koji walked into the secret room alone. In the center of the shadows, a masked ninja sat on a stone seat, and next to him stood a hermaphrodite wrapped in a giant pitcher plant. Abito, do you really want to let Kirigakure get involved? If you fail, the fact that Mizukage is under your control will most likely be exposed. Uchiha Abito snorted as he listened to Black Zetsu's question. This is the best chance to defeat Uchiha Mirai. If we can kill Uchiha Mirai, it won't matter even if we lose Kirigakure, our base. After Uchiha Abito finished speaking, White Zetsu smiled and said, Abito, will you take action this time as well? Uchiha Abito was stunned for a moment, then said in a deep voice, I am the mastermind behind everything in the ninja world. There is no need for me to step to the front. Hearing this answer, White Zetsu asked with a grin. Obito, you're not scared by the Uchiha Mirai, are you? Uchiha Obito clenched his fists. Why would I be afraid of him? He is just a reckless man who only knows how to use brute force. I can kill him with just a trick. Uchiha Obito touched the dozens of Sharingan transplanted on half of his body. With so many Sharingan to save his life, plus his Mangekyo Sharingan, what can Uchiha Mirai do to him? If you can't beat him, can you still use tricks on him? If all else fails, he can still prolong his life through the Geto statue. After Uchiha Mirai dies, he will still be able to call the shots in the ninja world. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Obito asked, by the way, how is Nagato doing recently? Black Zetsu said, Nagato has mastered the power of the Rinnegan and has killed Hanzo of the Salamander to take control of the Rain Shinobi Village. The recruitment of teammates has also begun. I believe that we will be able to recruit a group of strong members soon. Uchiha Obito nodded, feeling a little better. As long as he develops slowly, he will be able to trample Uchiha Mirai under his feet sooner or later. With the merger of Konoha Village and Sunagakure, the situation in the ninja world began to become turbulent. Especially the daimyos from various countries. They all began to stick together for warmth and began to show goodwill towards the ninjas from their own country. After all, the fate of the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind has proven that when ninjas choose to rebel, they will not have any ability to resist. Under such circumstances, the 3 shadow talks organized by 4th Raikage AI also began to be prepared in full swing. Konoha Village. Hokage Building. Inside the Hokage's office, Uchiha Mirai sat in the main seat for a rare moment, carefully processing a table full of documents. The Fire Nation and the Wind Nation have just merged, and he needs to make decisions on many things. Even with the help of Yuhi Kurenai, Uchiha Mikoto, Konan, and others, he is still busy and exhausted every day. In other words, his physique is already strong enough to be a pervert. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to withstand such high-intensity work. It was almost noon when a lean young man walked into the Hokage's office. The man wore Konoha's forehead protector on his forehead, and his triangular eyes revealed a gloomy look, making him look like a ruthless character. However, when he arrived in front of Uchiha Mirai, the man bowed his head and knelt down politely. Hokage-sama, may I ask what you want from me? Although the man tried hard to calm himself, one could still hear an uncontrollable tremor in his voice. Shinizuke, do you have any grudge against the village? Uchiha Mirai's tone was calm, but it immediately made the man kneeling on the ground break out in a cold sweat. He quickly shook his head and said in a deep voice, Hokage-sama, I only have love for the village. How could I possibly have any resentment? Hearing this, Uchiha Mirai nodded without comment, and then said, well, the border has been uneasy recently. The village has received intelligence that Kirigakure, Iwagakure, and Cloud Shinobi Village are likely to wage war against the village. The village is short of manpower. I want you to lead 1,000 Sarutobi ninjas to support the front line. After hearing Uchiha Mirai's words, Sarutobi Shinizuke's expression changed. The number of ninjas in the Sarutobi clan is only about 1,000. There are the examples of the Shimura clan, the Ten clan, and the Mito clan. Uchiha Mirai issued such an order, and the intention behind it was self-evident. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Shinizuke spoke in a deep voice. Hokage-sama, protecting the village is an obligation for the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan. Only, isn't a bit too much to send out 1,000 ninjas at once. I could take 200 people from my tribe to support the front line. As soon as Sarutobi Shinizuke finished speaking, Uchiha Mirai's face turned gloomy. Are you trying to disobey my orders? Is this kind of thing negotiable? Or, in your heart, the Sarutobi clan is more important than the village? Uchiha Mirai said word by word. Do you want to become a rebel ninja? Sarutobi Shinizuke quickly said, Don't dare, I understand. Please give me some time. I will bring 1,000 tribesmen to the front line for support. Uchiha Mirai smiled again. That's right. Everything is for the village. You go down first. Yes. After Sarutobi Shinizuke left, Uchiha Mirai smiled happily. It feels really good to stand on the moral high ground. Once upon a time, the Uchiha clan faced a similar situation as it does today. Although he knew what Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and others were thinking, he still had to cooperate. But now, the offense and defense have switched. Uchiha Mirai was curious about what choice the Sarutobi clan would make if they were in the same situation as the Uchiha clan before. The land of the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Shinosuke secretly gathered all the elites of the clan and conveyed to them the order that Uchiha Mirai had just issued. At this moment, everyone in the Sarutobi clan showed angry looks on their faces. This is too abominable. That be asterisk 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 D. Uchiha Mirai is using us as cannon fodder. You don't even have the slightest intention of hiding it. Uchiha Mirai is just trying to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of our Sarutobi clan. Chief Shinosuke, we absolutely cannot just sit there and wait for death. We might as well take this opportunity to escape. Listening to the shouts of his tribesmen, Sarutobi Shinosuke finally made up his mind. He said in a deep voice, "We will flee the village tomorrow at midnight." After hearing his order, someone hesitated and said, "What about the remaining ordinary tribesmen?" Sarutobi Shinosuke waved his hand and said coldly, "Their sacrifice is valuable. As long as they can create a glimmer of hope for us, we will have a chance to make a comeback." After discussing the details with everyone, Sarutobi Shinosuke returned to the room alone. After opening the barrier around the room, hatred flashed in Sarutobi Shinosuke's eyes. "Uchiha Mirai, you want to use the Sarutobi clan as cannon fodder? No way. One day, I will make you and the Uchiha clan completely extinct." Late at night, more than 1,000 members of the Sarutobi clan were wandering the streets, most of them drunk. Some Sarutobi were fighting with each other, some were cursing in the dark alleys, and some were smashing things in shops. For a moment, chaos broke out everywhere in Konoha. Even though the police force has more than doubled in size, it is now somewhat short of manpower. In the end, it was not until Namikaze Minato led the Umbu that they were able to bring the situation under control. At the same time, Sarutobi Shinosuke led hundreds of elite ninjas of the Sarutobi clan galloping outside Konoha village. Those clansmen who were causing trouble in Konoha did not yet realize that they had been ruthlessly abandoned. "Hurry up! As long as we enter the territory of the Iron Kingdom, we will be able to escape." Sarutobi Shinosuke shouts out loud. The Iron Kingdom was a country founded by samurai and has always maintained a neutral status. However, ever since Uchiha Mirai killed the daimyo, the Iron Kingdom has openly expressed its dissatisfaction with Uchiha Mirai. At this time, if he leads the Sarutobi clan to seek refuge in the Iron Kingdom, he will surely be warmly welcomed by the other party. At this moment, the ninja in front suddenly stopped. Sarutobi Shinosuke looked up and found that not far ahead, a man with black hair dancing in the wind was standing quietly on a tree trunk with his hands folded across his chest. Uchiha Mirai. The moment Sarutobi Shinosuke saw the man, he felt sick. He had clearly made all the necessary preparations, even going so far as to abandon more than 2,000 of his clansmen and let them cause trouble in various parts of Konoha in order to divert the village's attention. But why can we still encounter Uchiha Mirai? Could it be that the other party had already seen through his plan long ago? Shinosuke, you guys really disappoint me. They would rather defect than die for the village. They are indeed the Sarutobi clan who are born evil. Hearing Uchiha Mirai's comments, Sarutobi Shinosuke's face turned extremely gloomy. The Uchiha who is born evil. This was a catchphrase that my father and Elder Danzo and others always said when he was alive. But now, the other party actually used it to judge the Sarutobi clan. It's so abominable. Uchiha Mirai, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Sarutobi Shinosuke gritted his teeth. You sent the Sarutobi clan's ninjas to the front line just to take the opportunity to destroy us. Uchiha Mirai snorted in disdain. Don't take yourselves so seriously. I don't need to go through all this trouble to kill you. Arrogant. Sarutobi Shinosuke clenched his fists angrily and said coldly, "Then what is your purpose in sending all the ninjas of our clan to the front line?" Uchiha Mirai looked at Sarutobi Shinosuke, who was full of hostility, and said calmly, "I just want to see what choice you will make when it comes to your own interests." Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's rule, the Uchiha clan faced this situation countless times, but they still chose to follow the Hokage's orders. The Senju clan was even more so. Even when they were reduced to the point of extinction, they never retreated a single step on the battlefield. In comparison, the performance of your Sarutobi clan is really disappointing. Sarutobi Shinosuke's face turned pale, and he said harshly, "You mean, if we don't defect, you will let us go?" Uchiha Mirai smiled and shook his head. "No, no, no. No matter what you choose, the Sarutobi clan will only end up being exterminated." Hearing this, Sarutobi Shinosuke couldn't help but ask, "Why do you have to go to this extent? With your strength, we can't pose any threat to you at all." Uchiha Mirai shrugged. "Although you are weak and pose no threat to me, killing you will make me feel happier. You should kneel down and kowtow in gratitude for allowing you to survive Sarutobi Hiruzen's death until now." Hearing the mockery in Uchiha Mirai's tone, Sarutobi Shinosuke could no longer bear the anger in his heart and shouted directly, "Come together. Now only by fighting hard can we have a glimmer of hope." After hearing his words, the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan behind him immediately swarmed towards Uchiha Mirai. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, how long hua technique. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. Aside from the Uchiha clan, the Sarutobi clan is considered the ninja clan that is best at fire style. At this moment, hundreds of elite ninjas from the Sarutobi clan released fire style ninjutsu at the same time, and the power looked extremely terrifying. Facing the raging sea of fire, a transparent protective circle formed on the surface of Uchiha Mirai's body. Sealing technique, suction seal. In just a moment, the sea of fire disappeared completely. Seeing this scene, all the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan opened their mouths in shock. He actually absorbed the ninjutsu directly. How can we fight this? Without giving the other party time to think, Uchiha Mirai made a noon seal with both hands. Fire style, a great fire extinguishment. Boom! Everything within 100 meters was engulfed in flames, and the Sarutobi clan's ninjas suffered heavy casualties. Uchiha Mirai rushed into the crowd, his Rinnegan emitting terrifying eye power. Universal pull. The powerful gravitational force sucked everything around Uchiha Mirai. The next second, Uchiha Mirai raised his arm. Shinra Tensei. Phew, phew, phew. Under the powerful interaction of gravity and repulsion, everything was reduced to dust. All the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan were crushed into pieces. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Chakra +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Constitution +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Fire style, Haoyin technique. Following a series of system prompts, all the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan lay on the ground in a mess. The originally dense forest has now become completely unrecognizable. The trees were burned to ashes, the earth was cracked by the scorch, and the grass within a radius of hundreds of meters was blown away, revealing the scorched yellow ground. Uchiha Mirai couldn't help but shook his head. With his current strength, he could cause such a huge change in the terrain just by casually exerting it. The ninja world is big, but it is not enough for him to mess around. After a brief sigh, Uchiha Mirai disappeared from the spot. Sarutobi Shinosuke is not dead yet, and he fled as soon as the order to attack was given. He had to kill that guy. Damn it! Faster! Faster! Faster, please! Sarutobi Shinosuke heard the screams from behind and ran forward desperately. Only by running far enough while the tribesmen were holding Uchiha Mirai back could he escape from their clutches. Unfortunately, the opposite happened. A golden figure flashed by, and Uchiha Mirai wearing Nine-Tails chakra was already blocking him. It's so fast. Sarutobi Shinosuke never expected that Uchiha Mirai would arrive so quickly. Could it be that the Sarutobi clan, with hundreds of well-trained elite ninjas, couldn't they even stop the enemy for a moment? Shinosuke, you really impress me. First, he used his clan members to create chaos in order to escape from Konoha. He ordered his people to attack me, but he took the opportunity to escape. And if I remember correctly, you were the ninja who took revenge on Hitaki Tsukumo, right? This kind of sinister character is even worse than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Shinosuke snorted. If my father could be like me, it would be you, the Uchiha clan, lying in the grave now. At this point, Sarutobi Shinosuke is no longer going to pretend to be a grandson. His hands formed seals rapidly. Earth style, Earth Dragon Flame Bullet. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Sarutobi Shinosuke is quite strong, probably at the level of an elite jonin. At this moment, with all his strength, various Earth style and Fire style ninjutsu rushed towards Uchiha Mirai one after another. Uchiha Mirai did not dodge or evade, allowing the attacks to hit him without any pain. Even if it's your last dance before death, is this the best you can do? Uchiha Mirai came in front of Sarutobi Shinosuke and kicked him out. Sarutobi Shinosuke's body rolled several times on the ground, and under the powerful impact, he plowed a deep groove on the ground in a head-first manner. He banged his head against the ground and died in a miserable way. Next, we just need to kill all the remaining Sarutobi in the village, and our feud with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others will be completely settled. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Udatain Koharu, and Mito Kato Hamura were all killed. The families of several people were reduced to the point of extinction. The most important thing is that these guys have been completely nailed to Konoha's pillar of shame. When Uchiha Mirai thought of these things, he felt inexplicably happy. After planning for so long, his original goal was finally achieved. Next, we will focus on unifying the entire ninja world. The next day, early morning, no less than 10,000 people of all kinds gathered in the square of the Konoha building. Uchiha Mirai led Namikaze Minato and other Konoha high-level officials to the top of the Hokage building. At the front, Konoha Umbu escorted dozens of Sarutobi clan ninjas slowly out. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the ninja of the Sarutobi clan began to confess his crimes in tears. They confessed to crimes such as premeditated organizing of riots, attacking the village, and assisting the family's ninjas to escape. By the time they finished speaking, all the villagers of Konoha had angry looks on their faces. These bastards are indeed of the same character as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Such an evil clan should not be treated with leniency. They should be sent to hell with Sarutobi Hiruzen. The village has already forgiven them, but they turned against us. In such a tense period, they even dreamed of collaborating with the enemy and betraying the village. Damn it! After everyone had vented their anger, Uchiha Mirai stepped forward and said, "All the ninjas who caused trouble last night have been controlled. The rebellious ninjas headed by Sarutobi Shinosuke have also been brought to justice. Don't worry. What should we do with this selfish guy who would rather defect than sacrifice himself to protect the village?" Hearing Uchiha Mirai shout, the Konoha village residents in the audience immediately shouted loudly, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" A deafening shout broke through the sky, and Uchiha Mirai waved his hand. Phew! 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 Dozens of Sarutobi clan ninjas were beheaded instantly. Long live the fourth Hokage! Long live Konoha! Well done! This clan of ninjas should have the same fate as the Shimura clan, the Udatain clan, and the Mito clan. The execution ended amid the cheers of the crowd. All the ninja clan leaders who followed behind Uchiha Mirai dared not even breathe. The fate of the Sarutobi clan made them a little scared. A ninja clan with nearly 1,000 ninjas and 2,000 clansmen was destroyed just like that. The most important thing is that the reputation is still bad. This method made them feel a little terrified. Moreover, Uchiha Mirai deliberately let them come to watch, and he might have intended to take the opportunity to give them a warning. Since the founding of Konoha, These domineering ninja clan leaders have reached a consensus in their hearts. From now on in Konoha, I have to behave myself. After bidding farewell to all the ninja clan leaders, Uchiha Mirai came to the Hokage's office. Glancing at Hyuga Hayashi, who was following silently behind him, Uchiha Mirai raised an eyebrow and asked, "Hayashi, what's the matter?" Hyuga Hayashi said solemnly, "Hokage-sama, I want to use you to reform the Hyuga clan." "Oh." Seeing Uchiha Mirai's questioning look, Hyuga Hayashi explained, "Because of Izashi's incident, I have always been dissatisfied with the Hyuga clan's main family and branch house system. But even as the patriarch, I don't have the power to destroy this system. Hizashi's death has always made me feel guilty. If I have your help, maybe the situation will change." After listening to Hyuga Hayashi's words, Uchiha Mirai nodded. When Hyuga Hayashi decided to side with the Uchiha clan to fight Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had made a similar request. He also agreed to the other party at that time. I originally wanted to wait until the ninja world was unified before discussing this matter, but since the other party has brought it up now, I might as well just resolve it. At that moment, Uchiha Mirai said calmly, "Go back and hold a clan meeting. I will attend." Hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi immediately said happily, "Yes." Hyuga Tribeland. Hyuga Hayashi returned to the quaint courtyard, where his wife was holding their daughter in the sun. In the center of the courtyard, there was a little boy who looked only 2 or 3 years old, waving his tender fists. The boy's face and body were already soaked with sweat, and the bandages wrapped around his fists were also oozing with bloodline. Those pure white pupils revealed an indifference that was inconsistent with his age. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Hayashi sighed. After silently adjusting his emotions behind the door, he pushed the door open and walked into the courtyard. "Niji, you're messing around again." Hearing the sound, everyone in the courtyard looked up. After seeing that it was Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Niji bowed meticulously, "Master, clan leader." Hearing this, Hayashi said softly, "Niji, although practicing our Hyuga clan's gentle fist won't do much harm to your body, you are too young. This intensity of exercise is not suitable for you." Hyuga Niji lowered his head, his tone respectful but cold, and said, "My mission since birth is to protect Miss Hinata. Only by becoming stronger can you realize your own value. This is what I live for." Hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi felt a little uncomfortable and couldn't help but say, "Niji, you don't have to be like this. The matter about your father and mother." Hearing the words father and mother, Hyuga Niji showed disrespect for the first time. He interrupted Hyuga Hayashi directly and said, "Everyone's fate has been determined since birth. Just like me and the young lady, she will become the head of the Hyuga clan in Mirai, and I, as a branch house, will be engraved with the caged bird and protect Hinata with my life. Master Patriarch, if you feel guilty towards me because of what happened to my father and mother, please don't feel guilty about it. Everyone is just following the predetermined trajectory of fate, step by step. There is nothing to worry about." Hyuga Hayashi felt a little uncomfortable. His voice was still full of childishness, but he said such words. His father died and his mother committed suicide. Well, Hyuga Hayashi's wife sighed and carried Hyuga Hinata back to the room. Hyuga Hayashi walked up and touched Hyuga Niji's head. Such an action made Hyuga Niji stunned. In his opinion, it is impossible for the always serious patriarch to do such an intimate act. "Niji, I want to ask a very powerful person for help today. Don't worry, I will never let you become a caged bird. You will have a broad sky in the future that is different from your father. This is the greatest compensation I can make. I hope you can resolve your own problems. Your father left you a letter. I will give it to you when you can read." Hyuga Hayashi finished speaking and turned away. A gentle spring breeze blew, and a new green bud bloomed on the withered willow branches. In the deserted courtyard, she quietly wiped away the tears that were sliding down the boy's face. In the dense forest of leaves, Uchiha Mirai casually killed the last member of the Sarutobi clan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Chakra, +1. As the prompt sounded, Uchiha Mirai clapped his hands and said, "Wood style, sea of trees advent." The ground was surging and the trees were growing thick. In just a short moment, the sea of trees devoured all the corpses of the Sarutobi clan members lying on the ground. Looking around, there is no trace of it anymore. Panel. Uchiha Mirai's mind moved, and a translucent panel appeared in front of him. Name, Uchiha Mirai. Physique, 6688. Spiritual power, 6,673. Chakra 6703. Bloodline limit, Mangekyo Sharingan. Magnet style, gold dust. Scorch style, dead bone pulse. Boil style, illusion, 5 senses control. Byakugan. Wood style, Rinnegan. Ninjutsu. Fire style, gigantic flame technique. Others, Senju Sage Body. Super strength, wet bone force magic. Pupil arts, Amaterasu. Saratahiko no Makoto. Aim no Tokatachi no Makoto. Susanoo. Tsukiyomi no Makoto. Distinguished heavenly gods. Kamui. 6 paths technique. Ring tomb and hell. Tengai Shinsei. Looking at his 3-dimensional attributes, Uchiha Mirai showed a satisfied look on his face. At this stage, the Sarutobi clan does not have the so-called 3,000 ninjas. The number of ninjas in the clan is probably only around 1,000. The rest were some ordinary tribesmen and the elderly, the weak, and the disabled, totaling about 4,000 people. In total, it contributed more than 3,000 attribute points to him. After his attribute points reached 6,000, Uchiha Mirai awakened another Rinnegan eye technique. New beginning, able to summon meteorites directly from outer space to carry out large-scale attacks. In the original work, Uchiha Madara once used this move alone to break the mentality of the ninjas of the allied ninja forces. In order to stop the meteorite from falling, Onoki and his companions almost died. It's a good ability, Uchiha Mirai murmured softly. With his strength, Tengai Shinsei isn't a particularly powerful ability, but for the lesser fry, it's a godlike power. That kind of visual shock is definitely not comparable to any other eye technique. For him who currently wants to unify the ninja world, Tengai Shinsei is a very suitable ability. He shows off his power in front of others and acts in a very high-class manner. It was the last contribution of the Sarutobi clan to survive in the world, and it was pretty good. After briefly feeling the power in his body, Uchiha Mirai turned and walked towards the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Kato Hamura, Yudatain Koharadeth. The Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan, the Mito clan, the Ten clan. Annihilate them all. Plan to annihilate Konoha F4. Perfectly done. 3 days later, in the Hyuga tribe's territory, almost all the Hyuga people came to the tribe's ancestral hall. There was the unique seriousness of the Hyuga clan on their faces, and even though the clan meeting had not yet begun, no one was whispering to each other. In a quiet and solemn atmosphere, Hyuga Hayashi slowly walked to the main seat. As soon as they sat down, several elders of the clan asked in confusion, "Hayashi, why are you suddenly calling a clan meeting this time?" Hyuga Hayashi first glanced at everyone, and finally set his eyes on Hyuga Niji in the corner. Feeling Hyuga Hayashi's gaze, Hyuga Niji clenched his fists nervously. The inexplicable words Hyuga Hayashi said to him that day still lingered in his mind. He had a vague feeling about what Hyuga Hayashi was going to do. This made him even more uneasy, asking him, as the branch house, not to engrave Caged Bird. This kind of thing would be difficult to do even for the clan leader, right? At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi's voice rang out. "We are holding a clan meeting today to discuss the matter of Caged Bird with everyone." Caged Bird. Several elders of the clan frowned in confusion. What is there to discuss? All the Hyuga clan members below the stage looked confused, not knowing what Hyuga Hayashi was up to. Hyuga Hayashi pondered for a moment and finally came straight to the point. "I have decided to abolish the Caged Bird system. The new generation of the family will no longer be engraved with restrictions. When they grow up, The family will no longer be divided into branch houses and main houses. As Hyuga Hayashi finished speaking, the shrine fell silent. Everyone opened their mouths in shock and looked at Hyuga Hayashi. Even Hyuga Niji's breathing became rapid at this moment. He originally thought that Hyuga Hayashi convened this clan meeting in order to help him escape the fate of being engraved with the caged bird. But I didn't expect that the other party would completely abolish the caged bird system. So crazy. Hayashi, what are you crazy about? Caged bird is the last resort to protect the Byakugan, and it is also the guarantee that the Hyuga clan has passed down for thousands of years. How dare you? Several clan elders were the first to recover from their shock, and they pointed at Hyuga Hayashi with their eyes wide open. This be asterisk, 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 D wants to dig up their roots. Facing the questioning of the elders of the clan, Hyuga Hayashi remained calm and said in a deep voice, "The power of the Byakugan is indeed easy to be coveted by others, but this should not be a reason for us to enslave our people. In the ninja world, none of the ninja clans that possess powerful bloodline limits have developed such a distorted system as the Hyuga clan. Since I was a child, I have witnessed too much darkness and tragedy within my clan. Such things must not be passed on to the next generation." Looking at the tough Hyuga Hayashi, several elders of the clan stood up angrily. "Hayashi, you are going to rebel. Cage bird is also a kind of protection for the branch house. It can ensure that the branch house will not become the hunting target of those greedy people when going out on missions." Faced with the sophistry of the elder of the main family, Hyuga Hayashi snorted coldly. Even though the Uchiha clan's Sharingan has shown power far greater than the Byakugan, they have never placed any restrictions on ninjas with their eyes open. You are unwilling to abolish the caged bird system. Are you trying to protect the white-eyed people or to protect your own domineering position? After hearing Hyuga Hayashi's words, the numb faces of the Hyuga people showed emotions of surprise, panic, excitement, and uneasiness for the first time. Their long silent hearts began to come alive. Most of the people present were from the branch house. They knew too well the feeling of having one's life and death controlled by others and being made to suffer a fate worse than death because of a thought from the main family. It would be great if the next generation could avoid the same fate as them. Thinking of this, for the first time, a different look appeared in everyone's eyes when they looked at Hyuga Hayashi. You, Hyuga Hayashi, you're leading Hyuga to its doom. We're going to impeach you as clan leader now. Someone come. The branch house ninjas belonging to these clan elders immediately stood up and walked silently behind each other. Although they wanted to support Hyuga Hayashi in their hearts, they finally chose to surrender in the face of the long-established power of the main family. Under the threat of caged bird on their foreheads, they had no right to choose at all. Although Hyuga Hayashi is the clan leader, no one in the main family camp supports his ideas. Therefore, 7 or 8 out of 10 Hyuga people attending the meeting stood behind the clan elders, silently waiting for the next order from the elders. Looking at the huge power gap between the two sides, several elders of the clan snorted with complacency. "Hayashi, you're too impulsive. Go to the dungeon and reflect on yourself. From today on, you'll be stripped of your status as clan leader. You, your family, and your children will all be marked by caged bird because of you." Hearing this, Hyuga Niji showed a look of loss on his face. As expected, everyone's fate has been determined since birth, and even the clan leader cannot interfere forcibly. It's just a pity for the clan leader. Hyuga Niji was a little sad. After what happened today, he finally understood Hyuga Hayashi's heart. The resentment I had towards Hyuga Hayashi also completely dissipated. The other party could clearly stand at the highest point, enjoying supreme power with peace of mind, but now he has fallen to such a fate. Thinking of this, Hyuga Niji inadvertently looked up at Hyuga Hayashi, only to find that the other party still looked confident. For some reason, he suddenly remembered what Hyuga Hayashi said to him that day. "I want to ask a very powerful person for help." Hyuga Niji couldn't help but murmur. Who could that important person the clan leader is talking about? In this situation where even the clan leader is about to be imprisoned, Who else can save the situation? Hayashi, why don't you just surrender? Do you want your people to die in vain because of your ignorance? The elder of the Hyuga clan arrogantly accused Hyuga Hayashi. Snort. In the Hyuga clan, rules are everything. Even the patriarch cannot disobey easily. But when they saw Hyuga Hayashi's indifferent look, the elders could no longer bear it. Since you are seeking death, don't blame us for disregarding the feelings of our fellow tribesmen. The leading elder had a grim look in his eyes and waved his arms at the people behind him. The other elders followed suit and ordered their subordinates to surround Hyuga Hayashi and the others. Although the reforms that Hyuga Hayashi is going to carry out are very beneficial to the members of the branch house, they're not worried about the ninjas of the branch house betraying them. With the shackles of Cagebird, you have no choice but to obey the branch house no matter what they think. Damn it. Chief, we already know what you mean. Please leave now. That's right. You are not restricted by the Cagebird. You can be saved as long as you run out of the tribe. It's enough that you can do this for us. We will fight to the death to escort you away. Hyuga Hayashi's branch house guards were all on high alert. Faced with tribesmen who were several times their number, they could only fight to the death. Only in this way could they create a glimmer of hope for Hyuga Hayashi. No need. Hyuga Hayashi finally spoke. Before the clan meeting, I asked the Hokage to make the decision. According to the time, the Hokage-sama should be here soon. Hokage-sama. After hearing Hyuga Hayashi's words, the guards showed surprise on their faces. If the Hokage-sama had intervened, there might have been a glimmer of hope for today's incident. After all, many of them have witnessed the fourth Hokage's godlike power with their own eyes. Seeing the excitement on the faces of the tribesmen around him, Hyuga Niji's little eyes showed confusion. He had heard some stories about the fourth Hokage and knew that he was an excellent ninja. But will the elders of the family obey the Hokage's orders when they want to imprison even the clan leader? In contrast to the tribesmen on Hyuga Hayashi's side, the 9 elders all changed their expressions when they heard that the Hokage was also going to get involved in this matter. The elder was so angry that he pointed at Hyuga Hayashi and yelled, "Hayashi, you be asterisk 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 D. This is our clan meeting. Why do we need to involve the Hokage? Even the Hokage has no right to interfere in our family's internal affairs." As soon as he finished speaking, a sound of breaking air came from behind him. Immediately afterwards, a sharp black stick appeared behind the great elder. 8 trigrams palms, revolving heaven. The great elder reacted quickly and immediately mobilized the chakra in his body to start rotating at high speed. Black Rod was knocked away by revolving heaven. But before the great elder could catch his breath, a golden light flashed. The great elder only felt a flash before his eyes, and a palm had already slapped him on the forehead. Under the powerful force, the great elder's body leaned back and his head hit the ground heavily. Boom! The floor was broken and blood was spilled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Constitution +1. Everything happened so suddenly that no one present could react. They didn't come to their senses until Uchiha Mirai crossed his arms and his cold eyes filled the entire shrine. This guy is spreading rumors and misleading people. He even openly declared that the Hokage has no right to interfere in the affairs of the Hyuga clan. Aren't the Hyuga clan part of the village? Today, I eliminated a hidden danger for your Hyuga clan, and you. Who's for? Who's against? The calm voice did not cause any ripples, but the Hyuga elders who had just clamored to depose the clan leader were all silent. The fates of the Sarutobi clan, the Ten clan, the Shimura clan, and the Mito clan are still fresh in our memory. It would be fine if Uchiha Mirai was willing to reason, but now the other party has attacked directly. It is obvious that he is not prepared to reason. In this situation, even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to say anything more. After all, everyone knows that Uchiha Mirai is a ruthless man who can exterminate the entire Manchu race with just a wave of his hand. Silence. It seems that you disagree with my handling of the matter. I now suspect that you are their accomplice. Looking at the Hyuga tribe members who lowered their heads and said nothing, Uchiha Mirai sneered. With a thought, a shadow that only he could see directly ripped out the heart of a Hyuga elder. Second elder? All the tribesmen cried out in shock because no one saw how Uchiha Mirai made his move. Phew! Just as everyone was shocked, another elder had his neck broken. Third elder? The exclamation sounded again. At the same time, an elder of the Hyuga clan knelt down and said, Hokage, we fully approve of your approach. It is not a pity for the three of them to die. After seeing the reaction of the fourth elder, the others came to their senses and knelt down one after another. Hokage, adult wisdom. Uchiha Mirai nodded in satisfaction and said softly, Why are you all kneeling down? I'm just trying to reason with you. Such remarks made the Hyuga clan members secretly resentful. Killing people over a disagreement. Do you call this being reasonable? Compared to you, the main family of our Hyuga clan are all moral role models. Only Hyuga Niji opened his mouth in shock, a look of disbelief on his face. The Hyuga clan has strict family rules, and the status of each head family is very transcendent. In the clan, the orders of the clan leader represent everything, and the life of the clan leader is supreme. No matter what the reason is for the death of the main family, the branch house responsible for protecting the main family must die in the line of duty. Moreover, all the clans are in collusion with each other and stick closely together. Anyone who wants to challenge the status of the clan will be ruthlessly attacked. Just like Hyuga Hayashi just now. Even though he was the clan leader, he was deposed by this group of clan elders just for proposing to abolish caged bird. But now, the first elder, the second elder, and the third elder were all killed by the man in front of them. The remaining elders not only did not get angry, but instead knelt on the ground, trembling all over. This visual impact caused Hyuga Niji's newly established worldview to collapse. Is this the Hokage? Even the high and mighty elders of the clan have to kneel at the other party's feet? Hyuga Hayashi had anticipated this situation. He looked at Uchiha Mirai and said in a deep voice, Hokage-sama, I want to abolish the caged bird system of the Hyuga clan. Please give me your opinion. Hearing this, Uchiha Mirai sat down on the ground carelessly and said calmly, Caged bird completely goes against the village's will of fire and should indeed be abolished. Okay, from today on, the caged bird system will no longer exist in Konoha. The new generation of Hyuga, whether the head family or the branch house, are no longer allowed to touch anything related to caged bird. The older generation of Hyuga people do not allow the continued use of caged bird. Those who disobey orders will be beheaded. Uchiha Mirai slowly made a decision, and this time the Hyuga clan members did not remain in a daze. The fourth elders, in particular, shouted as soon as Uchiha Mirai finished speaking. We will remember the orders of the Hokage-sama in the future. The first elder, the second elder, and the third elder had been killed one by one in order. He was really afraid that if he expressed his position later, he would be killed as a warning to others by Uchiha Mirai. With the statement, the rest of the Hyuga tribe also responded. Now that it's decided, I'll go back first. It was only about 10 minutes before Uchiha Mirai walked outside. That indifferent look, as if he had just done something insignificant. Thank you for your kind support. Even Hyuga Hayashi didn't expect that things would go so smoothly. After seeing Uchiha Mirai's methods, those stubborn elders all chose to give in. Snort, a bunch of bullies who only care about the weak and fear the strong. Hyuga Hayashi snorted, then spoke up. Everyone should have heard the fourth Hokage's order. From now on, caged bird will become a taboo in the clan. If anyone mentions this again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yes, with Uchiha Mirai's support, the remaining 6 Hyuga elders did not dare to say anything more and could only express their agreement with a bitter face. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Hyuga Hayashi announced the dissolution of the clan. Except for the elders, everyone who left had a look of joy on their faces. From today on, they are free. Your life will no longer be controlled by others, and you will no longer suffer from a life worse than death because of the clan's whims. The most important thing is, their next generation will not have caged bird engraved on their foreheads like a slave mark. It's all because of fourth generation. It is the fourth generation that gave them and their descendants dignity as human beings. The members of the Hyuga branch house, whose fate has controlled them since birth, truly want to follow someone for the first time, even at the cost of their lives. After everyone left, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Niji were the only ones left in the shrine. Looking at Hyuga Niji, who was in a daze, Hyuga Hayashi touched his head and said, "Niji, you don't have to worry about Caged Bird anymore. You are different from Hizashi. You will live in this world as a real person." Hyuga Niji took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Even though his mental abilities were far superior to those of his peers, Hyuga Niji couldn't help sobbing. The repression since the death of my father and mother was finally released at this moment. Seeing Hyuga Niji's appearance, Hyuga Hayashi sighed. With such a result, he can also give an explanation to his deceased brother and sister-in-law. After returning to the clan courtyard, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Niji knelt on the floor. Although the matter had been resolved perfectly, he still felt it necessary to enlighten Niji. After all, the other party is too young, and problems will easily arise if they are not guided properly. After thinking for a while, Hyuga Hayashi looked at Hyuga Niji and said in a deep voice, "Niji, fate can be changed. Don't be so pessimistic in the future." Hearing this, Hyuga Niji nodded heavily. "I understand." Seeing Hyuga Niji's look, Hyuga Hayashi smiled with relief, and his tone became soothing. "Very good. Tell me if you need anything in the future." Hyuga Niji smiled and said, "Yes." As soon as the words fell, Hyuga Niji asked curiously, "Master, can you tell me about the fourth Hokage?" Uchiha Mirai's performance today really surprised him. He had never thought that those high and mighty elders of the clan would show such a humble expression in front of others. Hyuga Hayashi thought for a moment and then said, "The fourth Hokage is a very good ninja. You may not know this, but the problems he once faced were far more serious than those faced by Caged Bird in our tribe." Hyuga Niji was surprised. "Really?" Hyuga Hayashi nodded and continued. "During the third generation, when Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo and others ruled Konoha, the Uchiha clan was suppressed without limit. They have inherited the will of the second generation and are even more determined to destroy the Uchiha clan. Surveillance, slander, and assignment of unreasonable tasks. A series of measures have put the Uchiha clan under great constraints. The head of the Uchiha clan at the time, Uchiha Fugaku, was a weak and pro-peace person. With internal and external troubles, the entire Uchiha clan is in danger of being exterminated at any time. It was Uchiha Mirai who single-handedly led the Uchiha clan to a comeback and allowed the clan that once founded Konoha to regain its former glory. During the Third World War, he cut off the Raikage arm, defeated Mizuki Jigura, killed Kazekage Raza, eliminated Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, carried out drastic reforms on Konoha, and strongly suppressed the daimyo, turning ninjas from tools at the bottom into beings above the princes and nobles. Hyuga Hayashi's eyes showed a trace of admiration. What happened to the fourth Hokage was like a miracle. In the entire ninja world, he's the only one who can do these things. After saying that, Hyuga Hayashi smiled bitterly. Because of the fourth generation, the Byakugan, which was once as famous as the Sharingan, has been completely surpassed. I don't know whether it is lucky or unfortunate to live in the same era as such a dazzling guy. Hearing Hyuga Hayashi's description, Hyuga Niji opened his mouth in a daze. Is the fourth Hokage so powerful? No wonder those clan elders dared not breathe when facing the fourth Hokage. Compared to what the fourth Hokage did, today's clan meeting that concerns the fate of all Hyuga clan members is nothing more than a small matter. Thinking of this, Hyuga Niji couldn't help but sigh. If I could become as strong as the fourth generation. Before he could finish his words, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh, as if he had heard something funny. This made Hyuga Niji a little confused, and he asked puzzledly, "Master, what are you laughing at?" Hyuga Hayashi looked at Hyuga Niji and said seriously, "Niji, Although you are a rare genius in our clan in 100 years, if you want to aim for the fourth generation, you will definitely suffer a big blow. For that guy, genius is just a threshold to meet him. Forget it. There's no point telling you this now. When you grow up, you'll understand how terrifying that guy is. Hokage building. Hokage's office. Uchiha Mirai sat on the Hokage's desk with a tiny curve at the corner of his mouth. Beside her, Yuhi Kurenai, who had been watching Uchiha Mirai, asked curiously, "Mirai, you seem very happy today." Uchiha Mirai nodded. After dealing with the Hyuga clan's affairs, there will be no more caged birds. Really, after hearing what Uchiha Mirai said, Yuhi Kurenai, Noera Lin, and the others all showed surprised expressions on their faces. They also have some knowledge about the caged bird of the Hyuga clan. In their opinion, the branch house of the Hyuga clan will have the mark of the caged bird carved on their foreheads, and their life and death will be controlled by others. It's so miserable. However, they had no way to do anything about it. I didn't expect Mirai to make the Hyuga clan abolish caged bird. Mirai, you are so kind. Noera Lin ran to Uchiha Mirai and couldn't help but kiss Uchiha Mirai on the face. Seeing this, Yuhi Kurenai was not to be outdone and kissed Uchiha Mirai on the other side of her face. Seeing the two people's expressions, Uchiha Mirai said calmly, "Don't praise me. This is just a decision I made on a whim." Hearing this, a blush immediately appeared on Zaihong's face. Here we go again. It still feels familiar, silky, and smooth. A decision made on a whim could change the fate of an entire clan. When the Hyuga clan members hear this, they would probably be shocked, right? Lin, what have you been busy with recently? I haven't seen you for several times. Before Noera Lin could answer, Yuhi Kurenai couldn't help but speak up. Lin is very talented in medical ninja and has been accepted as a disciple by Master Tsunade. Uchiha Mirai raised an eyebrow in surprise. Tsunade, the guy who was afraid of trouble, actually took the initiative to accept a disciple? As if she had seen Uchiha Mirai's confusion, Noera Rin took the initiative to explain. After the unification of Sunagakure and Konoha village, the medical ninjas of both sides began to communicate frequently. Tsunade-sama is very busy every day, so he plans to take in a few disciples to train as assistants. After hearing Noera Lin's answer, Uchiha Mirai touched his chin. Come to think of it, it seems like that guy hasn't come to him to borrow money for a long time. That won't work. It seems that I have to give Tsunade some free time from now on. How can you lose money without gambling? How can I borrow money from him if I don't lose money? How can he take advantage of me if I don't borrow money from him? Thinking of this, Uchiha Mirai said to Noera Lin, "Lin, don't arrange Tsunade to do too many things in the future. She was once a Sannin, and she is the granddaughter of the first and second generation. We should let her enjoy her life." Noera Lin and Yuhi Kurenai looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Mirai is such a kind person. After a few brief instructions, the Hokage's secretaries went about their business. Not long after, a masked Mbu pushed the door open and walked in. "Hokage-sama, we have received a secret report that the Land of Lightning, Land of Earth, and Land of Water appear to be holding a 3-Kage summit in the Land of Iron. The details are still unknown, but Reikage, Tsuchikage, and Mizukage have all been confirmed to be participating." Taking the scroll from Mbu's hand, Uchiha Mirai glanced at it briefly and snorted. 3 shadow talks? They just want to unite and resist him. In that case, he might as well take the opportunity to go. We can take advantage of this opportunity to start a war with justification. The Iron Country, a pass surrounded by mountains on all sides, with a tower in the center surrounded by 6 or 7 thick walls. The tower has 6 floors and covers a large area. There are densely packed windows on each floor. Hundreds of fully armed warriors wearing shiny silver armor and holding samurai swords were guarding each entrance in full battle readiness. On the top floor of the tower, a huge conference table is placed in the center of the room. Around the conference table, there were flags embroidered with the words Earth, Thunder, Water, and Iron. Below the flag, there are 4 men sitting. They are Tsuchikage Inoki, Reikage Ai, Mizukage Jigura, and Mifune. the samurai leader of the Iron Kingdom. Behind each of the four people stood two guards. The ones responsible for protecting the Inoki are the Yellow Earth and the Red Earth. Behind AI were Samui and Darui. Yagura Kotachi's guards are Terumi, Mei, and Ao. Behind Mifune were two guards whose faces were covered with armor. After checking the time, Mifune, who had a long beard and a bandage on his head, spoke first. Since everyone is here, let's speak frankly about our thoughts. As soon as he finished speaking, AI slammed his fist on the table. What else are you talking about? Let's launch a general attack on Konoha together. Even if Uchiha Mirai has 3 heads and 6 arms, he can't stop our attack. Onoki spoke slowly. It's not appropriate. Our goal is just to make the Uchiha Mirai give up their rights in Konoha and Sunagakure. Joining forces is just a means of intimidation. Once a war breaks out, it will lose its deterrent effect. AI snorted unhappily. Humph! Give up the power in your hands? How could a guy like that be willing to hand over everything he has now? Mizukage, tell me what you think. Without caring about AI's attitude, Yagura Kuji said directly, I agree with the Reikage's idea. It is the wisest choice to go to war with Konoha directly. Only by killing Uchiha Mirai can peace be restored to the ninja world. Mifune also spoke up at the right time. I agree, Uchiha Mirai must die. As a samurai, he could not approve of Uchiha Mirai's killing of the daimyo. Whether out of his own beliefs or the interests of the samurai group, he agreed to kill Uchiha Mirai. Seeing the 3 people's unanimous thoughts, Onoki sighed helplessly. Uchiha Mirai is not that easy to deal with. Once the war starts, I don't know how many people will die. He was a ninja who had personally experienced the Uchiha Madara era, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to deal with the eyes that Uchiha Mirai possessed. If he could help it, he really didn't want to fight a guy like Uchiha Mirai. Hearing this, Mifune couldn't help but laugh a few times. Ha ha, Suchikage, don't be so pessimistic. Perhaps after learning that we are joining forces to attack Konoha, Uchiha Mirai will not even have the courage to resist and will choose to surrender. Have you forgotten that even Senju Hashirama had to kowtow to the other 4 Kage at the 5 Kage summit? Can Uchiha Mirai be compared to Senju Hashirama? Hearing this, Yagura and AI nodded in agreement. As some of the most powerful ninjas in the ninja world, after learning the news of their alliance, no matter how arrogant Uchiha Mirai is, he would probably be so worried that he couldn't sleep. Right? Snort. Does Uchiha Mirai have the courage to take the huge risk of going to war with these 4 powerful countries? Just as a few people were fantasizing about Mirai, a breeze blew by. Terumi Mei, Huang Tu, Darui, and others immediately took out their weapons and stood in front of their respective shadows with a vigilant look. They looked upward. A ninja with flowing black hair and a proud expression appeared in the room at some point. He crossed his arms across his chest and looked down at the people below with his dark eyes lowered. Even though you all probably know this, I'll still introduce myself. Uchiha Mirai, ruler of the land of fire and the land of wind. I want to discuss with you about the Mirai in the ninja world. After seeing Uchiha Mirai, the faces of everyone who had just happily discussed the joint invasion of Konoha became serious. AI had the worst temper and immediately activated lightning style chakra mode the moment he saw Uchiha Mirai. How dare you come here? I'll just get rid of you. AI shouted and turned into a blue lightning and rushed towards Uchiha Mirai. But the next second, his figure flew back at an even faster speed. Boom! With a loud bang, AI's body smashed into a big hole in the ground. This scene made everyone present open their mouths in shock. They had some understanding of the Reikage's strength, but even such a powerful ninja was kicked to the ground by Uchiha Mirai with a casual kick. An invisible sense of oppression spread in the room. Uchiha Mirai sat on the ground and said in a calm tone, "Can you listen to me now?" Hearing this, AI wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and did not continue to attack. The kick from Uchiha Mirai just now cleared his angry mind a little. Seeing that AI was no longer making trouble, Onoki spoke in a deep voice. Hokage, what did you mean by discussing the Mirai matter in the ninja world? Uchiha Mirai said calmly. The previous Ninja World wars have proven that the current system of the Ninja World cannot keep the Ninja World peaceful for a long time. The different geographical locations make it difficult to evenly distribute resources among countries, and the barriers between countries make it difficult for them to communicate sincerely with each other. I want to unify the entire Ninja World, build an empire, and centralize the allocation of all supplies. The permanent peace that everyone longs for will be achieved. I named this plan the Grand Unification Plan. After listening to Uchiha Mirai's description, Anoki said solemnly, "Every country will have its own way to overcome difficulties. We don't need others to rule us. The hatred accumulated over generations will not dissipate so easily. Your plan is simply nonsense." Uchiha Mirai shook his head. "It is precisely because of your short-sightedness that there are so many conflicts in the ninja world. As for hatred, when people experience despair, they automatically forget about the idea of revenge." Mifune said coldly, "Don't dream, Uchiha Mirai. You have done so many things that angered God and man, and your only fate is death. If we surrender now, we can reduce the casualties among Konoha's ninjas." Yagura also said gloomily, "Hokage, you don't think that you can make us obey your orders with just a few words, right?" Looking at the reactions of several people, Uchiha Mirai wasn't too surprised. This is also the direction of development he expects. If everyone is not made to experience fear firsthand, there will be constant trouble even after unification. Thinking of this, Uchiha Mirai said, "In this case, I will announce it here. The Fourth Ninja World War has officially begun. Get ready for war." Gurgle. Everyone present swallowed unconsciously. No one expected that Uchiha Mirai would make such a decision. Instead of compromising, the other side expressed its willingness to start a war even more radically than they did. "Madman, this guy is a lunatic." Only Terumi May had a complicated expression on her face. When the Third Ninja World War ended, she was on a diplomatic mission to Konoha. At that time, Uchiha Mirai expressed his desire to unify the ninja world. Because of this incident, she still thought that the other party was an absolute lunatic. But I didn't expect that on this occasion today, the other party actually declared war openly. Uchiha Mirai was not joking at that time. He really wanted to unify the entire ninja world. That's enough for today's conversation. The next time we meet will be on the battlefield, Uchiha Mirai said, then stood up and prepared to leave. Mifune drew his sword and shouted angrily, "Uchiha Mirai, do you think this is a place you can leave whenever you want? Even Senju Hashirama back then had to kowtow and beg for peace. Who do you think you are? I will never let you leave the Iron Kingdom alive today." Hearing this, Uchiha Mirai turned his head and looked at Mifune with a kind look. Ridiculous. Wheel tomb and border prison. Mifune instinctively sensed an extremely dangerous aura. Although he didn't know what Uchiha Mirai had done, his sixth sense, which had been trained over the years, made him choose to escape at the first opportunity. But before he could make any move, his neck, chest, stomach, kidneys, and other parts were pierced by an invisible force. Phew! Blood continued to flow out of his mouth. Mifune looked at his body, which was instantly shattered in disbelief, his eyes filled with fear. He hadn't even used all his strength yet, but he was about to die for no apparent reason. I really can't accept this. Mifune's eyes widened, and his body fell to the ground with a bang. Everyone ignored Mifune, who had lost his life, and all looked at Uchiha Mirai in shock. This isn't the Mangekyo Sharingan. What kind of eyes are these? Did this guy Uchiha Mirai gain new power? Why does this brutal and terrifying eye power feel more terrifying than the Mangekyo Sharingan? The backs of everyone present were soaked with cold sweat. Although they didn't know about the Rinnegan, they didn't notice anything when Uchiha Mirai killed Mifune just now. In other words, if Uchiha Mirai had just targeted any of them, their fate would probably not have been much better than Mifune's. "Looking forward to seeing you again, Ghana," Uchiha Mirai said, and disappeared from the spot. After he left, the tense bodies of Inoki and the others finally relaxed a little. The feeling of oppression just now was really too strong. It was as if they would be killed by Uchiha Mirai at any time. Especially after Mifune died inexplicably in front of them. The feeling became even stronger. What should we do? Oenoki asked while looking at AI and Yagura. AI clenched his fists tightly and said in a deep voice, "Carry out the attack on Konoha according to the original plan. Uchiha Mirai just has some special abilities. If we figure out his attack methods, it won't take much effort to kill him. As long as he is alive, he will never give up." Yagura, who had been controlled by the illusion, also said coldly, "Then it's settled. Sachikage, don't get cold feet." Looking at AI and Yagura leaving, Onoki gritted his teeth and said, "Yellow Earth, we're leaving too." He has been in charge of Iwagakure for so many years, and he absolutely cannot let Iwagakure perish in his hands. Back then, Uchimadara was beyond his reach as a young boy, but today, he wanted to see if his Kekiai knockout could defeat the godlike power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Shortly after the three Kage summit ended, the borders of the Fire Nation were simultaneously attacked by the Lightning Nation, the Earth Nation, and the Water Nation. However, Konoha was well prepared for this. Moreover, with the cooperation of the Sunagakure ninja, they achieved considerable results on the battlefield. The puppets and toxins caused heavy losses to the Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi. This situation caused many ninjas to curse. Those who say that the ninjas of Sunagakure are spineless are just a bunch of bastards who have forgotten their roots. When the country was invaded by others, instead of resisting, they helped the tyrants to commit atrocities. All the ninjas in Sunagakure scoffed at this. Although the Fire Nation and the Wind Nation have not been merged for long, they have already experienced the benefits of the merger. With the full support of the Fire Nation, the Wind Nation's infrastructure has made great progress. Especially Sunagakure. It is no exaggeration to say that it has undergone a complete transformation. Ninjas' incomes have skyrocketed, and their missions have become safer and safer. It can be said that the national happiness index of the entire Wind Kingdom has improved significantly, and in the foreseeable future of Mirai, their lives will get better and better. In this situation, whoever wants to break this state will be their sworn enemy. So on the battlefield, Sunagakure ninjas often work harder than Konoha shinobi. Konoha Village, Hokage Building, Hokage's office. Uchiha Mirai sat in a comfortable office chair, with a pile of documents on the desk in front of him. On both sides of the desk stood Namikaze Minato, Nara Shikaku, Hyuga Hayashi, Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina, and others. Except for Uchiha Mirai, everyone else had a look of readiness on their faces. Namikaze Minato spoke first. "Mirai, Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure have declared war on us at the same time. In order to stabilize the situation, I think we should send Umbu to the battlefield as well." Uzumaki Kushina continued. "Although I have lost 9 tails, I can still help a little." Hyuga Hayashi said solemnly, "Hokage-sama, the Hyuga clan is willing to go through fire and water for the village." Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Hai, Inazuka Samuji, Aburame Shirway, and others all made their suggestions. Everyone was discussing enthusiastically about defense and response strategies. After a while, everyone seemed to remember Uchiha Mirai and turned their eyes to Uchiha Mirai, who was already a little sleepy. Namikaze Minato asked, "Mirai, what do you think of what we just discussed?" Uchiha Mirai opened her sleepy eyes and stretched. "I don't think there's any need to discuss these things. Let me handle the war. Just like the war with Sunagakure, there's no need to worry so much." After hearing Uchiha Mirai's words, everyone was stunned and looked at Uchiha Mirai. Mirai means going to face the 3 strongest ninja villages in the ninja world alone? It sounds outrageous, but if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem impossible. After all, Mirai's strength cannot be guessed by common sense. Okay, you don't have to worry about the war anymore. In the 4th Shinobi World War, I alone am enough. Uchiha Mirai waved his hand, and this seemingly very important meeting ended dramatically. It wasn't until Uchiha Mirai left the Hokage's office that Namikaze Minato and the others gradually came to their senses. Everyone looked at each other, their faces filled with complicated emotions. They experienced a completely different feeling than when Sarutobi Hiruzen was in power. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is still the Hokage today, don't even think about letting him face other ninja villages alone. Even asking him to go to the battlefield would probably be impossible. The other party will definitely give an exciting speech on the will of fire, and then watch them fight on the front line. Narashikaku couldn't help but sigh. It's really reassuring to have a Hokage like this. Ever since Uchiha Mirai came to power, he felt like his brain was rusting. No matter what situation you face, you just need to rush through it with great force. What tactics, what arrangements? Don't even think about it. Namikaze Minato, Hyuga Hayashi, and others all had a look of admiration on their faces. This is the real Hokage. Why wouldn't they risk their lives to follow such a person? The Land of Thunder. Cloud Shinobi Village. There's a lake in the mountain stream surrounded by mountains. Fourth Raikage AI's figure turned into a bolt of lightning and came rushing over from a distance. Killer Bee, who was rapping with a pencil and notebook, saw this scene and started dancing and humming. Big Brother suddenly appears, and the escape plan is going to be ruined again. It's not graceful to admit defeat, and it will be another fierce battle. This time, it will definitely make Big Brother's legs tremble. Bagia Road, Kaguya Road. Looking at Killer Bee, who was in an offensive posture, AI snorted unhappily. I didn't come here to cause trouble to you this time. Killer Bee was stunned for a moment and touched his head in confusion. Huh. AI took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Uchiha Mirai launched the 4th Shinobi World War, and our Cloud Shinobi Village is one of his targets. In order to protect the village, I decided to let you out of Yunlei Gorge. After saying that, AI stretched out his fist and said, fight alongside me like before. Killer Bee was stunned for a moment, then raised his middle fingers with both hands and gestured downwards. The angry Big Brother is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He was frightened to death by Uchiha Mirai. I think it is better to call a truce here, so as not to be looked down upon by others in private. A few dark lines appeared on AI's face, and he slapped Killer Bee on the back of his head. Are you willing or not? Killer Bee bumped his fist against AI's fist. Brother, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Looking at the smile on Killer Bee's face, AI was stunned for a moment. The scene of the mutual understanding between them once reappeared in my mind. After a while, AI smiled and said, Then let's kill Uchiha Mirai together. Cloud Shinobi Village. The sky. Uchiha Mirai's figure slowly appeared, and a smile appeared on his face as he looked at the densely packed Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas below. These are all living attribute points. At this moment, the ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village also spotted him, and the scene below instantly became chaotic. Look, who is that guy up there? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Go inform the Raikage. It must be Uchiha Mirai. He's the only one who has the ability to fly. Evacuate the villagers and have them take shelter in underground shelters. Uchiha Mirai coldly stared at the panicking Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas below, gradually revealing his aura. My name is Uchiha Mirai. I'll give you 1 minute to consider whether to surrender or die. Uchiha Mirai's voice was very calm, but made every Cloud Shinobi present feel a huge pressure. If I had to put it in one sentence, Uchiha Mirai's killing intent is not strong, but it is extremely pure. This is an emotion that humans only have when they treat animals such as ants. There is no disgust and no guilt. It might just be a fleeting thought, or he might crush them to death at any time. Just when everyone was terrified, 2 figures rushed out from Yunlei Gorge. Looking at the Uchiha Mirai who fell to the ground, AI went straight into full power lightning-style chakra mode. Killer Bee also had a tailed beast coat made of 8 tails chakra appear on his body. Even they did not dare to be careless when facing Uchiha Mirai. It's Raikage-sama and Killer Bee-sama. Great, Now Uchiha Mirai is finished. Humph! How dare he come to our village alone? This guy is really too arrogant. The arrival of AI and Killer Bee gave the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas great confidence. One is the Raikage who inherited the name AI, and the other is the perfect Eight Tails Jinchuriki, AB brothers combination, who in the ninja world can be their opponent. AI swung his arms, pointed at Uchiha Mirai, and said, Uchiha Mirai, today is the day you die. Coming to Cloud Shinobi Village alone will be the most regrettable decision you'll ever make in your life. Time out. Seeing AI's puzzled look, Uchiha Mirai said calmly, 1 minute has passed, you can go die now. Whoosh! Before Uchiha Mirai finished speaking, a pencil with lightning-style chakra attached to it rushed towards Uchiha Mirai at an extremely fast speed. Uchiha Mirai snorted and simply tilted his head to avoid Killer Bee's attack. The moment the pencil attack missed, Killer Bee's body appeared next to Uchiha Mirai. The Wild Heron Blade, the 7 knives, using various parts of Killer Bee's body, attacked Uchiha Mirai at various tricky angles. The knife has been injected with the lightning-style chakra of the supersonic lightning-style knife by Killer Bee in advance, and has extremely strong penetrating and lethal power. As long as the blade touches you, your body will be paralyzed due to lightning style. Killer Bee knew that Uchiha Mirai's eyes had extremely powerful insight, so he had no intention of probing and attacked with full force from the start. Even if you can see through all his movements, as long as your body cannot dodge them, you will still be defeated by him. However, Uchiha Mirai simply created a black rod, and his body easily made all of Killer Bee's attacks miss. That graceful figure, like a dancer dancing on the tip of a knife, is pleasing to the eye. You can make me dance to this extent. I recognize your swordsmanship. While dodging Killer Bee's attacks, Uchiha Mirai's tone remained unaffected. Then he kicked out, and Killer Bee's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Boom! With a loud bang, Killer Bee crashed directly into the rock wall on the mountainside. The smoke and dust cleared, and Killer Bee was seen gasping for breath, with horrific wounds on his body. I almost died. Killer Bee couldn't help but murmur. If it weren't for the power of 8 Tails, he would have been killed by that blow. The opponent's power is really too strong. Hateful. Seeing Killer Bee's miserable state, AI rushed towards Uchiha Mirai with all his strength. Heavy flow explosion. AI's sturdy arm delivered an elbow strike to Uchiha Mirai's head, and the huge force caused the ground to break into pieces in an instant. Uchiha Mirai stood there without moving, and the initial stage Susanoo had already blocked AI's attack. Thunder Me Bomb. Guillotine Drop. Lateral Bolt of Pain. AI's attacks hit Susanoo again and again, but they didn't have much effect. Susanoo was like an indestructible wall. No matter how hard AI tried, she couldn't shake it at all. Hole. AI's mouth opened wide and his eyes were red. Since he mastered the lightning-style chakra mode, his speed, strength, and defense have all reached top levels. Apart from his father, no one in the ninja world could go head-on with him, which led to him developing a reckless fighting style. But now facing Uchiha Mirai, all his means of attack are completely ineffective. Lightning Straight. AI's figure turned into an ultimate lightning, and using the ultra-long distance acceleration, he rushed in front of Uchiha Mirai in an instant. Too slow. Uchiha Mirai stepped back and raised his fist. Bang! With one punch, AI flew backwards at an extremely fast speed like Killer Bee. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise. In just a dozen seconds, AI and Killer Bee were both knocked away. Facing Uchiha Mirai, the two seemed completely powerless. Am I under a Jinjutsu? Killer Bee-sama and Raikage-sama teamed up, but they still couldn't defeat Uchiha Mirai. Damn it, what's wrong with this guy? Why does he have such powerful strength? Lord Raikage and Lord Killer Bee must have underestimated the enemy. We need to buy some time. Everyone, come together and protect Raikage-sama and Killer Bee-sama. We must hold him back to buy some time for Raikage-sama and Killer Bee-sama to recover. Uchiha Mirai, just go and die. After AI and Killer Bee's attack failed. The ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village rushed towards Uchiha Mirai. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Mirai snorted coldly. A bunch of trash. Wood style, the tree world is born. Countless trees broke out of the ground and soon formed a huge tree world. Inside the tree world, the screams of the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas continued to ring out. The trees created by Wood style are not only extremely tough, but can also absorb the enemy's chakra to strengthen themselves. Even a Kaga-level warrior trapped in the tree world would have to struggle to hold on, let alone this group of ordinary Cloud Shinobi. In just a few moments, many ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village died from the Wood Style's attack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Chakra +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Spiritual power +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Constitution +1. Listening to the prompt of the system in his mind, Uchiha Mirai jumped up high. Be annihilated with the flames. As soon as the words fell, Susanoo followed his hands and formed a seal. Fire style, a great fire extinction. Boom! The meteorite-like fireball directly ignited the entire tree world. Screams continued to ring out in the tree world, and system prompts kept flashing through Uchiha Mirai's mind. The original attack from the tree world was already scary enough, and now that the entire tree world was on fire, the lethality was even greater. High temperature, lack of oxygen, tangled roots. The complex environment left the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas trapped in the tree world with no room for resistance. Damn it, am I going to die here? I really don't want to accept this. Master AI and Master Killer Bee are facing such a monster. This power is really terrifying. Damn Uchiha Mirai, someone come save us. Just when Cloud Shinobi was in despair, a beam of light shot up into the sky and blasted a huge hole in the tree world. Immediately afterwards, a huge cat demon covered with strange blue flames broke free from the tree world. A big hole was torn in the furnace-like tree world. Cloud Shinobi, who was still able to move, finally found a lifeline and rushed out of the tree world like crazy. Roar! The cat demon howled towards the sky, and a pitch-black chakra ball appeared above its mouth. The chakra ball exudes incomparable, terrifying energy, and it is compressed from large to small to ultimate. Boom! The tail beast bomb released by the two-tail rushed directly towards Uchiha Mirai and swallowed Uchiha Mirai in an instant. The huge explosion caused the entire earth to shake slightly, and everything around was reduced to dust. Gurgle, it's the Two Tails, and Master Wooden Golem has taken action. Hit head-on by the tailed beast bomb. Uchiha Mirai is doomed, right? He's definitely dead. No one could take a tailed beast bomb head-on. Under the expectant gaze of Cloud Shinobi Village, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Uchiha Mirai reappeared in front of everyone. His clothes were still spotless, but the initial Susanoo wrapped around his body was covered with cracks. Snap! 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 With a crisp sound, Susanoo's shell shattered and dissipated. Seeing this scene, everyone in Cloud Shinobi Village showed despair on their faces. I was hit by a tailed beast bomb head-on, but nothing happened to me. Is this guy still a human being? All the surviving Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas had looks of despair on their faces. If he could even block the tailed beast bomb intact, who else could hurt Uchiha Mirai? At this moment, a blue lightning and a red lightning rushed over from two directions at the same time. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Uchiha Mirai. Lightning style, absolute bull thunderblade. AI and Killer Bee shouted at the same time, veins bulging and muscles knotted on their two sturdy arms. After a long distance, full acceleration, their strength and speed have all reached their limits. Bang! Killer Bee and AI's arms hit Uchiha Mirai's neck at the same time, and the powerful air waves raised clouds of dust. Hit! Uchiha Mirai is hit. Great! This time, Uchiha Mirai is dead for sure. Zugole Lai Dao is the strongest combination technique of Reikage Sama and Killer Bee Sama. Uchiha Mirai's head must have been twisted off. Ah! Cloud Shinobi Village is saved. Uchiha Mirai paid the price for his arrogance. The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village had joyful looks on their faces. Even though Uchiha Mirai had just survived the tailed beast bomb intact, they didn't think that Uchiha Mirai could block the absolute Thunderblade, launched by AI and Killer Bee. After all, Uchiha Mirai was able to block the tailed beast bomb entirely because of Susanu's presence. And just now, they saw clearly that Juini Ulele's hot knife hit Uchiha Mirai's neck solidly. Considering the fragile human body, no matter how powerful Uchiha Mirai is, he is definitely dead. However, as the smoke cleared, everyone in Cloud Shinobi Village opened their mouths in shock. On the battlefield ahead, AI and Killer Bee's faces were red, and their arms clamped Uchiha Mirai's neck in the middle. But no matter how hard they tried, they could not move forward at all. Dead bone pulse. AI looked at the white bone on Uchiha Mirai's neck and almost broke his teeth. The moment the opponent's Susanoo was broken, he and Killer Bee used their years of fighting tacit understanding to attack Uchiha Mirai at the same time. When his and Killer Bee's arms touched Uchiha Mirai's neck, they both became excited. They originally thought that they could kill the opponent with one blow, but they didn't expect that the opponent would block their ultimate move with his neck. Is this guy still human? Does he really have no weaknesses? It's amazing that you have the guts to challenge me, but that's all I can praise you for. Because challenging God is foolish in itself. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Uchiha Mirai easily pried open AI and Killer Bee's arms with his two hands. Then everyone kicked him. Phew! Blood splattered, and a huge force caused AI and Killer Bee's bodies to fly backwards at the same time. Uchiha Mirai threw his two arms to the ground, and he looked like a blood-curdling demon from hell. This strong visual impact made the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village stunned. AI and Killer Bee were defeated in the most unimaginable way for them. AI spat out mouthfuls of blood, twisted his body, and struggled to get up from the ground. There was fear, reluctance, regret, and confusion in his eyes. All kinds of emotions intertwined together, and finally he uttered a few words through gritted teeth. Uchiha no. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, AI's strong body fell to the ground with a bang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Lightning-style chakra mode. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Uchiha Mirai knew that AI was completely dead. The kick just now had shattered all of the opponent's internal organs. If it weren't for the amazing defensive power of lightning-style chakra mode, it wouldn't be impossible for his body to be shattered by one kick. Being able to struggle to stand up before death is a manifestation of one's strong physique and willpower. Big brother! Sensing AI's death, Killer Bee roared. For the first time in his life, his rage devoured his reason, and in an instant he was transformed into the complete form of 8 tails. The 8 thick tails slammed heavily on the ground, and without any hesitation, a huge-tailed beast bomb was created directly at the mouth. Not good. Seeing this scene, everyone in Cloud Shinobi Village was shocked. If Killer Bee fires a tailed beast bomb from that direction, they will also be affected by the tailed beast bomb. Damn it, what does this Killer Bee guy want to do? He's crazy. He wants to drag us down with him. It's too late. It's too late to escape now. Seeing 8 Tails Gyuki unleash the tailed beast bomb at full power, all the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village panicked. With the attack power of tailed beast bomb, it's not certain whether Uchiha Mirai will die or not. However, Killer Bee was so furious that he no longer thought about anything. With a thought, the huge-tailed beast bomb rushed out directly. Facing the powerful attack of tailed beast bomb, Uchiha Mirai clapped his hands. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. A huge wooden golem appeared instantly, stretched out its huge hand and directly caught the tailed beast bomb shot by 8 Tails. Then he pushed his arm forward fiercely, and the tailed beast bomb exploded directly on 8 Tails' body. Boom! With a loud explosion, the wooden golem stretched out its sturdy arms and punched 8 Tails again and again. Bang! 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 Eight Tails wailed continuously, but was completely unable to fight back. In front of the wooden golem made by Uchiha Mirai, it looked as fragile as a delicate little girl. The ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village froze in place upon seeing this scene, their mouths unconsciously open wide. I seem to see something unbelievable. Eight Tails seemed to be beaten. I saw it too. Is there anyone other than Susanoo who can use such a powerful force? Uchiha Mirai. Damn, how many cards does this guy have? Why do even the tailed beasts look so vulnerable in front of Uchiha Mirai? The scene of Uchiha Mirai controlling the wooden golem to beat up Eight Tails was so shocking that all the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas had the same thought in their minds. Tough. But fortunately, they survived. On the wooden golem, Uchiha Mirai crossed his arms, his eyes filled with displeasure. Just fight. Why are you releasing the tailed beast bomb for no reason? Those ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village are the ones he values for experience. So how can Lousy get rewards if they are killed by your tail beast bomb? He must be taught a lesson. With this mentality, Uchiha Mirai did not choose to use techniques to kill Gyuki instantly, but instead controlled the wooden golem to continue to rampage at the opponent. After playing for a while, he felt it was not satisfying enough, so he directly covered the wooden golem with a layer of Susanoo. Weizhuang Susanoo Wooden Golem Jutsu. The attack of the hundreds-meter-tall wooden golem became even more terrifying with Susanoo's blessing. In just a few moments, Gyuki was beaten to the point of being almost dead. Looking at Gyuki, who had lost the ability to resist, Uchiha Mirai snorted coldly. Gyuki, you are too dangerous. You must be sealed. Gyuki almost gasped when he heard Uchiha Mirai's words. From the beginning to the end, it was clearly the one that was beaten up, but the other party turned around and said that it was dangerous? If he is considered dangerous, then what is your Susanoo plus wooden golem jutsu? How could you say such shameless words? B asterisk 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 D kid. Gyuki complained helplessly in his heart, while Uchiha Mirai directly suppressed him with the Rinnegan's eye technique and began to seal Gyuki on the spot. Soon, Gyuki was sealed into the body of Uchiha Mirai. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward, the Wild Heron Blade. Hearing the prompt from the system in his mind, Uchiha Mirai nodded with satisfaction. Killer Bee's swordsmanship skills are quite high, and to him, getting such a reward is much more cost-effective than obtaining an attribute point or a ninjutsu. After dealing with Eight Tails, Uchiha Mirai turned his attention back to the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village. The Cloud Shinobi at this point had long lost their previous arrogance and were swept by the Uchiha Mirai, and all of them took a few steps back unconsciously. The two-tailed Matatabi simply retracted into the body of the wooden golem and no longer responded no matter how the wooden golem called out. Looking down at the Cloud Shinobi below, Uchiha Mirai said calmly, "Should it be clear now? Your road to destruction is shorter than you can imagine." Fear spread among the Cloud Shinobi Village ninja camp. They had never thought that there was only one enemy, and yet he could bring them such a sense of oppression. With the strongest AI and Killer Bee both dead, who can stop Uchiha Mirai? Just then, Ma Bai rushed out from the crowd. As the secretary who assists the fourth Raikage in handling all affairs of the village, she has to step up at times like this. Uchiha Mirai, why would you go to such lengths? Even the Raikage died in your hands. Isn't that enough? Hearing Mabui's words, Uchiha Mirai said expressionlessly, "It was you, Cloud Shinobi Village, who attacked Konoha first. I am only seeking revenge for my companions who died at your hands." Ma Bai said loudly, "We started the war only for peace. Everyone's original intention is the same. You want to unify the ninja world for the sake of peace, right? We are willing to negotiate. Please stop killing people. That will only prolong the hatred." Hearing this, Uchiha Mirai sneered. "You are not willing to negotiate. You are just afraid. Since you have chosen to kill, you should be prepared to be killed." After hearing Uchiha Mirai's answer, Mabui begged again. "The hatred continues because neither of us wants to forgive the other. Only when everyone gives up hatred with a tolerant and peaceful heart and chooses to shake hands and make peace with the enemy can true peace come. Ma Bai spoke incessantly and eloquently. Uchiha Mirai waited patiently for her to finish, then slowly said, "What you said makes sense." Hearing this, Ma Bai showed a look of surprise on his face. "You agree to negotiate with us?" Before the smile on Mabui's face could bloom, Uchiha Mirai's next words made her feel as if she fell into an icy cave. Uchiha Mirai just shook his head and said calmly, "No, I will destroy Cloud Shinobi Village. After that, come and discuss the question of revenge with me with the same idea in mind. Not to mention that these guys in Cloud Shinobi Village are just some experienced babies in his eyes. Just because of the village culture of the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas, it is impossible for Uchiha Mirai to let them go easily. Kidnapped Uzumaki Kushina, sneak-attacked Sunagakure, sneak-attacked Awagakure, stole the Byakugan, and forced Hyuga Hizashi to death. Whenever he gets the chance, he stirs up trouble in the ninja world. If a village like this is not given some unforgettable memories, Uchiha Mirai feels that the other party will definitely continue to cause trouble in the future. He also didn't like what Ma Bai said, as it was too hypocritical. "You killed my companions and asked me to give up hatred for the sake of peace? Why don't you give up your hatred with the same idea after I kill your companions?" "Uchiha Mirai, what do you want?" After hearing what Uchiha Mirai said, Mabui showed a panicked look on his face. Destroy Cloud Shinobi Village? What on earth does this guy want to do? Uchiha Mirai ignored Mabui's questioning and lifted his feet off the ground, slowly rising into the air. At the same time, a chanting voice echoed in the minds of every Cloud Shinobi Village ninja. "It takes several floors to carry a bag of rice. Feel the pain. A bag of rice has to be carried up to the second floor. Think about the pain. One bag of rice is too much to give. Accept the pain. I'll wash my bag of rice. Understand the pain." Uchiha Mirai's voice gradually became fainter, and his figure became smaller and smaller. The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village looked up and saw Uchiha Mirai basking in the sun, looking like a god radiating a dazzling light. "Every grain of rice has mud on it from now on. Who will give you a bag of rice? Let the world feel pain." When the chanting ended, time seemed to stand still, until Uchiha Mirai, who was high in the sky, clapped his hands vigorously and terrifying power gushed out from his body. "That is Saivamale Kamatha, Tengai Shinsei." The next second, in front of the shocked gazes of everyone in Cloud Shinobi Village, a huge meteorite fell from the sky. The radius of the meteorite was nearly 10 miles, and it broke through the cloud layer in an instant. As the meteorite fell, the entire Cloud Shinobi Village was shrouded in a huge shadow. The sun was blocked, and the whole world seemed to be left with only darkness that covered the sky. "Are you joking? Haha, what's the point of fighting? I'm tired. Just destroy it. Uchiha Mirai, he really is a god. Ha ha ha." A feeling of despair spread in the hearts of the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas, and everyone stared blankly at the meteorite falling from the sky. Some ninjas with poor psychological endurance even threw away their weapons and knelt on the ground in a daze. What's worse, a crazy smile appeared on his face, and tears of laughter kept falling from the corners of his eyes. Of course, most of the ninjas had expressions of regret on their faces. Why would they mess with a guy like Uchiha Mirai? Mabai, Samui, Darui, and others also slowly loosened their clenched fists. Originally, when they heard that Uchiha Mirai was planning to destroy Cloud Shinobi Village, they were all ready to fight to the death. Even if it means sacrificing one's own life, he will never let Uchiha Mirai succeed easily. But now, when they actually saw the meteorite falling from the sky above their heads, they realized how naive their thoughts were. Faced with such a natural disaster, like force, they didn't even know how to fight. Hey, don't give up just like that. As long as we attack the meteorite together, we will definitely be able to break it. If you give up resistance, you will only die in vain. The wooden golem roared, and he transformed into the complete two-tail again. At the critical moment of life and death, Urwei was finally willing to lend her his power again. After the two-tail appeared, it used all its strength to condense a tailed beast bomb and blasted it at the meteorite. Seeing this, some ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village also reacted and began to circulate the chakra in their bodies, preparing for a final fight. However, Uchiha Mirai's voice sounded again from high in the sky. Have you not lost your fighting spirit yet? In that case, the terrifying pupil power swept out again, and a meteorite of the same size suddenly fell from the clouds. At this point, even Urwei gave up resisting. Even the tailed beasts seemed pale and powerless before such might. Under the desperate and unwilling gazes of the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas, 2 meteorites fell mercilessly. The mountains collapsed, and the earth fell apart. Countless huge, falling rocks continued to rush out along with the airwaves. The loud, rumbling noise drowned out the screams and wails of the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas, and the entire Cloud Shinobi Village took on a doomsday-like look. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Chakra, +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Constitution, +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Spiritual power, +1. Bite! The prompts in my mind kept ringing, and Uchiha Mirai's attribute panel was also updating rapidly. After a long time, everything returned to normal. Looking at the ruined Cloud Shinobi Village below, Uchiha Mirai spoke calmly. I will come back in 3 days. I hope you can accept my proposal now that you understand what pain is. This is my last advice and God's last mercy. After saying this, his figure flashed and disappeared in midair. Panel. Name, Uchiha Mirai. Physique, 8779. Spiritual power, 8762. Chakra 8805. Bloodline limit, Mangekyo Sharingan. Magnet style, Gold Dust. Scorch style, Dead Bone Pulse. Boil style, Illusion. 5 senses control. Byakugan. Wood style, Renegade. Ninjutsu. Rise and Senju Kill. Earth style, Reincarnation Technique. Great Rasengan. Fire style, Great Flame Technique. Others, Natural Energy Affinity. Senju Sage Body. Super Strength. Wet Bone Forest Senjutsu. Nine Tails Chakra Mode. Wild Heron Blade. Lightning Style Chakra Mode. I Technique. Amaterasu. Saryuta Hikomi. Amejo Ryuzo. Susanoo. Tsukiyomi. Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Kamui. 6 Paths Technique. Chakravartin in Hell. Tengai Shinsei. Daikokutten. Young Biguna. Looking at his system panel, Uchiha Mirai showed a satisfied smile on his face. The harvest this time was huge. In addition to ninjutsu and taijutsu, such as lightning-style chakra mode and origami Sagittarius blade, the 3-dimensional attribute points alone increased by more than 2,000 points each. He also gained 2 new eye techniques, Mahakala and the Younger Viguna. These 2 eye techniques are the powers possessed by Otsutsuki Ishiki, which is passed down in Boruto. Mahakala's ability is to keep shrunken objects in a different dimension where time does not flow, and it can also summon objects from the different dimension at any time. The lesser-known Biguna can make anything smaller and is activated through visual observation. And after making the object smaller, you can restore the shrunken object to its original volume at any time. However, apart from himself, Xiaoming Biguna cannot target any other life form. The combination of the 2 pupil techniques is quite a good ability. Of course, Uchiha Mirai values the alternate dimension that comes with Daikokutten more. A different space where time does not pass can be compared to the storage mustard seeds in the fantasy world of immortal cultivation. There should be no one who doesn't like it, right? Closing his eyes and feeling the surge of power in his body, Uchiha Mirai began to concentrate on meditation. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. At this rate, it won't be long before I can possess the power of 6 paths. Uchiha Mirai muttered. Although his current strength is enough to easily defeat strong men like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, he still has not reached the level of six paths. This is a leap in the level of life. No matter how strong the Super Kage level is, it is in no way comparable to the six paths level. Only when one reaches the six paths level can one truly touch the threshold of God. After figuring out his current situation, Uchiha Mirai slowly stood up. A lot of time must have passed, and it's time to go to Cloud Shinobi Village again. I wonder what expressions those unruly Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas will have when they see him again. The man who destroyed their village with his own hands. Cloud Shinobi Village. There were wailings everywhere in the ruins. Everyone's face was filled with sorrow. Homes were destroyed and companions were killed. Uchiha Mirai alone killed more than 6,000 of their companions in a short time. Even during the Great Ninja War, they had never suffered such a heavy blow. Besides this, the village was also destroyed. Looking around, all that came into view were rubble and ruins. Dozens of mountains were smashed, and rivers flowed backwards. The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village felt a loss as to where to start when faced with this endless ruin. As time went on, the people of Cloud Shinobi Village began to turn their hatred towards the fourth Hokage. If it weren't for that reckless guy who kept provoking Konoha, how could they have suffered such a disaster? Faced with this situation, Ma Bai was powerless. She gathered Harui, Wooden Golem, Samui, and others around her and worked hard to preside over the post-disaster reconstruction work. If the buried bodies are not cleaned up in time, the villagers will have nowhere to go, which is a small matter, but it will be troublesome once an epidemic breaks out. Unfortunately, after the Third Ninja World War and the attack by Uchiha Mirai a few days ago, the young and strong ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village have been almost completely lost. It is almost impossible to rebuild Cloud Shinobi Village with the old, weak, and sick who survived in the underground shelter. Alas, maybe the fourth Hokage really made the wrong choice. On a barren mountain, with only the foot of the mountain left, Ma Bai looked at the villagers below and couldn't help but sigh. Darui, Samui, and Wooden Golem who were standing beside her also nodded silently. If they had known it would cost such a huge price, they would never have agreed to wage war against Konoha. The former Cloud Shinobi Village could almost be said to be the strongest ninja village in the ninja world, but in the blink of an eye it became like this. Being able to reduce Cloud Shinobi Village to ruins with one strike, Uchiha Mirai is really a god, right? Just as Ma Bai and the others were daydreaming, a figure appeared again in the sky above Cloud Shinobi Village. Uchiha Mirai. Looking at the familiar figure, Ma Bai and others all changed their expressions. If the same trick from last time happens again, Cloud Shinobi Village will really be destroyed. Thinking of this, before Uchiha Mirai could speak, Mabui and the others shouted, "Lord Mirai, please wait a moment. We were wrong before, but now we understand. As long as it's what you want to do, we at Cloud Shinobi Village will support you unconditionally." Seeing Uchiha Mirai's gaze sweeping over them, Mabui and the others quickly lowered their heads and knelt on the ground. What honor, what perseverance, what faith. That is something you should consider only when dealing with opponents of similar strength. Facing the godlike Uchiha Mirai, the most important thing is to survive. After Uchiha Mirai glanced at Mabui and the others, he set his sights on the ordinary people in Cloud Shinobi Village below. What about you? Without any hesitation, the people of Cloud Shinobi Village followed Mabui's example and knelt down. "Lord Mirai, please forgive us." Uchiha Mirai's mouth curled up slightly. Guys who appear ferocious on the surface often behave more cowardly than ordinary people after suffering a fatal blow. This is clearly reflected in the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village. Of course, since the other party has chosen to surrender, he has no intention of making things difficult for these guys. Thinking of this, Uchiha Mirai opened his arms, and his robes rustled in the strong wind. As the power of his pupils surged, Mahakala quietly took action. In just a few moments, the countless pieces of rubble scattered on the ground of Cloud Shinobi Village disappeared in an instant. Although everything was still in a mess, The originally intact land had been exposed again. It's a miracle. It's really a miracle. Master Mirai is really a god. You were able to tolerate our provocations so many times, and even after bringing down divine punishment, you still graciously forgave the remaining people. Mirai-sama is too merciful. It's all our fault. The fact that we can still survive after provoking God is the greatest mercy God has given to mankind. I am willing to die for Master Mirai. Long live Mirai-sama. Seeing countless pieces of rubble disappear, the image of Uchiha Mirai was truly deified in the hearts of the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas. After all, they could more or less understand being able to bring destruction, but making those huge pieces of rubble disappear in an instant, what else could this be but the power of God? After treating Uchiha Mirai as a god, the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas not only did not resent Uchiha Mirai for killing so many of their companions, but instead felt that Uchiha Mirai was forgiving by not killing them all. Not to mention that Uchiha Mirai also helped them deal with all the difficult-to-handle rubble. Therefore, everyone in Cloud Shinobi Village was filled with gratitude towards Uchiha Mirai. Uchiha Mirai had anticipated the reactions of the people in Cloud Shinobi Village. When the power gap reaches a certain limit, the weak will lose even the qualification to hate. Uchiha Mirai flashed in front of Mabui and the others and said directly, "Mabui, the reconstruction of Cloud Shinobi Village will be temporarily handed over to you. Can you estimate how long it will take?" Mabai thought about it and said seriously, 2.5 years. Seeing the look Uchiha Mirai was giving him, Mabui quickly explained, "This is the time it will take to restore Cloud Shinobi Village to its original state. It's just that rebuilding the infrastructure may only take a few months." Uchiha Mirai laughed and said calmly, "I will send someone to contact you in a few days. The reconstruction work should not be too difficult." Mabai nodded immediately. "I understand. Master Mirai, I will follow your arrangements in everything." For the next period of time, Uchiha Mirai stayed in Cloud Shinobi Village. During this period, I went to the capital of the Kingdom of Thunder. The moment the daimyo of the Land of Lightning saw Uchiha Mirai, he was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. But no matter how much he begged for mercy, Uchiha Mirai did not spare his life. During the Chunin exams, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning was extremely disdainful of ninjas. Whenever they mentioned ninjas, they would add insulting words like lowly and tools in front of them. Uchiha Mirai had already written down this guy in his little notebook. It's just that the daimyo of the Land of Lightning acted too weak before his death, and even after killing the other party, he didn't feel much pleasure. Under such circumstances, Uchiha Mirai simply slaughtered all the princes and nobles of the Land of Lightning. After dealing with these pests, Uchiha Mirai did not stay for too long. After all, with the prosperity of the capital of the Kingdom of Thunder, there was nothing that could attract him. Returning to Cloud Shinobi Village, the iconic Reikage building has been rebuilt. Uchiha Mirai sat on the seat that symbolized the highest power in the Land of Lightning, overlooking the busy crowd outside, and a sense of grandeur arose spontaneously. Strength is something that really fascinates people. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and Uchiha Mirai's thoughts returned to reality. "Come in." As Uchiha Mirai finished speaking, Mabui walked in from outside. "Mirai-sama, the village reconstruction work has been put on track recently, and the various materials needed are also being transported in continuously. Everyone is very grateful to you." A flattering expression appeared on Mabai's face. She had originally thought that everyone in Cloud Shinobi Village would be living in misery after being conquered by Uchiha Mirai with force. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Mirai mobilized a lot of supplies from Konoha Village and Sunagakure to aid in the reconstruction of Cloud Shinobi Village. He also took action personally and eliminated the daimyo of the Land of Thunder. The life of the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village is now no worse than before. Now Mabui kind of understood why the Sunagakure ninjas fought so hard when they attacked Konoha Village at the beginning of the war. Life has improved so much that some people in the village have begun to want to make the fourth Reikage a traitor If someone now wants to forcibly terminate the incorporation of Cloud Shinobi Village into Konoha, they will also regard those people as enemies just like the ninjas of Sunagakure. This is called when one side is in trouble. All sides come to its aid. The unification of the entire ninja world does not just mean the disappearance of war. I can also plan all the supplies in the ninja world in a unified way and distribute them to where they should go most. By then, there will no longer be dried bones frozen to death on the roadside in the ninja world. Hiss! After hearing Uchiha Mirai's description, Mabui took a deep breath. She never imagined that Uchiha Mirai had such thoughts in his mind. Compared to Uchiha Mirai, her vision is really too narrow. No wonder she felt like Uchiha Mirai was doing charity after unifying Cloud, Shinobi Village, and Sunagakure. It turns out that his vision has long transcended a village or a country, and is looking at the entire ninja world. Following such a strong man seems to be a good choice. Looking at Ma Bai, who was staring at him in a daze, Uchiha Mirai reminded him, "Okay, what are you doing here this time?" Ma Bai came back to his senses and quickly wiped his mouth. "Mirai-sama, Cloud Shinobi Village is still rebuilding after the disaster, and everything is very inconvenient. So I found a personal secretary for you. If you have any questions, just tell her." After Ma Bai finished speaking, he clapped his hands. Then, a woman with short blonde hair and fair skin walked in. The woman's facial features were delicate, and the weapon she carried was terrifying. In this regard, perhaps only Tsunade and Mirai's Hinata can compare with it. "Mirai-sama, my name is Samui. Please give me more advice in the future." Looking at the respectful Samui, Uchiha Mirai smiled at Mabui. "Mabui, you really gave me a surprise." Seeing Uchiha Mirai's satisfied expression, Mabui smiled and then tactfully and quietly left the rakeage building. After she left, Samui felt uncomfortable being stared at by Uchiha Mirai, so he took the initiative to speak. "Mirai-sama, I will be your personal secretary for the next period of time. I will be responsible for serving you and explaining the customs and practices of Cloud Shinobi Village." After hearing this, Uchiha Mirai nodded in agreement and murmured, "Huh, local customs are good. I need to learn about local customs." After saying that, he directly hugged Samui into his arms. The next day, Uchiha Mirai drew aside the curtains and relaxed his muscles contentedly. Even if you look at the entire ninja world, Samui is the top in every aspect, but it's a pity that he is too shy and immature. But even so, Uchiha Mirai couldn't help but feel grateful for his luck. You can travel to the Hokage world and interact with your favorite characters. Is there anything in the world more satisfying than this? The sunlight shone through the window, and Samui slowly opened his eyes. After seeing Uchiha Mirai, she quickly packed up and came to Uchiha Mirai's side. "Mirai-sama, excuse me, I will go prepare breakfast for you." Uchiha Mirai didn't refuse, but watched Samui busy in the kitchen. Soon, a bowl of steaming ramen was brought up by Samui. "Mirai-sama, I hope you don't mind my limited conditions." Uchiha Mirai waved her hand. "I like to eat noodles. I'll give you some noodles some other day." Samui shook his head repeatedly. "How dare I trouble Master Mirai? No need." Uchiha Mirai shook her head. "Eat if I tell you to." Seeing Uchiha Mirai's determination, Samui could only nod in agreement. After dinner, Samui became busy again. The other person seems to be a bit of a germaphobe and always keeps everything clean. Uchiha Mirai was absent-minded for a while, then said, "Samui, go get wooden golem over later." Hearing this, Samui was stunned at first, then a look of sadness appeared on his face. She had previously researched information about Uchiha Mirai and knew that the other party had sealed the three-tailed beasts. 3 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails. It is obvious that the other party is intentionally controlling the power of the tailed beast. Now he is looking for the wooden golem. He must want to extract the 2 tails from his body. And for a Jinchuriki, losing a tailed beast usually means death. What's wrong? Looking at Samui, who was in a trance, Uchiha Mirai asked in confusion. After being silent for a while, Samui finally summoned up the courage and said in a deep voice, "Master Mirai, can you please not kill the wooden golem?" I know that the power of the tailed beasts is too strong, and it is an unstable factor for the ninja world you established. But with your strength and the awareness of the wooden golem, she will never cause you any trouble. You don't have to worry about the wooden golem going berserk. She has reconciled with the two tails and is now a perfect Jinchuriki. After hearing Samui's request, Uchiha Mirai raised an eyebrow. You don't want the wooden golem to die? Samui lowered his eyes and said softly, yes. Uchiha Mirai touched his chin in distress. I do have the ability to bring people back to life, but the price I have to pay is a bit high. If you can keep the wooden golem alive, I will grant you anything you ask for. Seeing hope, Samui immediately shouted. She did not doubt the truthfulness of Uchiha Mirai's words. After all, it was definitely not that easy to resurrect a person. Even a godlike strong man like Uchiha Mirai certainly can't resurrect people casually, right? Uchiha Mirai slowly walked over to Samui, who was kneeling on the ground. Samui, as an excellent ninja, you must not be swayed by your emotions. For the sake of your cherished companions, try to make a change. Seeing Samui nod, Uchiha Mirai smiled. The height is just right.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.